Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto self-taught powerful shinobi? Part 3, hope you loved previous 2 parts. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 17 of Battles and Courage. It's almost nightfall. Anko jumped through the trees as she searched for Orochimaru. She had been searching for at least 2 or 3 hours now and was starting to get both desperate and angry. Desperate at the thought of finally facing him and killing him, and angry that she had yet to find even a trace of the slippery snake. I'll have to find him quickly. Once it gets dark, I'll be at a complete disadvantage. She landed on a branch and looked around, trying to determine where to head next. Coo. Anko turned at the sound of the voice and saw Orochimaru sticking into a tree. Well, hello Anko-kan, how pleasant to see you. Orochimaru, you sick fuck. Today's the day you die. Anko spun around and jumped back as she pulled out several kunai to toss. The snake Sanin's tongue shot out before she could throw them, smacking them out of her hand. Anko landed on a tree branch and looked up to see Orochimaru descending towards her. She jumped back and thrust out her hands. Sanaijushu. Several snakes shot out of her hands and latched onto Orochimaru. However, as they sunk their venomous fangs into the sand, he turned into mud. Shit. Tsuchi Bunshin. She spun around just in time to intercept her former sensei's tongue, which she noticed with some surprise looked like a part of it had been cut off. She grabbed it with both hands as a snake shot out of her sleeves and wrapped themselves around the tongue, tightening her hold. You're not getting away. She yanked on the tongue, throwing the surprised-looking snake Sanin over her. He landed on the ground with a thud, and Anko used that opportunity to jump on him and ram a knee in his gut. Once again Orochimaru turned into mud, and this time, Anko was not fast enough as several snakes wrapped around her and smashed her into a tree. Anko didn't even have time to gasp as Orochimaru appeared right in front of her and jammed a kunai into her right hand and pinned it against the trunk. Ack. Anko grunted as her hand gave a spasm from the nerves being damaged. TSK Anko-kan, you should know better. You know you have no chance against me, Orochimaru chided her, much like he had when she was his student. Anko grunted as she yanked the kunai out. Fuck. You. She threw it at Orochimaru, who merely caught it between his fingers, twirling it around before tossing it back at her and cutting her cheek. Before Anko could respond, Orochimaru slammed her into the tree and lifted her up by the neck. Such anger, are you not happy to see your sensei? You know that hurts my feelings, Anko-kan. To know my favorite student hates me breaks my heart. You don't have a heart. Anko gasped as she struggled to breathe. She tried to stab him with a kunai, but Orochimaru used the Kanashibari no Jutsu paralysis jutsu to paralyze her. You wound me, Anko-kan, Orochimaru chided, wagging a finger at her. Why are you here? Anko grit her teeth. Are you trying to assassinate Hokage-sama? No, I don't have enough men for that yet, Orochimaru smirked, so I thought I'd recruit some outstanding shinobi from this village. Ugh. Anko tried to scream as she felt her curse seal flare up. I have to admit I've received quite the bountiful harvest today. The snake Sanin licked his lips. I came here for one particularly talented genin, and I ended up getting 2. Both of them have received my gift. How selfish of you. They're going to die, Anko gasped. The chances are 110, however one may survive and the other is guaranteed to survive. If Anko could have stiffened she would have. WH. Who have you given your curse to? Feeling jealous, are we? Orochimaru chuckled. Are you still upset that I threw you away? Even after all these years. Unlike you, both of these shinobi are quite talented. One of them is the kid who carries the Uchiha blood after all. And the other? Orochimaru licked his lips. The other is the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Anko paled for a second before she snarled at him. If you even touch him, I swear to Kami I'll fucking kill you. Coo. So you two are quite close after all. You know when I spoke of you, he said the same thing. Orochimaru gave a soft chortle. I didn't realize you were into cradle robbing, Anko-kan. Though from what I've heard about your sexual habits I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Anko could do nothing but listen on helplessly as her former sensei demeaned her relationship with Naruto. Truthfully, she did not quite know what she felt for the younger blonde, but she knew she would give her life for him. To listen to her sensei speak of their relationship, something Anko had started holding close to her heart, was more than she could bear. Just imagine it. Orochimaru smirked. With that boy under my control, and Sasuke-kun's Sharingan, Konoha will most surely fall. Naruto would never follow you. If there was anything Anko was sure of, it was that Somehow, despite all the pain he went through, Naruto still loved Konoha, or at the very least several of the people in it. He would never betray it or them. Oh, I don't know about that. We all know how Jinchuriki are treated. I will be the one to take away his pain and grant him the power to get revenge on the village that wronged him. Just think. It will be glorious to have him under my control. Orochimaru let go of Anko, letting her drop to the floor. Anyway, I have 3 ninja of my own participating in this exam. I think I will go and enjoy the coming show. The ranked criminal sunk into the floor, yet his final words echoed around Anko. Oh, and be sure not to let Sarutobi-sensei ruin my fun, or I'll burn Konoha to the ground. Anko was forced to lay there for several more minutes until she could move again. Getting up, she made her way to the tower. Sakura looked at her 2 teammates in worry as she changed their now hot rags with newer ones. She knew she was in trouble. Both of her teammates were unconscious and there was no telling when an enemy shinobi would show up in this place. She had managed to drag her 2 teammates to a large hollowed-out tree, where she had set them in order to give them some kind of cover, but it would be obvious they were there to anyone who looked. She looked down at Sasuke, who was sweating profusely and currently whimpering in some kind of pain. He had stopped screaming an hour ago, but it was obvious he was still being affected by whatever Orochimaru had done to him. Sakura turned her attention over to her blonde teammate who seemed to be having far more problems. He was sweating a lot, grunts of pain and occasional shouts escaped him, almost like he was locked in some kind of struggle. What was worse was his curse seal. It was pulsing and a vile purple chakra was leaking out of it. Added on to that was the large stab wound he had suffered. She bandaged it up as best she could, but she was no medic. She looked at the now soaking red bandages that covered his surprisingly muscular torso. Had she not been so worried by the wound, which had gone all the way through his back, she would have blushed at the compact yet tightly muscled body. I'm going to need to change his bandages again. As she watched Naruto, he began to trash around, yelling and shouting in pain and fear. Sakura was forced to literally hold him down so he would not hurt himself any more than he already had. She waited for it to subside before getting off him. What's going on with him? She wondered as she began wiping some of the blood that was trickling down his mouth due to him biting his tongue. As she continued to watch him, her thoughts went back to the battle he had gotten into with Orochimaru. A part of her still could not believe he would go so far to protect her and Sasuke. I may not get along with these 2 very well, but they're still my teammates. The only way you're getting the team is over my cooling corpse, Naruto declared, shocking his teammates and amusing Orochimaru. That he would so willingly fight and rank criminal he had no chance of beating just so he could escape. Sakura felt guilty for all of the times she had berated him now. He had risked his life for her, knowing the chances of victory were nil, and she repaid him by yelling at him and trying to abuse him. Not that she could hit him anymore when she tried, but that was not really the point. Seeing his strength and Sasuke's afterwards made her realize that they were getting farther and farther away from her in terms of ability. She was forced to hold Naruto down again as he began thrashing around and shouting in pain. Did you hear that? Asked a black-haired kunoichi as she turned to her partners after hearing the shouts of fright and pain. Do you think it was the Uchiha? No, it sounded like that blonde-haired kid, replied the bandage-faced shinobi. Sounds like he was injured. I'm looking forward to paying him back for kicking me. So we should attack them now? Asked the kunoichi. The bandaged shinobi shook his head. No, let's wait until the pink-haired one falls asleep. We'll attack at dawn to make things easier. Ah, come on, Dosu. That chick doesn't look like she can even take on one of us, the spiky-haired genin complained. Hell, I doubt she could even take on an academy student. I agree with Zaku. I mean, look at her. I would rather not deal with any unnecessary conflict, Dosu snapped. I don't care how weak she is, I would rather just run in and kill them without trouble. And even though she does look weak, I want to do this when she can't even put up a fight. The other 2 members just sighed, eventually nodding their heads. Dosu had been the one put in charge for this mission, so they really had no choice but to follow him. Naruto stared at the person who looked just like him in shock. This person looked exactly like him. There were some minor differences, those differences being that his hair was a little darker, his whiskers were thicker and more jagged, and his eyes were a blood-red color. But everything else was unmistakably his features. Who are you? What a stupid question, the Naruto lookalike chuckled. I am you, of course. Naruto's eyes widened. That's not possible. Then he stiffened and his eyes widened even more as he realized something. You're that voice I heard on the bridge. What the hell was going on? He had thought the voice belonged to Kyubi. I'm so pleased to know you recognize my voice. Maybe you're not as stupid as I thought. Yami. Naruto tilted his head, his grin still on his face. And it's perfectly possible. I am you. I am the you that you bury deep within your heart. The darkness you carry within you. Haven't you ever wondered why even after everything you've been through you never truly felt any hatred? Why even with the village treating you, like you worth less than the dirt they walked on, you never lashed out. Naruto frowned. Truth be told, he had never thought about why he had never really felt anger, or why he was always so cheerful. He had just felt that crying over something, or getting angry over something that could not be helped simply wasn't worth it. All he had ever wanted was for people to see him, and then later on to prove he was not the Kyuubi. He never had time for what he felt were ridiculous thoughts, not really. The blonde shrugged and decided to try and keep a nonchalant attitude for this confrontation. I never had time to think about such stupid and ridiculous and pointless thoughts. Well, whether you thought about it or not, that is what I am. I am the darkness that you buried in your heart ever since you realized you were hated. The Yami Naruto grinned, showing off his elongated canines. I have been buried here deep within your mind. But every year I would gain just a little bit more power, a little bit more freedom. It was here that the Yami Naruto frowned, at least until recently, that is. Ever since you graduated and befriended those two, I have stopped growing. Ever since they came into the picture, I began to get weaker. The dark version of the blonde growled. I nearly gave up hope for ever getting out of here and giving Konoha our just revenge. The only time I was able to truly make an appearance was when that Haku chick died, and even then I could only subtly influence you. However, Naruto watched in a mixture of shock and fear as a vile purple chakra surrounded his dark self. A seal spread out from his neck, forming a diamond pattern before stopping when it covered half of the dark Naruto's body. However, after that man bit you, I gained this incredible power. Power enough to defeat you and take over this body. Yami Naruto let loose a hollow and chilling laugh. With this I will get our revenge on Konoha. I will destroy that pathetic village. Naruto glared at his opposite before smirking. You must be some kind of fucking retard if you think I'm going to let you get away with something like that. I'll never let you destroy Konoha. It's still my home and there are still people I love in it. You won't be able to stop me. Yami Naruto rushed towards the blonde faster than he could track. Naruto gasped as he felt a powerful blow being delivered to his chest. The blonde was sent sailing off the Hokage monument and smacked into the Hokage tower, blasting a hole right through it. Naruto groaned as he pushed some of the larger pieces of rubble off of him. What strength! He stood up on shaky legs, his dark self jumped towards him. The blonde snarled as he charged at Yami Naruto, who had stopped and stared at him with an infernal smirk on his face. Naruto threw a punch at his dark half. However, all he hit was an afterimage. He gasped in pain as a fist implanted itself in his stomach, making him fold over like a cheap lawn chair. Pathetic. To think you're a part of me, Yami Naruto frowned. Suddenly Naruto disappeared in a burst of smoke, causing Yami Naruto's eyes to widen before he was sent sailing from a kick to the face. He flipped over in midair as he flew out of the Hokage tower and landed on the ground several dozen feet below. Naruto jumped down after him at him, descending with an axe kick. The dark half blocked it, grabbing onto Naruto's leg and spinning him around before throwing him away. Flipping in midair, Naruto's feet hit a wall, which he used as a springboard to shoot forward. As soon as he got within reach of his dark half, the dark Naruto smashed an elbow in his face, only for Naruto to turn into a log. He reappeared behind his dark version and linked his fists together, hammering them down onto his head. However, Yami Naruto blocked the other blonde, crossing his arms over his head. He grabbed onto Naruto's wrists before flinging him over his back, making him hit the ground with a grunt. Despite getting the wind knocked out of him, Naruto managed to latch onto his dark half's hands, pulling him down as he planted his feet in the other blonde's stomach. With a yell, Naruto pushed the dark one into the air. Yami Naruto flew several feet into the air, and as he started coming back down, Naruto jumped up to meet him. The blonde planted a fist into the dark one's face, using his chakra increase his strength, and send the dark Naruto flying. Naruto landed back on the ground while his dark half hit it with a loud crash. He watched as dust flew into the air, getting into a stance as he waited for his other self to come out. The Yami Naruto did eventually, bursting through the dust and coming towards him at speeds greater than those that the blonde could reach. They soon began to trade blows, smashing each other through buildings and beating and pounding away at each other. They began using the buildings and debris to their advantage, each one trying to gain the upper hand, setting traps with exploding clones in the hopes of at least catching the other off guard. They used all the skills they possessed to beat the other. Technically the two were completely even. They had the same skills, the same strengths, and the same weaknesses. A battle such as this would normally have turned into a battle of attrition with two people who had the same strengths simply winning by wearing the other down. Technically the battle was dead even. However, Yami Naruto had the power of the curse seal fueling him, his darkness feeding the seal and in turn the seal feeding his strength. For every one hit Naruto got in, Yami Naruto got in 3 to 4 more, pounding away at the blonde, beating him to a bleeding mass of flesh. Not that Naruto was about to give up. Realizing his situation, Naruto jumped back and went through several hand seals. Futon Rankuden. Naruto's cheeks bulged as he gathered air into his mouth. He hit himself on the stomach, launching a compressed ball of wind. Fool, Yami Naruto sneered as he went through his own hand seals. You can't beat me like that. Futon Renkuden. He shot out his own ball of wind, intercepting the one Naruto shot. The two clashed in an explosion of wind. Naruto grit his teeth as he jumped on a building, speeding through more hand seals. Futon Kaze Senban. Several dozen Senban made of wind appeared in front of him, before all of them shot towards the dark Naruto. As soon as they hit, holes appeared on him, only for Naruto to disappear in a burst of smoke. The roof broke apart, and Yami Naruto flew out of the new hole, smashing a fist under Naruto's chin and sending him flying. Naruto hit the edge of the roof before bouncing off before he hit the ground below. Yami Naruto jumped off the roof, forcing Naruto to roll out of the way as he attempted to stomp on the blonde. Continuing his roll, Naruto pushed himself up and released a wind blade as he pushed himself into a corkscrew. Yami Naruto dodged and Naruto used that time to close the distance, punching his other half in the face. However, he was sent sailing back when his dark counterpart exploded. Naruto gasped in pain as he smashed through a wall, landing on his back and feeling several of the sharper pieces of debris stab into his back. He yelped in pain, rolling on his stomach in an effort to keep the debris from going any deeper. Hee, I told that you couldn't beat me. Yami Naruto smirked as he appeared before Naruto, stepping on one of the pieces of debris and pushing it into Naruto's back. Aya! Naruto yelled out, his back contorting as pain shot through his nerves. When his counterpart released him, Naruto gasped for breath, trying to control the spasms that ran through his back. Ha! Yami Naruto sighed. Looks like I'm finally gonna get my freedom. He kneeled down next to Naruto. Don't worry, I won't kill you. That would be like killing myself after all. However, now you're gonna know what it feels like to be locked away, and you're not getting out. Damn it. Why is he so strong? Naruto grit his teeth as he tasted blood in his mouth. He tried to get up only to realize his body wasn't responding. On top of that, his vision was starting to get heavy. He's too strong. I can't beat him. Don't give up. Naruto blinked as he heard a feminine voice enter his mind. Who? You can't give up. But he's too strong. If you give up, he will destroy Konoha, and the precious people you have inside. Precious people? When a person has something important to protect, that's when they become truly strong. Haku. I can't give up now. What would Hakuchen think of me if I just let him win? All of my friends would die. Ajisen, Tuchiajisen, Ayamaniken, Ankanichan and Tenchan. I can't give up. Then you must get back up and fight. Who are you? The voice giggled. You will know in time. For now, let me help you. Naruto suddenly felt power coursing through him as a foreign chakra invaded him. It felt odd, familiar. Naruto felt as if he should recognize the signature somehow. He stood up as the energy began pushing the debris out of his back, catching the attention of Yami Naruto. If you think I'll ever let you go free, you've got another thing coming, Naruto said with his hair shadowing his eyes, the smirk on his face being the only thing Yami Naruto saw. Now I'm gonna beat your ass black and blue. Naruto shot forward faster than his dark counterpart could react, jumping in the air and smashing a knee into Yami Naruto's face. As the Dark One stumbled back, Naruto came and grabbed his head and smashed Yami Naruto's face into his knee, over and over as blood began to splatter on the floor. Yami Naruto managed to free himself by jabbing his counterpart in the stomach. However, it did little more than give him a second to breathe before Naruto was on him again. Like the last fight, this one was completely one-sided. Only this time it was Yami Naruto who was on the losing side. Naruto came in with a left-right, fist-elbow combination. Yami Naruto was able to block the combo, but did not even see the knee that came in due to his focus on the other attacks. The dark blonde gasped as he felt his intestines crumple under the hit, causing him to fold over the knee like a cheap lawn chair. Less than a second later, Naruto spun around on his heel and smashed a foot directly in his dark counterpart's face, listening in satisfaction as bone and cartilage broke under his assault. The force of the kick sent Yami Naruto flying, landing on the ground several feet back, skidding along the ground for several more feet before stopping. Panting heavily, Naruto walked over to where the figure of his dark half lay. He looked at the face of himself as the curse seal receded and smirked. Looks like you lost. His dark half scowled. Do not think this means I am beaten. I will come back. When the time is right, I will return, and a cruel smile graced his lips. I will destroy Konoha and everything you hold dear. Naruto watched as Yami Naruto disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. You can come back as many times as you want. Naruto replied to his other self's parting words, even though he was no longer there to hear them. I'll beat your ass each and every time. With the battle over the odd energy that had been empowering him left, causing him to fall to the floor, unconscious before he even hit the ground, Sakura continued trying to keep an active vigil over her two teammates. However, there was a look of exhaustion clearly written on her face. She had been awake for close to 18 hours, foregoing even short naps since she did not know if or when an enemy would attack. Her head began to nod as she felt herself getting tired. It snapped back up when she heard the sound of a twig snapping, and turned to see a squirrel running towards her. She gave a sigh of relief when she realized it was not an enemy, however her eyes widened and she threw a kunai towards it. Luckily for the squirrel, it hit the ground right in front of it, causing the creature to squeak and run off. She let out a deep breath as she watched it scurry away and turned back to watch her teammates. Soon enough her head began to nod and her eyes began to close. That was when she heard a chuckle coming from in front of her. Looking up, it was to see the 3 Oto genin who Naruto had stopped from attacking Kabuto. All of them had a cocky-looking smirk on their faces. Well, the 2 whose faces could be seen, she could not tell if the one with his head wrapped in bandages did or not. "Looks like you've been up all night," came the smug voice from Dosu. "Now if you don't mind, why don't you wake up the Uchiha? We're here to fight him." Zaku gave the girl a bloodthirsty leer. "What did Orochimaru do to Sasuke and Naruto?" asked Sakura, causing the trio to widen their eyes in recognition of the name. "You guys work for him, don't you? Tell me what that mark he put on them is." The group of Oto ninja paused as they absorbed the new information given. The curse mark was something only the failed experiments, or the elite members of Orochimaru's forces had. Something seemed off about their orders now. Why give the Uchiha a curse mark, only to have him assassinated a short while later? And this girl was saying the blonde had one as well, which was even more out of character for their leader. I wonder what that man is up to. Dosu wondered out loud, however he pushed aside such thoughts for now. Since you now possess this information, I'm afraid we can't let you live. Or the other 2 for that matter. Zaku prepared to charge the girl. "Wait, Zaku," Dosu ordered, getting his teammate to stop. The man walked forwards until he stopped at the spot where Sakura threw the kunai. Kneeling down on the grass, he ran his hand over the area. "This soil looks like it's been disturbed and the grass isn't growing here. It looks like you tried to set a trap for us, poorly I might add." Sakura paled, causing the 3 Oto ninja to smirk before they leapt over the ground. Before they reached the apex of their jump, Sakura smirked, using the kunai in her hand to cut a strand of ninja wire attached to the kunai embedded in the ground next to her. As the second wire was cut, a large log came flying towards the 3 Oto genin. While the 3 were slightly surprised by the second trap, they got over it quickly. Dosu placed a hand with the odd metal gauntlet on the log and channeled some chakra into it. The result shocked Sakura as the log was split in 2, leaving the trio's progress to her unimpeded. Her eyes widened as the 3 descended towards them. As her mind registered that she was going to die, a loud shout of Konoha Senpu distracted her from the defeatist thought, and a green blur appeared in front of the 3 Oto genin, knocking each of them away with a kick. As the green blur stopped moving, Sakura managed to recognize the familiar figure. "Lee," she thought, confused but thankful for his help. "Who the hell are you?" Zaku shouted as he stood up and rubbed his sore cheek. "I am Konoha's beautiful green beast, Rock Lee," proclaimed the bull-cut, spandex-wearing genin. "Lee, what are you doing here?" asked a bewildered Sakura. The boy looked back at her and grinned. "I will always appear whenever you are in danger, Sakura-san." He reached over towards his shoulder and gently grabbed the squirrel sitting on it, before setting the woodland creature on the ground. "It's all thanks to you, little guy." Sakura gave the boy a smile. "Thank you, Lee." Lee gave her a thumbs up before turning to the Oto genin. "I said it once before, I'll protect you till the day I die." Sakura just smiled as she pulled out a kunai and prepared in case Lee needed help. Dosu eyed the green-clad genin wearily. He knew better than to judge the boy because of his terrible fashion sense. That speed he had shown proved he was good. "No matter how good he is, he's no match for the 3 of us," Dosu thought as he began to advance towards Lee. Darting forward, Dosu uncovered the odd gauntlet he was wearing, rearing his fist back to strike at the genin. Much to his shock, said boy waited until he was halfway there before slamming his hands into the ground and pulling out a large chunk of rock and dirt. Dosu's arm hit the rocks, causing it to explode. "While I have not seen you fight, I remember you bringing that strange gauntlet to bear against Kabuto-san," Lee stated calmly. "Because I don't know what it does, logic dictates that I shouldn't let you hit me with it." Dosu narrowed his one good eye as he landed on the ground before rushing back towards the Konoha genin. Lee waited for his opponent to calmly, and when Dosu was in range struck out with a right-left combination. The right fist was blocked, but the left happened too fast for Dosu to see it until it was too late. Dosu stumbled back and was then kicked in the ribs, and went flying back a ways. Grunting, he got back up and was forced to jump out of the way when Lee sent a punch at him that was strong enough to make a crater when it hit the ground. Lee stood back up and faced Dosu, who came back at him. Dosu swung at Lee with the arm that did not have the gauntlet attached to it. Lee blocked the arm, grabbed onto his as he threw his opponent into a tree, leaving a small impression. Dosu narrowed his visible eye as he pushed himself out of the impression he was in before charging at Lee again. Realizing that straightforward tactics wouldn't work, he decided a little deception was in order. Coming in, Dosu made a feint with a high punch. When Lee moved to block him, he switched attacks and came in with a kick that caught Lee unawares. By the time Lee had recovered, Dosu was nowhere to be seen. A kick to the back of his head sent Lee stumbling forward before he felt a hand grip his leg and toss him into the air, then slam him into the ground. Lee got back to his feet and searched for Dosu. As he did, he felt a presence behind and saw Dosu coming in with his gauntlet-covered fist reared back. "I am sorry, Geisensei, but I must use that jutsu," thought Lee as he unwound his bandages. As Dosu got within striking range, Lee disappeared from view before appearing below him and kicking the Oto Genin in the chin, hard. As Dosu soared into the air, Lee appeared behind him, wrapping the mummified genin in his bandages. Then Lee started to spin, slowly at first, but it gradually picked up more and more speed until the pair looked like a drill plummeting to the earth. "Take this." "Omote Renge Hidden Latsu," yelled Lee as he released his hold on Dosu. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Zaku slammed the hands into the ground and sent a wave of air towards the spot Dosu was about to hit. A few seconds later, Dosu hit the ground head first, implanting himself into it with a little over half his body sticking up. With a few wiggles and grunts, Dosu got himself out of the ground and stood back up, no worse for wear. "That actually would have killed me had Zaku not softened the ground for my fall," Dosu said as he looked at his now tired-out opponent. "Impossible," Lee muttered as he fell to the ground, his muscles having torn from using his jutsu. "It seems that attack you used has some serious backlash," Dosu mused as he saw Lee kneeling on the ground, panting. "It matters not. I have tired you out as well." "I can still win," Lee said, giving Dosu a confident smile. "Not in that condition you can't," Dosu chuckled, "and in case you haven't noticed, I'm not the only one you need to deal with. But enough of that, I'm getting tired of your interference, so I'm going to finish you off now." Dosu charged forward once again as he reared his arm back for another attack. Lee tried to dodge only to receive a jolt of pain for his troubles as the after effects of the jutsu kicked in. He looked up just as Dosu swung at him. Lee was lucky enough to dodge the attack, albeit barely, but before he could even think of retaliating, his vision began to get blurry and a sharp pain filled his head as his ears bled. Lee tried to stand, but as soon as he moved he was forced onto his hands and knees as he began to throw up. "You like?" asked Dosu. "I call this my melody arm. With it I can amplify sound waves and use the vibrations they cause to break through your eardrum and damage the inner membrane, making you lose your semblance of balance. You won't be able to function properly for a while now." Deciding he did not want to be left out, Zaku lifted up his hands and pulled his palms up to reveal the hole he had in each hand. "My specialty is the ability to control supersonic airwaves and air pressure, slicing up or blasting my opponents. To us, your jutsu are laughable. As you can see, you have no hope against us. You put up a good fight, but it's time to say goodbye, kid." Dosu reared his melody arm back, ready to strike. He didn't get the chance to swing as a powerful punch connected with his jaw, launching him back several feet. Dosu looked up in surprise at seeing a fiercely determined Sakura standing beside Lee, her fist held out in a punch. "So it looks like she's not completely useless after all," Zaku commented with a sneer. Sakura panted as she glared at the trio. There was no way she could win against one of them, let alone all three at the same time. Maybe Sasuke could, maybe Naruto could, but Sakura held no delusions that she could. It didn't mean she was going to let them kill Lee when he had come to save her. "As Sakura-san?" asked a wide-eyed and surprised Lee. "Don't worry, Lee. I can at least hold them off for a bit while you recover," Sakura said, smiling at him. "Heh, I don't even know if she's worth the effort," Zaku commented. "Well then, why don't I take care of this?" Kin asked rhetorically. Sakura looked at Kin before dashing towards her. She flung several shuriken before going through a set of hand seals. Kin blocked or dodged all the shuriken and looked at the pinkette only to see 3 of her. "You don't honestly think a pathetic jutsu like that is going to work, do you?" snorted Kin as she threw several sanban at Sakura. All 3 Sakuras burst into smoke, with the one in the middle also being replaced with a log. Sensing a presence behind her, Kin turned to see 3 more Sakuras, all of them doing hand seals. Kin gave a grunt of annoyance as she tossed more saban. Once again, the 2 on either end disappeared in a puff of smoke, while the middle one was replaced with a log. Kin spun around just as Sakura appeared behind her, blocking the punch the pinkette sent her before lashing out with her own fist. Sakura stumbled back, giving Kin the opportunity to knee the girl in the gut before kicking the back of her legs, forcing Sakura onto her knees. Then she grabbed Sakura by the hair, pulling on it as hard as she could, forcing Sakura to yelp in pain. "Well, get a feel of this. It seems her hair is softer than mine." Kin's smirk turned into a disgusted sneer. "If you have time to take such good care of your hair, you could have spent it better training. You're not even a real kunoichi, are you? Probably just a pathetic fangirl for the Uchiha boy over there. Hey Zaku, why don't we kill that Sasuke guy in front of this little bitch?" "Heh, it would be my pleasure," Zaku said as he made his way over to the shelter. Tears began to pour from Sakura's eyes as she realized just how useless she was. I'm so weak. I've always berated Naruto for being a pathetic idiot, but the truth is I always had to rely on him and Sasuke to bail me out of trouble. Now these guys are going to kill them because I couldn't do anything. She thought about all the times Naruto and Sasuke had protected her. When Sasuke jumped in front of that Kirichunin during the beginning of the Nami mission, he and Naruto had done all the fighting during that mission, she had done nothing. And then in the Forest of Death Naruto had put his life on the line for them, knowing he could not defeat Orochimaru. And even though he had been severely outclassed, he had done far better than any genin had the right to, Sasuke as well after Naruto fell. I don't want to be the one to fall behind, Sakura thought. I can't be the one to fall into their shadow. I want to stand beside my teammates. A yank on her hair brought her head back up. Come on, pay attention. My teammate is going to kill your boyfriend. I wouldn't want you to miss it. Sakura's eyes widened. I can't let them kill Sasuke or Naruto. Sakura brought her kunai up, causing Kin to take notice. You don't seriously think you can get me like this, do you? Kin asked with a superior smirk. Don't be stupid, you're too weak to get me. Who said this was for you? Wah! Sakura slashed the kunai up behind her, cutting off her hair and surprising Kin. Standing up, the pink-haired girl reared her head back and smashed it into Kin's face, causing the girl to stumble back. Sakura then raced towards Zaku, who had taken notice, and began several hand seals. Zaku sent a blast of airwaves at her, but Sakura replaced herself with a log, reappearing on his left doing more hand seals. Gah! You're so annoying! Zaku shouted as he released more airwaves. However, Sakura once again replaced herself with a log, this time appearing above him. That stupid technique will only work so many times. He flung a kunai at her, and then began searching around for where she would appear next. After a while, when she did not reappear, he blinked, then became surprised when he felt blood splatter onto his face. He looked up to see Sakura with a kunai in her forearm still descending on him. She jabbed her own kunai in his left forearm while biting onto his right hand. The two tumbled to the ground with Sakura on top and keeping Zaku from using his airwave attack. Gah! You bitch! Get off! He began to smash a fist onto her head, attempting to get her off of him. You goddamn crazy bitch! Get off! A little distance away, Choji, Ino, and Shikamaru, who had stumbled on the scene, watched in horror as one of the people they knew from the academy was getting her face beaten in. What do you want to do, Ino? Asked Shikamaru, for once his voice not sounding lazy. Ino bit her lip as she remained silent. She didn't know what to do. A part of her wanted to help her former friend, but another part still remembered when Sakura had given her back the ribbon she had given the pink-haired girl as a sign of friendship. Ino? Shikamaru said. She's your friend, isn't she? Didn't you two know each other really well in the academy? Ino looked at Shikamaru before looking back at Sakura, who was still taking a beating. A determined expression came onto Ino's face as she stood up. Let's get out of here. After bashing Sakura in the face several dozen more times, Zaku finally managed to get her off. He was just about to blow her to oblivion when Team 10 appeared, though Choji looked like he was about to run away at any second. Great, some more of you! Zaku snorted. No matter how many turn up, the outcome is going to be the same. He and the other two Oto genin were getting annoyed with all these people constantly coming and interfering. They just keep swarming in, they're like bugs. Dosu mumbled. What the hell are you two thinking? Choji hissed. These guys are too dangerous. Choji knew that out of all the teams theirs was likely the weakest. They had the laziest jonin in Konoha, who preferred playing shogi to teaching. Shikamaru never trained, preferring to either watch the clouds or play shogi with Asuma, and recently Naruto, when he would show up. He himself was always eating while watching the clouds or watching Shikamaru play shogi. And Ino either only complained, fawned over Sasuke, or talked about beating Sakura. It was made worse because each of them only knew one of their clan techniques. Shikamaru was too lazy to learn anymore. Ino was too busy being a fangirl. And Choji was always too busy eating to learn. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Shikamaru spoke up. It's troublesome, but we have to do this. Now that Ino's shown herself, we men can't just run away. Sorry I got you two involved, Ino apologized. But we are a three-man team, we do everything together. That whatever happens, happens, Shikamaru shrugged. We'll find a way to deal with this, but I don't want to die yet. Whined Choji as he turned around and attempted to make a run for it. However, Shikamaru had latched onto Choji's scarf to keep him from leaving. Come on, Shikamaru. Let go of my scarf. Hee, you can leave if you want, fatty, Zaku said, grinning darkly. Choji stopped moving completely. All thoughts of leaving disappeared when Zaku said those words. What did he just say? I couldn't hear him too well. I said you can go back into the forest and fuck yourself. Fat ass. Zaku exclaimed. Oh no. Now he's done it, Shikamaru muttered a quick curse of troublesome under his breath. That word is taboo for Choji. Choji did complete 180 turnaround as steam began to pour out of his ears. I'm not fat, you stupid piece of shit. I'm big-boned. And now I'm gonna squash you. Choji began going through several hand seals and with a cry of Baika no Jutsu double weight jutsu, expanded to nearly 3 times his size. His limbs and head were pulled into his clothing with chakra coming out of the holes, turning him into a giant ball. Pudgy's rule. He cried out, somehow still perfectly clear despite being inside his clothes, before he began rolling towards Zaku faster than the Odo Genin expected. What's this weird jutsu? Zaku held out his hands and sneered. It's just a rolling ball of fat ass. Zanku was slicing airwaves. A last of airwaves was sent towards the rolling ball that was Choji, slowing the Genin down some. However, Choji jumped up into the air and descended towards him. What the? My airwaves were useless, Zaku shouted. And I can't touch that thing or it will rip my arms off, then I'll be crushed. Seeing the predicament his teammate was in, Dosu began to run towards Zaku. Before he could get even 5 feet, he found himself frozen. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed his shadow was attached to Shikamaru, who was holding up a hand seal. Kiga main no jutsu shadow possession jutsu success. The shadow using Genin muttered, my body. I can't move. Dosu found that even talking was requiring some effort. Choji slammed into the ground, forcing Zaku to jump away lest he be crushed. Shikamaru put his hands on his head with the fingertips touching his head, forming an M and forcing Dosu to do the same. Dosu. What are you doing? Kin shouted as she saw Dosu moving into weird poses. Now it's just the girl we need to take care of. Shikamaru shouted as he used his hands to make a pair of ears on his head, forcing Dosu to do the same. Got it, Shikamaru. Ino made a triangle hand seal. Take care of my body. Ninpu Shintenshin no Jutsu Ninja Art Body Possession Jutsu. Ino's body swayed a bit before Shikamaru caught her. A little ways away, Choji's jutsu had worn off and said Genin had swirls in his eyes. Oh wow. Everything's spinning. It's over now. The now possessed Kin shouted as she pulled out a kunai. If you guys move an inch, I will kill this girl. When I can't sense your chakra anymore, I'll let her go. If you don't want it to end here, I suggest you leave your scroll and get out of here. Both Dosu and Zaku just looked at her, confusing the Konoha ninja. Much to their shock, Zaku held up a hand towards her and blasted Kinino with an airwave, sending the girl flying back. The possessed girl hit the tree behind her, making her yelp in pain and cough up blood. Because of the effects of the jutsu, blood also started coming out of Ino's mouth. Ino! Shikamaru yelled in worry. These guys. They don't even care if they hurt their comrade. Ino said from Kin's body as she lay on the ground. Heh, I think you guys are confused about us, Zaku said darkly. Our goals are not the stupid scrolls nor to safely complete this exam. Dosu said, we're simply here to kill Sasuke. The genin who had not known that felt their eyes widen in surprise. Damn it. This jutsu's gonna end soon. Shikamaru grit his teeth in frustration at the troublesome situation he found himself in. It looks like that girl's jutsu allows her spirit to enter the body of another. Dosu smirked under his bandages. However, if her bleeding is any indication, she receives any damage done to the body she enters. That means that killing Kin will also kill that girl. Just as Dosu prepared to kill Kin, another voice spoke up from above the rest of the genin. Bah, I can't take this anymore. Everyone looked up to see Neji and Tenten on a branch several meters above them. Neji scowled as he crossed his arms. Some minor Oto ninja fighting against these second-rate ninja and declaring it a victory? He scoffed. How pathetic. They keep coming out like cockroaches, Dosu mumbled. Lee. Tenten muttered as she saw her teammate. She turned her gaze to look out across the battlefield, and her eyes widened when she saw Naruto unconscious. Naruto. Neji looked at her before looked back at the battle, more specifically 3 Oto genin. The kid with the bowl cut is our teammate. It looks like you went a little overboard with him. So what if we did? What are you going to do about it? Zaku gave the Hyuga a defiant glare. Neji opened his mouth for a moment before he smirked and deactivated his Byakugan. I don't have to do anything. Everyone wondered what he meant with that statement, but it soon became clear when a vile and evil chakra descended onto the clearing. Turning, everyone saw Sasuke, who was getting to his feet with purple chakra whipping around him violently. Standing up, he looked himself over as he activated his Sharingan. Sasuke-kun. Sakura mumbled in shock, shivering at the violating feel the purple chakra gave off. Sasuke turned to look at her and frowned. Sakura, who did this to you? With everyone's attention on Sasuke, no one took notice of Naruto as the seal on his neck hissed and steamed before dissolving as if it had never existed. Naruto stifled a small groan as he woke up. Cracking his eyes open, the whiskered blonde found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. He looked to his left. then his right and took note of the room he was in. The room was fairly lavish as far as he could see, with deep red walls and intricate patterns that Naruto could recognize as seals lining them. On his left-hand side Naruto saw a door that also had seals running along it, and on the right was a nightstand and a mirror, made from some kind of rich wood, with beautiful inlaid golden patterns running along it. As he continued looking around, a voice spoke up from the foot of the bed. "You know, I was wondering when you would wake up." Naruto shot upright from the bed and found himself staring at what he could only describe as a goddess. She had caramel-colored skin several shades lighter than some of the citizens found in Kumo. High cheekbones gave her a regal look, yet at the same time they were softer than the more rigid and cold look most nobility seemed to possess. A small button nose fit her face perfectly, along with her thin yet full red lips and a startling pair of ruby red eyes. Her hair was a dark red that trailed down to her lower back, with 2 bangs framing her face. Her body likewise spoke of absolute perfection. She was wearing a dark crimson kimono that hugged her frame to reveal a perfect hourglass figure, and had slits running along the side of her legs up to mid-thigh that revealed perfectly smooth-looking skin. The front of her kimono also had a V cut to it, revealing a generous amount of her cleavage, which seemed to fit her slender frame perfectly. Naruto could not help the small blush that spread across his cheeks as he stared at the enchanting woman. Something said woman noticed. She gave the young man a smirk. "You know, you're very lucky that I have not castrated you yet. I very rarely allow people to view me in this form." Her soft alto voice was like honey being poured into Naruto's ears and made him blush even more. It was then she realized what she had said. "In this form?" questioned Naruto as he tilted his head to the side. What did she mean by this form? Did she have a different form? Who was she? These questions ran through his mind before his eyes caught sight of something that his previously enamored self had missed, those being the 9 swishing red foxtails behind her, and the 2 red fox ears that were situated on top of her head. He narrowed his eyes. "You're the Kyubi?" It sounded like a question, however they both knew it was more of a statement than anything. Kyubi smirked. "I'm impressed, you got it right in one. That was quite the observation," she said in a small mocking tone. Of course, the added appendages should have made it obvious. Naruto stared at the woman for a long time as he tried to get a rein over his emotions. Right now there were many he was currently feeling: anger at being near the creature who had destroyed his life, and confusion about why he was here, and at seeing Kyubi as a female rather than a giant fox, being to name a few. As the moment ended, Naruto shunted his anger to the side for a moment. It would not do for him to say something that he would regret. "You know, I never would have imagined that the great Kyubi no Kitsune was a female." Well, just because he was trying not to say something he would regret did not mean his mouth would always agree with him. "I hope you plan on explaining what you mean by that comment." Kyubi narrowed her eyes at him. "I don't often take very well to insults." To add more impact to her threat, she unleashed a small portion of her yuki, along with the bloodlust and killing intent that came with it. Naruto paled as he felt the power she was radiating and realized that what he had said might not have been his smartest statement. He immediately made too elaborate. "Well, what I meant was that I had not realized the bijou had genders. I thought you were all just a mass of chakra." He cursed to himself as he heard the slight stutter in his voice. It was made even worse when a small smirk came to Kyubi's lips, telling him she had noticed it too. Kyubi reined in her power a moment later, as she regarded the blonde before speaking. "I suppose I cannot blame you for that common misconception. None of the bijou were born with genders, even I myself did not have one to start off with." The vixen gestured to her body as she continued, "This body, what you see before you, is a creation of my own making. I made this sometime near the beginning of my life so I would not have to deal with all of the troublesome humans that would try to attack me when I traveled." She paused for a moment before smirking. "It was also a good way to live a more luxurious life, one that was more befitting for a being like me." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Kyubi looked at Naruto with a smirk before shrugging her shoulders. "I suppose I could tell you. You should be suitably honored, as you will be the first, and most likely only person to ever know this. When I originally created this form, it was simply so I could move without the hassle of having to deal with some stupid humans that may try to gain my power, as I stated earlier. However, I soon learned of another benefit that came with this form. Men tended to lust after me." When Naruto raised an eyebrow, Kyubi decided to elaborate. "I noticed it during the first time I visited a human settlement. Men would tend to stare at me as I passed. Even those who seemed to have a significant other with them could not help but drool over me. I soon learned that I could use this to my advantage." Naruto's mind ran through that statement several times before he realized what she meant. "You're telling me you seduced them?" "Well, not exactly seduce," Kyubi smirked. "That would imply that I actually touched them. I would never sully my hands by letting them touch some pathetic human in that way, nor would I let a human touch me, beyond what was absolutely necessary. No, I simply let my natural charms do the work, and they would wait on me hand and foot. It really was quite amusing to watch." So you ruin people's relationships for your own selfish reasons? You use people for your entertainment? Naruto hissed out through gritted teeth. I suppose I should expect nothing less from a selfish creature like you. Kyubi narrowed her eyes at the blonde. Do not presume to know me. I am ageless. I have lived hundreds if not thousands of years. Humans are nothing to me. They're like ants. Such creatures should be honored that I found a use for them, rather than simply stepping on them like the other Bijuu were prone to do. Naruto snorted. Right, 'cause the Konoha ninja you killed when you attempted to destroy Konoha were ants that you decided to find a use for, right? Almost as soon as he said that, Naruto was blasted with a high dose of Kyubi's killing intent. He paled and sweat began to form on his brow as his breathing got heavy from the pressure of the redhead's power. Before he knew what was going on, Kyubi was right in his face with a glare that put every other glare he had seen on a female to shame. You are so lucky I cannot kill you right now, child. Kyubi sneered at the blonde, twisting her pretty visage into something truly frightening. Were it not for the seal that binds our souls together, I would have destroyed you for making such a presumptuous and arrogant claim. You know nothing of me, of whom I am, what I am. You only know of the things you have heard from this damnable village and the fools who live in it, words spoken by foolish humans who understand nothing and cannot even see past their own self-importance. You know absolutely nothing of that night. Do you honestly think I would let myself stoop to such a level that I would bother with killing off a small human village such as yours? Kyubi scoffed. Do not be full of yourself. As I said, humans are contemptuous creatures and I would never tarnish myself by giving into baser emotions. I may have to destroy one pathetic human village like lesser beings might. Naruto gulped as he tried to keep his fear out of his voice. Then why did you attack? The demoness reigned in her blood, lust and power as she backed off and gave the blonde a pointed look. That is not something I would share with another lightly. You have not earned my respect, nor do I feel you deserve that information. Kyubi paused for a moment as if in thought. Perhaps in time, if you prove worthy, I will tell you, but as of right now you have not earned the right. Naruto frowned as Kyubi spoke. A part of him wanted to demand her to tell him what had happened on that night. After all, she was sealed inside of him because of her nearly leveling all of Konoha to the ground. If anyone had the right to know what had happened that night, then it was him. However, he was also not stupid enough to push his luck. In the end, he decided it was best not to speak, lest his tongue say something he would regret. Thankfully, the vixen had some other things to say to break the silence. Now that you know your place, perhaps we can discuss the real reason I brought you here. Naruto looked at Kyubi with a prominent frown. The real reason? Yes. Deciding to get comfortable, Kyubi sat down on the bed, letting her tails lay on her lap. The reason I called you here is due to what that man did to you. Naruto noticed the distaste the fox woman's voice held when she said man, making it obvious she did not like him. You mean when he bit me? Asked Naruto as his hand went to the spot he was bitten. Kyubi nodded. When he bit you, he injected several powerful enzymes along with a portion of his soul and several powerful seals that, if they had taken a hold of you, would have enslaved you to his will. It was here that Kyubi gave a small pause and her eyes gained a thoughtful look. You are lucky it was me who was sealed inside of you. Had it been any of the other Bijuu, they would not have been able to contain the power of the seal like I had. Naruto frowned. But you didn't contain it. I had to face an evil version of myself with the power from that damned seal. And yet it did not extend beyond that, did it? Kyubi said, making the spiky-headed blonde concede the point. I was able to use my Yuki to contain it, which in turn allowed you to drive it out by combating your other half. I see. Naruto looked at his lap and thought for a second. Bringing his head up again, he looked at Kyubi. I suppose you want some kind of thank you. Kyubi gave him a mocking smile. Well, a thank you would certainly be warranted in this instance, but I did not do it just for you. The redhead frowned. Had I not used my power, you would be enslaved to the power of the cursed seal. I will not have my vessel being used by some foolish man with delusions of grandeur. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the statement, and the possessiveness her voice held when she said my. It was obvious to him that she did not particularly care for him, if she even did at all. Yet she had protected him from Orochimaru's seal. A part of him wondered why she had done such a thing. His tenant noticed his questioning look and decided that further explanations were needed. As you are my vessel, that means you represent me in a way. I have no way of escaping here, so I have to rely on you to make sure my name does not get sullied. Being used by a man who desires the untouchable would ruin not only my reputation, but also make it harder for me to have any influence over your decisions. So you wish to control me? Asked Naruto with narrowed eyes. Kyubi scoffed. Of course I wish to control you, though you do not need to worry. With this, the redhead pointed to the choker on her neck. I cannot control you in any way. Naruto took a closer look at the choker she was wearing and noticed it had the same seal that he had noticed running along the walls. It took him a moment to realize they were the exact same seal as the one on his stomach. I see. This seal is what keeps you here. Yes, Kyubi answered stiffly. The whisker-marked blonde was silent for a moment. I get the feeling you did not bring me here just to tell me about what that man did to me. Very good, Kyubi said with a smirk, you are right. I called you here to tell you of the consequences that this event has had on you. She frowned as she went into her explanation. When he placed that seal on you, I was forced to divert a lot of my yuki to keep you alive, and the seal from spreading. More than half, to be honest. The enzymes were much stronger than I would have expected. However, due to the enzymes that had entered your body and my yuki being used to keep them at bay, your body has been changed would be the best way to put it. Naruto stiffened as he looked at Kyubi. What do you mean? Changed? I mean you are no longer human, she said in a blunt tone. The complete overdose of my yuki, along with the enzymes invading your body, has turned you into something other than human. I believe the closest term I can call you is Hanyu. Your body, while still at least half human, has been changed to match that of a demon. Kyubi noticed the pale look on Naruto's face and smirked a little. You are now half demon, half human, a hybrid between the two if you will. Naruto felt his whole world sink with that knowledge. He was now exactly what the villagers always said he was, a demon. It did not matter if he was only half demon, the fact that he had somehow changed into even part of a demon was enough to send his whole world spiraling out of control. So the villagers were right. Naruto mumbled as tears stung his eyes. I am a demon. Kyubi watched the various emotions play upon the young man's face, and when tears started forming in his eyes she could not help but scoff. Do not be such a baby. When Naruto turned a glare on her, she just glared right back. And do not think I will stand for you glaring at me either. You are not even my equal, much less my better, so you have no right to glare at me. No right? No right. Naruto shouted, this is all your fault. I'm not even human anymore because of you. How can I ever hope to gain acceptance? Everyone I know will hate me now. You should be thanking me, Kyubi said in a calm voice, surprisingly not mad at his outburst. He may not be fully human anymore, but she knew enough about psychology that he would get angry at learning something like this. And while a part of her just wanted to taunt him and send him even further into despair, she could not afford to do that. Her survival now depended on his survival, and she needed him to be strong. While it was not the most ideal solution, it was the only thing that would have worked to keep you from becoming enslaved to that man, Kyubi explained calmly. If I had another option I would have used it, but I didn't, nor did I know of this outcome. And trust me, if I had known you would become a Hanyu I would have never done this. Naruto took several deep breaths as he tried to bring his emotions back under control. It was rather difficult with this new knowledge, but he had long since mastered the art of hiding his emotions. When he felt sufficiently calm he turned a gaze on Kyubi. How could you not have known I would not turn into this? And why would you have found another solution if you had known what would happen? I am not all-knowing, Kyubi said, sighing a bit as she admitted to having faults. She did not like informing someone of this, but it was necessary to build some form of trust between them, which had now become imperative. As powerful as I am, as intelligent as I am, even I do not know everything. This was just one of those things that I could not have foreseen. There was a prominent pause as Kyubi gathered her thoughts. As for why I would have selected a different option to save you had there been one. She paused again before grimacing. Now that you are a Hanyu there are several problems that have arisen that. Kyubi paused again as her eyes glazed over. Naruto saw this and was about to ask why she had stopped when the fox woman beat him to it. We will have to continue this discussion some other time. It seems your friends are in danger. Naruto's eyes widened as he jumped out of bed. In danger? Damn it. I have to get out of here. He looked at Kyubi as he realized something. How do I get out of here? Kyubi sighed as she answered. Just close your eyes and think yourself out. Same for coming back, only in reverse. The blonde looked at Kyubi for a second before nodding. He closed his eyes and Kyubi watched as Naruto faded out. She stared at the spot he had left for a few moments before. You know, I'm surprised you did not reveal yourself. Are you afraid of what he will think when he finds you? She spoke to what seemed like thin air. Or is it that you are afraid of facing me? For a moment there was no sound. After a few seconds a feminine voice spoke up. Do not think I fear you, Kyubi. You know as well as I that there is nothing you can do to me. Kyubi's lips thinned, but she could not think of a suitable comeback. Instead she said, whatever, you should just consider yourself lucky that I have agreed to protect that child. My survival now depends on it. We both know that if it became necessary I could have forced you to protect him. Kyubi snarled, you may be safe for now, but do not think I won't find a way to make you suffer for your insolence. Rather than get frightened the voice merely laughed. We both know there is nothing you can do. With that the voice left, leaving an angry and irritated Kyubi. Chapter 18. A slightly different Naruto. Sort of. Sasuke turned to look at her and frowned. Sakura, who did this to you? Sasuke-kun. Your body. Sakura stammered at seeing the black flame-like pattern on his skin. Looking at himself, Sasuke saw the flames spread out over the left half of his body. He smirked. It's fine. I can feel the power flowing out of my body. I'm feeling pretty good right now. He gave it to me. and I finally understand. I am an avenger. Even if I must make a deal with the devil, I cannot stop my quest to gain power. While these thoughts were running through Sasuke's head, everyone else was looking at the raven-haired genin in either shock or curiosity. That shouldn't be possible. That mark only has a 110 chance of not killing the person who has it placed on them, Dosu thought in shock. For him to have survived. Sasuke turned back to the pinkette. Now tell me, who hurt you? That would be me, Zaku stepped forward with a smirk. Shikamaru's mind, for once, was actually working harder than it had when he usually played shogi against his dad and Naruto as he watched Sasuke. Realizing the danger, he quickly turned to Ino and began shouting, Ino. This is going to get bad. You'll get caught up in this if you don't return to your body. You come here too, Choji. We're hiding. Not good. Kinino put her hands together, and her family's hand sign. Kin slumped back to the ground as Ino returned to her body. Cough cough. You're back. Shikamaru said in relief as he kept the girl up. Thank Kami. Sasuke turned around to face the Oto ninja. His teeth grit as the seals along his body began to spread to the other side, covering most of his visible skin. This is. Dosu's eyes widened as he realized at least a part of what was going on. His chakra is too large. Zaku scoffed as he held out his hands. Dosu, there's no need to be afraid of this half-dead freak. Dosu looked over at Zaku in shock. No, Zaku. Don't you realize what that is? But Zaku wasn't listening as he shot his hands towards Sasuke. Ultimate Zankuha. A large blast of air was shot towards the area where Team 7 resided. The attack destroyed everything that had not been rooted to the spot. Naruto-kun. Tenten shouted as she watched her friend's form disappear within the jutsu. When the dust settled, Zaku smirked as he no longer saw any trace of Team 7. Huh? I've blown them all away. Blown who away? A voice asked behind him. Zaku barely had time to turn around before Sasuke backhanded him, sending him flying back. He's fast. Dosu said in shock. His eyes wandered over to the still unconscious blonde and the pink-haired girl. He managed to move so fast, while carrying them away. Grinning, Sasuke went through several hand seals before sucking in a breath. Katan Hao Senka no Jutsu Fire Release Mythical Fire Flower Jutsu. 6 decent-sized fireballs were launched towards Zaku. So what? I'll just blast them all away. Zaku thrust out his hands again. Zankuha. The airwaves blasted into the fireballs, putting them out. However, when they were gone, everyone could see the 6 shuriken that had been hidden in the fire. What? Zaku only had time to put his hands in a cross guard as the shurikens slammed into him. HHHH. Once the shuriken all hit their mark, Zaku looked around to find the Uchiha. He only had a few seconds to look before said Uchiha was behind him, grabbing onto both of his arms and forcing Zaku onto his knees. Sasuke put a foot on the Oto Genin's back and began to pull the arms back. Ino looked at her crush in shock. His chakra is totally different than his time at the academy. What's going on? Zaku tried to move, but was only able to turn his head enough to see Sasuke grinning at him. You must be awfully proud of these arms of yours. I think I'll take them away. Not giving Zaku a chance to reply, Sasuke began to yank on the Genin's arms, while simultaneously pushing his foot further into Zaku's back. Snap! Ah! Zaku yelled, and everyone else either flinched or blanched at the sickening crack as they heard Zaku's arms snap like a twig. As this was happening, all of the Konoha Genin were watching in horror as Sasuke brutally dealt with his opponent. When Zaku's screams died off, Sasuke let go of him, no longer finding any fun hurting the Nikomatos shinobi. Sasuke's eye looked over to see Dosu and a smirk made its way to his face. You're the only one left. He began walking over to the now petrified Dosu. I hope you let me have more fun than he did. This isn't Sasuke-kun, Sakura thought to herself in horror. She remembered all of the times she had watched Sasuke while on Team 7. Even she could not deny that the Uchiha was cold. But even then, she knew that this was not Sasuke. She was just about to run up to him and get him to stop when someone else did it for her. Sasuke froze as a hand placed itself on his shoulder. That's enough, team. Sasuke turned with a sneer on his face at the slightly familiar voice, though it was a tad deeper than he remembered. However, the sneer faded and was replaced with a look of shock as he stared at the only somewhat familiar figure. He could easily tell it was Naruto. The 3 whisker marks on each cheek and the blue eyes showed that. However, there were several prominent changes that the blonde had. The first was his hair. It had grown quite significantly, going from the short spikes to longer hair that, while still spiky, now went down to mid-back. A pair of elongated canines could just barely be seen jutting from his upper lip, and his whisker marks looked thicker than they had been. His face was a little bit leaner than it had been. It almost seemed as if the blonde had aged a year or two, as it looked more mature than the chibi-like face he had before. And finally, Naruto seemed to have grown a bit, not much, but the fact that he was now taller than Sasuke himself and almost looked to be the same height as Shikamaru was a significant enough difference that it was noticeable. "Dobe?" Sasuke asked in so much shock his seal reverted to its sealed state. "What happened to you?" Naruto frowned at his teammate's shocked look. "What do you mean what happened to me? And Naruto?" Naruto turned around to see Sakura and the members of Team 10. He blinked for a minute before grinning. "Yo, man, this is so troublesome," Shikamaru muttered as he looked over at Ino, who, despite the situation, was drooling at the blonde without even realizing it. "Definitely troublesome." Naruto looked around and frowned when he saw everyone in the clearing staring at him. "What the hell are you people staring at?" With that, everyone looked away and Naruto frowned again. Sighing, he turned to look back at Sasuke. "I'm disappointed, Sasuke, using something given to you by that man. You should know something like that is always a double-edged sword. Nothing good can come of it." Sasuke scowled and would have said something had a voice not interrupted. "You are strong." Everyone turned to see Dosu holding out an earth scroll. "Sasuke-kun, we can't defeat you at this time." He placed the scroll on the ground. "The earth scroll, a gift to you in exchange for letting us go." He rolled the scroll over to them. "I know this may seem convenient, but there is something we need to find out." Naruto looked over at Sasuke and sighed before picking up the scroll. He pocketed it before turning to Dosu, who was picking up his two unconscious teammates. "Do what you need to do, but I suggest you leave my teammate alone. If you show up again with hostile intent, it won't be Sasuke team you face but me." Naruto's eyes flashed red. "And I won't hesitate to kill you." Dosu stiffened as something in the blonde's gaze told him he wasn't lying and that not only could he kill him, but that he would kill him. Dosu nodded. "Very well, but just so you know, if we do meet in battle we will not hesitate to fight back." "As I won't either," Naruto replied as Dosu left. The blonde turned back to the others and was about to say something when he noticed something off. "Hey, has anyone seen my shirt?" Several face faults went around with those still conscious just now wondering how he had not noticed that. "Naruto-kun." Naruto turned his head to see a red-faced Tenten walking up to him. Oddly enough, she was looking anywhere but him. "Are you alright?" "Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I be?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. "It's just that you're Not able to continue, she merely pointed to the bandages he had wrapped around his torso. "Oh, these." Naruto tore the bandages off to reveal perfectly healthy, if a little blood-smeared, skin. He patted where the wound had been a few times. "Yeah, I'm good. I've got a pretty good healing factor, so there's nothing to worry about." Naruto looked up at her and smiled, before noticing the redness staining her cheeks. "What about you? Your face is all red?" He put a hand on her head, causing her face to turn even more red. "Huh, that's odd. You don't have a fever, but your face looks like a tomato. Are you okay, Tenshan?" "Of course." Tenten squeaked as she stepped away from the blonde, her face feeling as if it had been burned with a cat-on jutsu. "Anyways, I'm glad you're not hurt." "Thanks," Naruto said with a smile. It was then he noticed Tenten's spandex-wearing teammate sleeping on the ground a few feet away. "Is your teammate okay, Tenshan?" Tenten turned around to see her teammate passed out and drooling on the forest floor. "Oh, he, yeah, he's fine, just taking a little breather." She backed away from the blonde, causing him to raise an eyebrow. "Why don't I go wake up now?" Naruto watched in a mixture of shock and amusement as Tenten began to slowly awake. He turned his attention back to Sasuke, who was now being fussed over by Sakura. He reached into his pouch as he walked over to them. Rummaging through it for a little while, Naruto found the scroll he was looking for and unsealed a spare shirt and cloak. He began to put his shirt on and frowned as he found the shirt didn't seem to fit. Grunting a bit, he continued to try and make his shirt fit, only to rip it when he zipped it up. "Gah. Stupid shirt. What the fuck is wrong with you?" Everyone once again turned their attention to Naruto, who had lost the epic struggle of trying to put his shirt on and sweat dropped. "Why doesn't it fit?" Sasuke's right eye twitched while the others either sweat dropped, or in the case Tenten blushed at seeing the blonde shirt rip over his muscles. Naruto," Sakura said unsurely, getting his attention. "Haven't you noticed?" Naruto blinked at her. "Noticed what?" "You're different. Physically, I mean." Sakura blushed a bit. Even she could not deny that whatever had happened to Naruto had made him fill out nicely. Frowning, Naruto looked at his arms and noticed they looked a little bigger than before, bigger and more defined, though they still held their lithe whipcord quality. "Huh? I guess this is something I gained from becoming a Hanyu." "So I have." Sighing, he decided to forego trying to get a shirt to fit and instead just put on the cloak, which now came up to his calves. Finished with his clothing crisis, Naruto turned his attention back to his teammates. "Since we have both of the scrolls necessary, we should probably head over to the tower. No sense in wasting our time here." Sasuke grunted as he stood up. "You're right, Dobe. We should get to the tower as soon as possible, especially since we don't know what the rest of this stage might entail." Nodding, Naruto said goodbye to Tenten and Team 10 before the three began moving towards the tower in the center of the Forest of Death. Naruto stopped jumping around. Sakura shouted as Naruto shot back towards them after having been flying through the forest at speeds faster than she could properly track. Coming back, Naruto brought himself towards Sasuke and Sakura, who had been jumping at a more sedate pace and watching the blonde with some annoyance. Sorry, Sakura. It's just that I've never felt so good before. After they had left the others and began making their way towards the tower, Naruto had been noticing all the differences he had with this new body of his. For one, all of his senses were now through the roof. He didn't even have to channel chakra into them, and they were just naturally powerful. He had also noticed an increase in his physical capabilities, his strength, speed, stamina, reflexes. Everything seemed to have gained a bit of a boost, though he would have to test his physical capabilities out to see the full extent of his growth. Even his mind seemed to have been affected by his new change. He noticed it was nothing major, but he could think much more clearly now, like some kind of blocker that had been in his mind had been released and unlocked his potential. Another thing he noticed was his chakra felt different. It was much more chaotic than before, yet at the same time it flowed through his coils far more smoothly, allowing him to access it more easily. All in all, he felt great. Whatever, let's just get to the tower, Sakura sighed, not quite able to blame Naruto for being so energetic. Nor would she. Naruto had proven himself to her in the forest, risking his life for theirs. The least she could do was be nice to him. With Naruto calming down and guiding them, the group made it to the tower 2 hours later. When they walked in, the trio looked around and frowned when they saw it was empty. Damn it, no one's here. Naruto grunted in annoyance. I thought someone would have at least been here to greet us and take the scrolls. Sasuke grunted a bit as he stood up a little straighter, untangling himself from Sakura, who had been helping him move since his curse seal had disappeared. I'm alright now, Sakura. Oh. Okay, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said with a smile, though on the inside she was crying at the loss of holding her Sasuke-kun. I can't believe we had to let go of him. Shinaro. Inner Sakura shook her fist in anger. So what do you guys think we should do now? Asked Naruto. The other two blinked as they tried to figure out what they should do as well. Hey, look at this, Sakura said as she pointed to a large poster on the wall opposite of the entrance. Naruto read the message on it several times over before nodding. I think it's telling us to open the scrolls. The other two agreed, and Naruto and Sasuke each grabbed one of the scrolls. Alright, we'll open them on 3. Sasuke and Naruto looked over at each other. 1, 2, 3. The two opened the scroll and looked to see what was inside. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized the complex seal on the scroll. Sasuke, it's a summoning jutsu. Toss your scroll now. The two tossed the scroll away, where they landed on the ground in an X. A few seconds later there was a puff of smoke, signaling someone had been summoned. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Iruka standing there. Hey, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said with a grin. I didn't realize you would be a part of this. Iruka looked over at Naruto and blinked for a second before he spotted the whisker marks. Naruto. What happened to you? Naruto shook his head. To be honest, I don't really know myself. I had passed out after. The blonde frowned for a moment. That's right. Iruka-sensei, you need to inform the Hokage that Orochimaru is in the Forest of Death. What? Iruka shouted in surprise, shock and fear. How do you know this? Because he attacked us, Naruto said, looking over at Sasuke, who was now rubbing the seal on his neck. He managed to put some kind of hickey on Sasuke. I can't be sure, but I believe he was after the team's Sharingan. Iruka stiffened as he processed the new information. Anything dealing with Orochimaru was bad news, and if the man was after the Sharingan, it would spell trouble for Konoha. I'll be sure to inform Hokage-sama right away then. In the meantime, I suggest you rest from your ordeal. Chances are, Hokage-sama will call the 3 of you in to give a report on what happened. So stay in your room until you're told otherwise. Naruto nodded to Iruka. Got it, sensei, we'll stay put. Right. Iruka was tempted to say more, to ask Naruto if he was alright, but if Orochimaru had given Sasuke what he thought it was, then the Hokage would need to be informed immediately. He disappeared within a shunshin a moment later. Why did you tell him that, dope? Sasuke asked in anger after Iruka left. Because the Hokage needs to be informed of what happened, Naruto replied in a mild voice. We were attacked by Orochimaru of the Sannin, and rank traitor of Konoha. Something of this magnitude cannot be kept secret. I'm not talking about that, Sasuke glared at the blonde. I want to know why you told him about the seal. Specifically my seal. He would have found out eventually anyways, team. Naruto rolled his eyes at the glare he was receiving. Don't glare at me like that, this is serious. We don't know what kind of effects that seal will have on you. It gives me power, Sasuke said, remembering the feel of power flowing through him. That's all that matters. Naruto's mouth became a thin line as he heard his teammates remark, it also makes you a psychotic killer. Or do you not remember how you nearly killed that Oto Genin for sport? We need to look at it, and see what it does besides give power. Remember, Orochimaru obviously wants your Sharingan. Do you really think he would give you something that powerful without a cost? Sasuke frowned. The dobe did have a point, so what do you suggest? We'll head to our room for now. I want to look at the seal before anyone tries to tamper with it, Naruto said. Depending on what we find, we may need to seal it until we can determine if it's safe to use or not. Hearing that his new power may have to be sealed did not sit well with Sasuke. However, Naruto had made a decent point, and he would admit the blonde knew more about seals than he did. Fine, let's go get a room and get this over with. Naruto frowned in thought as he stared at the seal on his teammate's neck. The seal was something of an oddity. Naruto could tell it was a decently high-level Fuinjutsu, yet at the same time it was so sloppy the blonde had to wonder what Orochimaru was thinking to put something like this on someone. Well? Asked Sasuke, who was sitting in front of Naruto with his shirt off so the blonde could have unhindered access to the seal. It's definitely a fairly high-level seal, Naruto replied as he unsealed his Fuinjutsu equipment. Powerful too. Some of the seals I don't even recognize. However, it's also been made rather poorly. The Hebatim obviously doesn't really care if someone lives or dies from this seal. I can see a few seals that I have knowledge of. You've got a slave seal, which is designed to bend the will of the person using it to whoever created it. A modified pain seal. I think this one is to inflict pain on a person if they decide to use it against the seal against its creator. And another one that I can only recognize a little bit as something that affects the mind. My guess is it's a modified mind slave seal. Normally these are designed to control others by controlling the chemical processes in the brain. This one, however, looks like it enslaves the user's will to the power of the seal. Basically, it acts like a drug. The more you use the seal, the more you'll crave its use. Naruto cut his thumb and placed his blood in the ink bottle. He began to stir the ink as he thought of what kind of seal he should use to seal this mark. Until either myself, or someone better than me can figure out what this seal does, we should keep it under locks. Sasuke grunted, still not liking the thought of having all that power sealed away. However, he understood what his blonde teammate was saying, and did not want his will to be enslaved to someone else. Using quick and precise brushstrokes, Naruto began to create a counterseal to keep the curse mark under control. Don't you also have one of these curse marks? Asked Sasuke a little while after Naruto started sealing. I thought he bit you too. He did, Naruto said, biting his bottom lip in concentration. However, the seal couldn't take hold on me. This mark seems to feed off of a person's dark emotions to get its power, so if someone rejects their darker side, the seal can't take effect. Naruto started writing all along Sasuke's back as he found himself needing more space to write the seal. I remember when I was caught in my mind because of the seal. I had to fight my dark half in combat. Apparently he had the power of the seal, so when I defeated him the seal disappeared as well. Sasuke frowned. His head merely showed a younger version of him being powerless, and Orochimaru had come and offered him power. I didn't have something like that happen to me. It's probably different for everyone, Naruto shrugged as he finished creating the seal. Unlike the predecessor for the seal he was using, this one did not require much space due to how Naruto had created the seal. The Fujihoin, which this seal was created from, required the person the seal was being used on to sit within two concentric circles. Having realized that it was because most people created an unnecessary amount of formula symbols, Naruto had set about to making something easier, taking away some symbols and adding in other ones to compress the necessary amount of seals needed for the Fuinjutsu. He checked it over to make sure there were no mistakes, and upon finding none went through several hand seals. Daiwaru so Fujihoin dual-layered evil sealing method. He placed a glowing purple hand on the cursed seal and watched as the seals he had created all began to move towards the one on Sasuke's neck. Gyu. Sasuke grunted and squeezed his eyes shut as his cursed seal flared. It definitely hurt, but thankfully this pain was nowhere near the pain he felt when he had been given the cursed seal. For several seconds Sasuke was forced to bear with the pain until Naruto finished sealing the cursed seal. When it was done, the Uchiha heir was left gasping for breath as he felt slightly weakened. You should get some rest. You're going to feel groggy after having that sealed up, Naruto said as he moved off the bed. Sasuke didn't say anything but nodded as he lay down and fell asleep. A few minutes later the door to the shower opened and Sakura stepped out in a clean set of clothes. Showers open if either of you two wants it. She looked over to see Sasuke already asleep and Naruto moving to the shower. As the door closed, Sakura went over to Sasuke and looked down at the sleeping figure of her crush. She sighed as she went to one of the other beds and went to sleep. 15 minutes later Naruto came out of the shower in a pair of orange boxers. Seeing his teammates already asleep and feeling kind of tired himself, he went over to the last bed and plopped down on it. Rolling onto his back, Naruto closed his eyes and decided to visit Kyubi and finish the conversation they had started from earlier. Opening his eyes, Naruto found himself in a forest that he recognized as the one that surrounded Konoha. A little ways away in front of him was a small hut with some smoke coming out of a chimney. Determining that was where Kyubi lived, the blonde made his way over to it. promising to get some answers from his tenant. When he got in front of the door, he paused for a second, before deciding that it may be in his best interest not to get on the redhead's bad side, and knocked. He heard some shuffling and a small curse when it sounded like someone bumped into something before the door opened and revealed Kyubi. Kyubi blinked at him for a moment, and for a second Naruto could see surprise in her eyes, though it only lasted for a second. "I did not expect to see you so soon," she said after a while, only for a small grin to form a second later. "Did you miss looking at someone as beautiful as me?" For a moment Naruto blushed in embarrassment. However, he soon remembered who or more precisely what this was that was in front of him. Gathering himself, he did his best not to scowl at her as he spoke. "Believe me, were it up to me I would not have come back." He smirked for a moment as he noticed her scowl. "However, I believe our conversation last time was interrupted." Kyubi frowned at the lack of respect in Naruto's tone, but decided to let it slide for the moment. "I suppose it did." "Very well, you may come in." She opened the door a little wider and walked away, forcing the blonde to close the door as he walked in. "You may as well find a spot to sit and get comfortable," Kyubi said as she took the bed. "This is going to be a long conversation." Naruto frowned as he looked around and eventually found a chair next to the bed on the opposite side of the armoire. Moving over to it, the blonde Konoha shinobi took a seat. "I guess I should start by asking why you would honor me with another visit so soon?" Kyubi said, with some sarcasm being spoken when she said honor. Naruto's hackles rose, but upon seeing the smirk on Kyubi's face knew she was baiting him. He took a deep breath and blew it out. When he had gained a good handle on his emotions, he looked over at the redhead. "As I said before, our last conversation was interrupted." "So it was." Kyubi trailed off. For a moment Naruto waited for her to begin the explanation she had been about to give him before he was forced to get to his friends. However, when none were forthcoming, he realized she was waiting for him. This caused him to scowl, as he knew it meant she had put one over on him, and judging by her smirk, he knew that was what she had intended. Unfortunately for him, he needed to know what had happened to his body. "You were about to tell me why you would not have used the method you had to save me, if you knew what would have happened." Kyubi looked at him for a moment and smiled. "I suppose I was. However, I don't really feel like telling you anymore." Naruto grit his teeth but did his best not to let her get to him. "And why not?" "Because I don't see how I can gain anything from telling you." Kyubi's smile widened at seeing how her words were pushing him. While she may not be able to kill him, that did not mean she was not going to make him suffer for being her prison. Despite knowing she was being stubborn and refusing to tell him just to get him riled up, Naruto was having a hard time controlling his emotions. Were it not for the fact that he had no desire to feel her power again, he would have lashed out. As it was, it took nearly 5 minutes for him to regain control over himself. "We both know that whatever you were going to say is just important to your survival. I doubt you would have been willing to have even gotten started on that topic otherwise." For just a second Naruto saw what looked like respect flicker within the twin red orbs. However, it was gone soon after, making the blonde wonder if he had imagined it. "Clever deduction," Kyubi said as she looked at him. "I'm impressed you were able to come to that conclusion." She frowned as she began her explanation. "You are correct. This is important to my continued survival. Because you are a half-demon, you have gained immortality." What? Naruto choked out in a whisper as his eyes widened. Kyubi sighed. "Immortality. I am positive that you have gained immortality." Naruto could not finish the word. Some people may have been pleased to learn that they would never die. A fear of death was always present for most people who lived. However, Naruto had never been one of those people, had never wished for such a thing, especially now when he had finally found precious people to protect, people who enjoyed being with him. A friend in Tenten, Rock Lee, Anko, the father-daughter duo who owned the ramen stand, Irika and the Hokage. They were the closest thing he had to family. Being with them had brought life to him. He was happier now that he had several people who genuinely cared for him. However, they would all grow old and eventually die. It was just how things were. Nothing could survive the ravages of time, nothing except for a demon, or in his case a half-demon. He was officially being told that he would never die, that he would be forced to watch everyone he ever loved and ever would love die. Meanwhile, he would live on and be forced to endure the pain of losing those he cared for. Tears once again began gathering in the corner of his eyes, something that Kyubi picked up on right away. "You need to grow up, child." Naruto looked up at Kyubi to see her looking at him with a harsh glare. "I will not have my vessel acting in such a pathetic manner. There is nothing that can be done to turn you back to the way you were, so thinking on it is pointless." She favored Naruto with a condescending smirk. "Besides, you should be grateful. It's not often one is gifted with immortality after all." "Grateful?" Naruto asked in a harsh whisper. "Why should I be grateful? What possible reason is there that you believe would make me feel gratitude towards you?" Kyubi's eyes narrowed at the blonde. "I would suggest you watch your tongue, boy. Or did you not learn your lesson from yesterday?" However, Naruto was too far gone to listen to her, this woman, This creature had just given him a curse that would only cause him more pain, and he, with his mind decidedly clouded right now, he lashed out in the only way he could think of. Kyubi became surprised when the blonde leapt at her. She had no time to react as he grabbed her by the front of her kimono, picked her up and bodily slammed her against the wall. Shut up. Naruto ground out as he glared at the still surprised Kyubi. I have no reason to be thankful for what you've given me. Because of you, I will be forced to watch all the people I care about die. No matter how strong I am, how powerful I grow, how much intelligence I gain, Naruto was cut off as their situation became reversed when Kyubi spun them around and slammed him into the wall hard enough to leave several cracks within the mindscape. Don't you ever try to touch me without my permission. Kyubi snarled with absolute rage on her face. If you so much as even think of trying to lay your hands on me, I will make you regret it. Do not think that just because I cannot kill you, that I cannot make you suffer. I will not have someone below my station put their paws on me, and you are far below me. Naruto snarled at her, and Kyubi became surprised again when she saw Naruto's eyes morph from the blue orbs they had been, into a set of amethyst-colored eyes with black slits running down the middle. His whisker marks began to thicken as well, and purple yuki began leaking out of Naruto's body. The power was not only surprising to Kyubi, but due to the fact that she was still weakened from having used as much power as she had, it was also frightening. The blonde before her currently had more power than she did. In an act of anger, Naruto pushed off the wall and tackled the stunned and frightened Kyubi to the ground. A gasp escaped the redhead's lips, and she was surprised to feel pain when her back hit the floor. Looking up, she saw Naruto with a fist cocked back, encased in a globe of purple energy, and ready to smash it into her. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in her life, she found herself afraid of another being. However, as she waited for the blows, she found herself surprised when it never came. Opening her eyes, Kyubi looked into Naruto's and was startled to see his fist shaking. She looked from his fist to his face, and saw that his teeth were grit in frustration, and tears were trickling down his eyes. He looked like he was having some kind of inner battle with himself. As if the surprises she had endured in the last few seconds was not enough, the hand Naruto was holding lost its purple glow, his features returned to normal, and a choked sob escaped him. Finally, the blonde seemed to lose his strength and fell right on top of Kyubi, where he proceeded to break down, crying right into her chest. Had this happened any other time, Kyubi probably would have been so royally pissed that Naruto would have likely been beaten so badly that it would have reflected in the real world and he would have required a bedpan. However, the culmination of shock for what had transpired, fear for the power the blonde had emanated, and confusion about why he had not struck her when he had the chance kept Kyubi from harming him. So instead of doing that, she just lay there and let the whisker-marked blonde cry. After a while, Naruto seemed to get a hold of himself, and looked up to see Kyubi staring at him with wide eyes. Sorry, he whispered in a hoarse voice before getting off of her and standing up. He held his hand out to Kyubi, who looked at it wearily for several long seconds before taking it. I don't understand, she said as she looked at the blonde in complete confusion. You could have killed me back there. I know, Naruto whispered. He was unsure how he knew, but somehow he knew that he could have killed Kyubi right then had he wanted to. And he knew instinctively that, unlike her, he was not dependent on her survival, not anymore since he had his own Yuki, and no longer needed hers. Why didn't you? Asked Kyubi as she tried to get a good look in his eyes, not that it did any good since his eyes were covered in shadow. Naruto shook his head. I don't know. I guess I just couldn't do it. Even though you ruined my life, I guess I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Kyubi looked at Naruto for a long time, studying the blonde as if he were some kind of puzzle. After several minutes of searching for something she could not seem to find, she spoke. Thank you. She had to forcibly make the words come out of her. Never before had she ever thanked another being for anything. Doing such a thing was beneath her. To Kyubi it should be others who thanked her for not ending their miserable existence. But right now the blonde before her was currently more powerful than she was. Not only that, but she had felt what little power she did have being drained by the seal when he had gotten angry. Until she could figure out what that meant, the vixen decided it would be wise not to anger Naruto. Naruto looked at her for a moment before nodding, not really trusting his voice for the moment. It was silent after that as the two tried their best to look anywhere but at each other. That silence soon began to stretch, and it was surprisingly Kyubi who became uncomfortable with it. Look, I know we didn't really get off on the right foot. Kyubi frowned for a moment as she tried to find the right words for what she wanted to say. It was not easy for one such as her, one who had never really tried to get along with others. However, she knew what needed to be done in order to ensure her continued existence, and like it or not, this boy was the key. I know we got off on the wrong foot, and I know you don't like what's happened to you. Naruto's snort interrupted her. That's a very mild way of putting it. You've essentially told me that I'm going to live forever. That means that I will be forced to watch as all of the people I've grown close to die. You've made it virtually impossible for me to meet my friends in whatever afterlife waits for us, Hell, you've made it hard for me to even make friends now. The blonde's voice was soon reduced to a whisper. And you've made it impossible for me to find love. Despite herself, Kyubi winced. That's not true. At least not in the context you're thinking. When Naruto merely raised an eyebrow, she tried her best to elaborate. It is true that a relationship like marriage or something permanent is impossible. At the blonde's glare, she realized that might not have been the best way of putting it and tried to finish what she was saying more delicately than she normally would. But that still does not mean you can't find someone out there who will love you. But they won't always be there, Naruto said. Eventually they will die and I will be alone again. Kyubi found herself biting her lip. There was something about the way he said that brought an odd desire to help him out of her. That, or perhaps she was still afraid of the power he had displayed. I'll be there, you know, she said, causing the young half-demon to look at her with an odd stare that almost caused her to blush. Because you're a half-demon now. There is no way for me to escape the seal. So, She trailed it for a moment, when she noticed him still looking at her. After a few seconds a blush finally did arise from her cheeks. One made from both anger and embarrassment. Look, would you stop staring at me like that? After a few moments Naruto's eyes went to a less imposing stare. Sorry, it sounded like you're telling me that you've offered to stay with me. Kyubi's blush seemed to increase a bit. Well, it's not like I have a choice. I'm stuck here now. Before I turned you, I could have escaped the seal if I had managed to convince you to take it off. However, when you changed into a Hanyu, something in the seal changed as well, and now there is no way for me to escape. She gestured around both her neck and the walls. Even were you to rip the one off of my neck, these walls are impossible for even you to take off. She frowned. I suspect it has something to do with the seal that man tried to put on you. I don't know much about sealing. I never really bothered to learn anything about sealing until I actually was sealed, to be honest. But I do know that placing a high-level seal on a body that already has an existing high-level seal can cause a disruption in the original seal that was placed on the person. Likely that's what happened here, and it caused the seal that held me to mutate before I could contain it. She shook her head, though as I said I can't be too sure. I see. Naruto trailed off for several moments, as he tried to come to grip with everything he had just been told. He felt like he had been given far too much information and his mind was going to melt down from being so overloaded. With a heavy sigh he sat down on the bed, which was the closest object to him. He looked up at Kyubi, who was still looking at him. Why don't you tell me about what it's going to mean for me to be a Hanyu now? He realized that at the moment there was no way he could come to grips with what had just happened, so it would be best if he moved on to something else before he dealt with the knowledge he had been given. Are there any benefits to me becoming a half-demon? He asked. Kyubi stood there for a few seconds before getting herself together. She tentatively sat down next to him. There are a few things I can tell you. However, I should warn you, I don't know everything there is about this new form. But didn't you turn me into a Hanyu? Naruto asked in confusion. I would have figured that you would know my abilities since you're the reason I changed. Kyubi shook her head. Unfortunately, I have only basic knowledge on Hanyus. There has not been a half-demon in nearly 4 millennia. Long before even I was born. The only reason I was even able to figure out what you were was because of a tome I had once read that spoke of a Hanyu who had been a cross between a powerful Inu dog demon and a human. And even then, this is different. How so? Because you started off human, Kyubi said with a shrug. You were not bred between a demon and a human, but created because of an overdose of my yuki. Normally such a thing would have killed you, but because the seal that keeps me here is constantly channeling my yuki through you, it had changed you to that of a Hanyu instead. Kyubi paused for a moment before continuing. It may also have something to do with your chakra. My chakra? Asked Naruto with a frown. Kyubi gave a small nod. Your chakra was more stronger than most. It had an odd vitality to it that made it stronger than other people's chakra. I believe it was at least another part of the reason you did not die during the transformation. I see. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment before getting back to the topic at hand. So then my abilities are likely different than those of this other Hanyu you read about. Yes, Kyubi answered simply. But that's a given considering you were made this way because of me. From what I read, the demons of ancient times were nowhere near the strength of the Bijou. In fact, most Jonin-level shinobi could go toe-to-toe with the demons of the past. Naruto tilted his head to the side and raised an eyebrow at that tidbit of information. How do you know that? More tomes? Partially. However, there were also still a few demons other than myself and the Bijou when I was first born. Kyubi shrugged. Most if not all of them were killed off, with only the most powerful surviving, and even then I think the stronger demons were eventually killed, leaving only us Bijou. So then how were you born? Asked Naruto, actually getting interested in learning more about the past. Despite not liking Kyubi, hearing a piece of history that nobody else was likely to know held an odd form of appeal to the blonde. Feeling a bit more bold now that they were no longer at each other's throats, Kyubi just gave him a knowing smile. A story for another time perhaps. we're getting off topic after all. Naruto apowed at not having his curiosity sated, and Kyubi was unable to contain the laugh that escaped her. Now I'm sure you already know the basics of your abilities. Your speed, strength, endurance, reflexes, senses and regeneration have increased significantly. I would say that you are now on par with your friend in the horrible green spandex when he is not wearing his weights. Your mind is also able to process information at a faster rate, even though you still act like an idiot sometimes. It took Naruto several seconds to realize she was trying to make a joke, and when he did, the blonde decided that since she seemed to be trying to get along, that he would also extend an olive branch. He gave her a small tentative smile, which made Kyubi give an internal sigh of relief before she continued her explanation. As far as other abilities, I'm not 100% sure. As I said, this has not happened for a long time. Aside from that, you are the first and likely only human to ever become a Hanyu from a bijou. I would hazard a guess that you will be able to use at least some of the techniques I have created over the years. You created your own jutsu? Asked Naruto. Despite the revelations, emotions and mental exhaustion they had given him, he could not help but feel a small bit of excitement at the prospect of using jutsu created by the Kyubi no Kitsune. Kyubi hummed as she tapped a finger against her chin in a thinking pose that made her surprisingly cute. I suppose you could call them that. However, none of these actually require hand signs. Instead, they are pure manipulation of either an element or yuki. And you may not be able to use all of them, since your yuki is not as potent as mine. Yuki? You mean I have yuki? Asked Naruto. Of course, you're a Hanyu now, so your chakra was actually replaced with yuki. Kyubi frowned for a moment. Technically, you can consider it half yuki. When my yuki mixed with your chakra, it melded with it, turning you into a Hanyu. That's partly why your physical abilities are so much better now. Because yuki is many times more potent than chakra, your coils constantly have a set amount flowing through you no matter what you do. This means that yuki is moving through all the various parts of your body, enhancing them. This is actually going to be useful to your physical training, since it means that your muscles will never atrophy from disuse. So basically, I could stop exercising right now and remain at the same level of physical performance? Asked Naruto. Kyubi nodded yes. And if you continue to get stronger, your muscles and bones and anything else that gets strained, torn or broken will be becoming twice as strong. Naruto nodded as he thought about what that would mean. Since his body would no longer atrophy, he would not need to wear his weights all the time unless training. In fact, it may prove to be more beneficial than if he were to keep his weights and resistance seals on, since they would not be needed to keep his muscles from deteriorating. So does this mean my yuki will be harder to control? Asked Naruto as he decided to get back on track. Kyubi gave Naruto a grin as she shook her head. On the contrary, because your coils expanded and your yuki flows much more smoothly than your chakra did, it will be easier to control. Your only real issue will be some of the less powerful human techniques. Because yuki is many times more potent and chaotic, you will need to use nearly 3 times less yuki than you did chakra. But I know several advanced exercises that I created to help you control your yuki. Naruto nodded as he gave Kyubi a smile. So does this mean you're going to help me with my training? Kyubi smirked. I suppose I could, but you'll have to listen to everything I say when I say. And if you fail to do so, I'll cut off the circulation to one of your limbs, and trust me, you won't like the one I pick. Naruto frowned, but before he could respond to that threat, a new voice interrupted him. Naruto. What the hell? Asked Naruto. Oh, sounds like someone's calling you from the outside world, Kyubi commented. Naruto frowned. Then I guess I have to go. He looked over at Kyubi. I'll see you later, I guess. Actually, if you want to talk to me, just think what you're going to say and I'll be able to hear and answer you, Kyubi said, getting a nod from Naruto as he faded out of the seal. Kyubi stared at the spot Naruto had been sitting, thinking hard on what had just happened. The conversation had turned out to be nothing like what she had expected. The way Naruto had surprised her when he slammed her into the wall, and again when he had called upon that power. While his yuki was nowhere near as strong as I am at full power, it was still far more powerful than I had expected. She was unsure what to make of it. The power he had unleashed was both unexpected and unwelcome. Mainly because she did not know what it meant. That energy had just seemed burst out of him in an uncontrolled manner. If anything, it seemed like a hidden well of energy, she thought to herself. This new development bears further investigation. Naruto. Wake up, Naruto. Sakura yelled as she shook the blonde viciously. Sasuke and the ANBU who had come to get them sweat dropped at how violent the girl was acting. And then, ugh. Naruto blinked his eyes open to see Sakura over him. What the hell do you want? Can't you see I'm trying to sleep? Sakura huffed. Hokage-sama wants to see us. So get off your lazy ass and come on. Fine. Naruto yawned as he got out of bed. As soon as he did, he heard a squeak and turned to see a red-faced Sakura. Put some clothes on, Baka. She shouted as she turned around and attempted to hold in her nosebleed. Naruto grinned. You know, You may want to keep any fantasies with me in them out of your head, Sakura-kun. After all, what would Sasuke-kun think if you started falling for another man? Shut up. Sakura squeaked as Naruto laughed, and put on a pair of pants and his cloak. Looks like I'm going to need a change of pants too. These no longer fit either. Naruto shrugged the thought off for now. He looked over at the ANBU who was standing in the doorway. He had the distinct impression the person was staring at him. Lead the way, ANBU-san. This seemed to snap the ANBU out of his stupor. Right, follow me, a distinctly female voice said. The members of Team 7 all stood up and followed the ANBU out of the room. Sarutobi looked at the door as it opened and the members of Team 7 walked in. He immediately put a smile on his face, pleased to see that they seemed relatively unharmed. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, Sakura-kun, it is good to see you three. I trust you are doing well. He looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto. What happened to you? Why does everyone always ask me that? Naruto said in an annoyed tone, first Sasuke team, then Iruka-sensei and now you. Well, it's just that you look so different, Sarutobi defended himself. Didn't Iruka-sensei tell you about my changes? Sarutobi shook his head. I believe he was more concerned by the fact that 3 genin went up against an rank criminal. Whatever, it's cool, Naruto shrugged. As for the changes, I honestly don't know. 1 minute I'm up against that pedo heavy team, and the next I'm like this. Not that I'm complaining, because I gotta admit, I'm really liking this new look. Anyways, I guess you called us to talk about your pedophile of a student? Sarutobi chuckled as his surrogate grandson nonchalant attitude, though he was a tad worried. I suppose if you don't know, we'll just as to see if we can figure out what happened later. However, as you seem to have guessed, I called you here to discuss what I heard from Iruka as well as Anko in the Forest of Death. Anko faced Orochimaru. Naruto said in shock, is she okay? Orochimaru didn't hurt her, did he? Where is? Calm down, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said, watching as the blonde took several deep breaths. Anko is perfectly fine. She had a few minor injuries but nothing serious. It seems Orochimaru does not want to start any trouble. Yet, Naruto snorted, if that were the case I doubt he would have attacked our team. Perhaps, but from what I understand he had a specific purpose for doing that, Sarutobi said. Perhaps you three can elaborate on what happened from your perspective. The 3 genin looked at each other, nodding before they began to corroborate their story. Telling Sarutobi what happened to them from after the group had been separated by a futon jutsu. Several times and throughout the brief, the old Hokage felt like he was going to have a heart attack, especially when he was told of Naruto basically sacrificing himself for his teammates, though a part of him could also not help but feel pride at Naruto's willingness to sacrifice himself for his teammates. At the end of the report he frowned. So you're telling me that both of you received the cursed seal? Hi, that sounds right, Naruto replied. And yours is no longer there? Naruto sighed before showing either side of his neck where the cursed seal would be, but there was nothing there. I managed to beat the Hebatum's power back. I suppose that just goes to show how truly awesome I am. His teammates snorted while Sarutobi chuckled. I see, well, that is good to hear. Now Sasuke, anything Orochimaru gives is extremely dangerous, so I am afraid we will have to seal it. Don't worry, Ajisen, Naruto interrupted. I already took care of it. Sarutobi blinked. What do you mean you already took care of it? I mean I sealed it up, Naruto answered as if it should have been obvious. Show me, the aging Hokage ordered. Sasuke frowned but went over to Sarutobi and showed him the seal nonetheless. The Hokage looked down at the seal to see the familiar heaven seal like Anko's. However, surrounding that was a seal that looked extremely complex and powerful. What kind of seal is this? It's a modified version of the Fujihoin evil sealing method. It's essentially a double-layered version of that, Naruto answered. At Sarutobi's inquiring look he continued. As you know, the Fujihoin is a seal that ties the user's will to its ability to seal whatever you're trying to seal away. At Sarutobi's nod Naruto continued, what I did was dual layer it so that rather than just being tied to Sasuke's will, it's also tied to my will. Meaning that even if Sasuke tried to use it, it wouldn't work unless I gave permission for it to be used. This also has the added benefit of allowing Sasuke to train harder since he does not need to worry about keeping the seal in check. Sarutobi stared at the blonde in amazement as he listened to the boy's explanation. To think that in less than 6 months Naruto-kun has come so far in such a vague and difficult skill to learn. He truly is your son Minato. That's extremely impressive, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said. I am actually surprised by how good you have gotten in your sealing. Thanks Ajisen. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as an embarrassed blush spread across his face. You know, if you're interested I could have Jiraiya look over a few of your seal designs when he gets into the village, Sarutobi suggested. You mean Jiraiya, the Jiraiya? Of the Sannin? Asked Naruto in shock. Yes, the very same. I have recalled him from a mission I sent him on, and he should be returning sometime within the next month. Naruto grinned. That would be awesome. Sarutobi chuckled. I am glad to know you're pleased. I do have a question though. Can you put that seal on Anko? Naruto's shoulders slumped a bit at that. No, because Anko already has a Fujihoin on it, I can't. That would have to be removed before I could place this one on her, and if the seal is removed the curse seal would flare up and destroy her chakra coils, especially since she's never used it before and would be unable to handle the influx of power. I see. Sarutobi sighed sadly. I thank you three for giving me your report on what happened. The second stage for the Chunin exams will be ending in 2 days, so I suggest you use that time to rest. In that case I'm going to get some food? I feel like I haven't eaten in weeks. Naruto said as he and the other two left. I wonder if they have any Ichirakus here. As the door shut, Sarutobi looked over to the corner of the room. What do you think? There was a shimmer before a man appeared in the corner. He was taller than most people, standing at around 6 feet 5 inches and had long white spiky hair that went to his mid-back and was held up by a headband that had 2 horns on either side and the kanji for oil on the front. He was wearing a green gi under a red vest and had wooden geta sandals, along with a large summoning scroll attached to his back. The man gave thoughtful look as he glanced back at the doorway. The gaki is definitely talented, I can tell you that. I'm not even sure Minato could have come up with a seal like that at his age. And this means we won't have to worry about the snake trying to affect the Uchiha's mind since it would have to go through Naruto. So I'm guessing you would be willing to help him out over the 1-month period? Asked Sarutobi. I also need you to look at his seal. I fear the Kyuubi may be able to try and influence him. It was able to speak with him during the mission to Nami. I want to make sure that won't happen. Jiraiya frowned before shrugging. Well, we'll see what happens, so long as it doesn't cut into my research. Have you no shame, Jiraiya-kun? Sarutobi scolded. And you're telling me you do? Asked Jiraiya with a grin. Besides, I only need a little bit more material before I come up with my newest Ika series. Well, that is quite important, Sarutobi said in agreement. Still, I think you should help train the boy. Don't worry, old man, I'll help the gaki along, Jiraiya said. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got to go do some research. Sarutobi watched as Jiraiya disappeared. Sighing, he went back to thinking about all the information he had on Orochimaru. I will need to be careful with my old student around. Just what are you planning? Orochimaru. 2 days later, after the remaining 2 days had passed, everyone who had managed to make it through the forest of death gathered in the center of the tower. As Naruto looked around, he spotted those who had managed to pass the second stage. Aside from his team, the other rookie teams 8 and 10 had managed to pass, along with Team 9. Kabuto's team had also made it. The Suna team had passed, as well as the Kumo team, and, to Naruto's surprise, the Oto team had managed to pass. Behind and on either side of Sarutobi stood Anko and Ibiki, along with all of the Jonin Sensius whose teams had made it, along with several other Chunin and Jonin who were here to witness the event. I can't believe so many people made it, Anko frowned as she scanned the crowd. 24 people managed to pass the second test. I would have at least thought it would be in the double digits. As she continued watching, she spotted Naruto, who gave her a grin, causing her to grin back. At least the gaki made it. Now maybe I can get some entertainment. She frowned again. Though he did face Orochimaru, but I was told by Hokage-sama not to worry and that his curse seal had disappeared. I'll have to ask him about that later. Looks like your team made it, Kakashi. They didn't do too bad, or perhaps they got lucky. But from here on out it's all about skill, and with my team here yours is out of luck, Guy said to his eternal rival. You say something, Guy? Kakashi turned towards the green-clad Jonin with a bored look. Oh. Rival Kakashi, that attitude of yours is so hip and it gets on my nerves. Guy formed a fist in front of his face, as fire seemingly ignited in his eyes. Kakashi's sweat dropped before turning his attention back to the stadium floor. So that's Naruto-kun sensei and Gei-Zensei's eternal rival, Tenten eyed the silver-haired man. Well, if we're going by the looks department, he's got Gei-Zensei beat. It looks like quite a few made it, Yugito thought as she looked around at the others. She paused when she spotted the blonde. It seems he was more than just empty bravado after all. For this many teams to make it, and most of them rookies, it's no wonder these three nominated their teams. Sarutobi looked over to Kakashi, Kurina and Asuma. To everyone who has made it this far, I would like to congratulate you on passing the second stage of the Chunin exams, Anko started, breaking everyone from their thoughts. Now I suggest all of you listen carefully to Hokage-sama, who will be explaining the third test. Everyone stood a tad straighter as the Hokage stepped forward. Before I explain the third test, there is something I would like all of you to know. And that is the true reason for this exam. Many of the genin perked up at this, wondering what he was talking about. Why do we have all of the shinobi villages taking these exams together? Many people believe it is to promote friendship among other countries. Others believe it is to raise the skill level of our shinobi. It is here today that I will tell you the truth, because I do not want you to be confused about this. Sarutobi took a slight pause as he watched the genin look at him in curiosity. The truth of the matter is that this is a replacement for the war among allied countries, Sarutobi stated, surprising even the most knowledgeable genin. I see many of you are confused, so I will explain. A village's strength is determined by the strength of its shinobi, not just having the numbers over another village, but proving that our shinobi are stronger than those of other villages. By holding the Chunin selection exams, we can prove to the daimyos and other villages the strength we have to offer, though I will admit this is not entirely reliable. To simplify this explanation, your strength represents the power of your village, and that in turn makes other villages wary of attacking and entices more clients to choose your village for missions over theirs. Sarutobi watched as several of the genin there began to understand. He then looked over at Naruto, who was picking at his ear and looked bored. The old Hokage's sweat dropped. I doubt he's even listening to what I have to say. He was just about to start talking again when a sickly-looking jonin appeared in front of him. Cough, actually Hokage-sama cough, would you please let me explain this cough to this genin? Sarutobi nodded and took a step back. The jonin stood up and turned around, and Naruto had to raise an eyebrow at the man's appearance. He was dressed in the standard jonin uniform and had a bandana-style headband. But what caught Naruto's attention were the deep-set bags under his eyes, as well as his general sickly look. I wonder if he's actually sick, or if he's just faking it so people underestimate him, Naruto wondered, having read about psyching your enemies out so that you could surprise them. Welcome, my name is Hate Geku and I'm the proctor for the third stage of the Chunin exams. Hate spoke, coughing so much that many of the genin wondered if he was fit for duty. Unfortunately, it seems that the first and second stages of the Chunin exams were too easy, and we now have too many candidates. Because of this, we will be holding preliminary matches. Why do we have to have preliminary matches? Asked a confused Sakura. Why can't we just all continue? Hate coughed as he looked over at her. Because honestly, the first two exams seem to have been too easy this year. We just have too many people. There will be many daimyos and other important people coming to this exam, so we need to make sure that only the best of the best are in it. So basically the cream of the crop, Naruto said. Well, I was looking for something to do anyway. I suppose it will be fun to play along with this. Right. Hate's sweat dropped at seeing the Anko-ish grin on the blonde genin. Before we begin, I will explain the rules. As the referee, I expect you to follow everything I say. If I command you to stop, I expect you do it. Failure to do so will result in your immediate extermination from the exams. Fights will be done one-on-one, and the winner of the fight will progress to the next round. Your opponents will be chosen at random, and the match will end when an opponent dies, loses consciousness, or gives up. If I see that a match is unable to continue, I will also end the match. Any questions? When none were forthcoming, Hate continued, anyways, if any of you want to quit, now's your chance. As Hate looked around the room, Kabuto looked up at his Jonin sensei only to see the man shake his head. He frowned in thought, not quite sure why Orochimaru wanted him to stay, but something he would do nonetheless. I guess I can keep the old blood down for a while longer. Hate, seeing that no one was going to back down, decided to start the match. Everyone turned their attention to the screen as it began to run through a list of names before stopping on two of them. Katan Hausenka no Jutsu Fire Release Mythical Fire Flower Jutsu. This technique creates a volley of small fireballs, which are spat out of the user's mouth, flying wildly in every direction and assaulting the enemy. In addition, the flames are controlled one by one with chakra, so avoiding them all is extremely difficult. Shuriken can be hidden within the flames, creating an unexpected secondary surprise attack. Like the flames, the shuriken can be controlled with chakra. For the most part, however, this technique is used as a distraction. Fujihoin Evil Sealing Method. This jutsu is used to suppress jutsu-induced marks on a person. Marks of weaker power can be completely suppressed by this jutsu alone, but for marks of higher power like Sasuke Uchiha's Curse Seal of Heaven, this seal is dependent on the recipient's willpower to some extent. It is also capable of holding back certain Kekkai Genkai, such as that of the Kurama clan, as seen when Kurenai tried to do this. This seal requires a number of hand seals and a large amount of chakra to be performed. Preparation for this jutsu requires 2 concentric circles with kunai placed in intervals along the circumference, in addition to a number of characters written in blood that radiate out from the center of the cursed seal. According to Kakashi, this jutsu is quick but painful. The seal can be removed at any time by the caster or whoever the seal is on, as demonstrated during Sasuke's battle with Naruto in the Valley of the End. Since this seal does rely on the will of the individual on to whom it's placed, the affected may be able to just will it away without an unsealing jutsu. Daiwaru So Fujihoin Dual Layered Evil Sealing Method. This is a more advanced version of the Fujihoin that was created by Uzumaki Naruto. Rather than being tied to the will of just the person it is attached to, the seal is also tied to the will of the person who placed it, effectively doubling the amount of protection the seal gives. The only way to break such a technique is to either overpower it with chakra, which is an extremely painful and potentially fatal for the person the seal is on, or to have advanced knowledge in Fuinjutsu on the level of master Fuinjutsu user like Jiraiya. Chapter 19 Prelims, A Time for Battle, Uchiha Sasuke vs Akadu Yoroi. Well team, looks like they decided to start you right off the bat. Naruto grinned at his foul-haired teammate. Sasuke grunted as Naruto and the other genin walked up the stairs, leaving him with his opponent. He watched his opponent move towards the other end of the arena with his hands in his pocket, and typical cool as a cucumber Uchiha expression on his face. I hope you're ready, Uchiha, Yoroi stated as he got into a fighting stance. Powerful clan or not, you're going to lose here. Sasuke would have rolled his eyes at the other genin, were it not uncool for him to do so. You keep telling yourself that. Are both fighters ready? Hate asked as he received a nod from Mikado and a grunt from Sasuke. Hajime. As soon as the fight started, Yoroi went through several hand seals as he came at Sasuke. His hands began to glow a light blue. Sasuke flared his Sharingan as he took his stance. He could see something odd about the glowing hand but was not sure what it did, so decided to avoid it for the most part. When Yoroi got to Sasuke, he reared his glowing fist back and attempted to strike at the raven-haired Uchiha. However, Sasuke managed to dodge the attack with relative ease, using the time dilation and predicting abilities of his Sharingan to great effect. He pushed his way into his opponent's guard and landed several hits on the man's torso. Yoroi staggered back from the hits. They stung, but were not devastating. He looked up just in time to receive a fairly powerful kick to the face that sent him tumbling to the ground. Yoroi got up and wiped the blood that had come from his now split lip, glaring at the Uchiha survivor. His hand began to glow again and he attempted to strike out at Sasuke. However, the raven-haired genin had the Sharingan available for use thanks to Naruto, and thus, was able to evade every single attempt Yoroi made. It was made easier because Kakashi was faster than Yoroi when they sparred, so this man was pretty much going at a snail's pace. Sasuke blocked the left fist coming at him, and then ducked under the glowing hand. When the hand passed over him, Sasuke felt a slight drain on his chakra reserves. I see, so that's why he's been so adamant about getting me with that hand. Sasuke thought as he swept Yoroi's legs out from under him, and then lashed out with a kick that connected to the other ninja's jaw on his way down. You know, if you want to actually hit me, you're going to need to be a lot faster than that, Sasuke stated as Yoroi got back up with a glare. Also, that little chakra-draining jutsu of yours isn't going to work on me. Yoroi glowered at Sasuke and came at him with his glowing hand again. Sasuke team's got this in the bag, Naruto stated as he watched the battle. That other guy's like a one-trick pony, he can't seem to do much more than that glowing hand of his. It does look like Sasuke-kun's winning rather easily, Sakura stated in agreement, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at her, as he wondered why she was not screaming at him for calling her crush team. Though she has been a little nicer since I woke up with my battle from the Peta team, Naruto thought to himself before shrugging and turning back towards the battle. As soon as Yoroi got right up to Sasuke, said Genin disappeared. The next thing Yoroi knew was getting a hard kick under the chin and getting sent flying into the air. Sasuke appeared under him using the Konoha Kaigebyo leaf shadow dance to get under him. That Smiley stuttered, recognizing the attack that he often used and the one Sasuke had seen only once. Guy remained silent, though he was not pleased by Sasuke blatantly stealing someone else's move without asking or bothering to really master it. I'll admit that move was taken from someone else, Sasuke stated as he hovered behind Yoroi. But from here on out it's all original, Sishi Rindan Lion's Barrage. He called out the name of his attack and used a heel drop into Yoroi's stomach. Said Genin was sent sailing into the ground, smashing into it and coughing up blood before passing out. Shousa Uchiha Sasuke. Hate announced. Sasuke stuck his hands back into his pocket and walked back up the stairs where his teammates were. You stole that move from Lee, Naruto accused. I did what I had to. That move was useful, so I figured I could learn it, Sasuke said, feeling the need to defend himself against Naruto's accusing eyes. Naruto glared at Sasuke. You took it without his permission and used it in a move of your own. That's a blatant sign that you don't respect others for their hard work. Lee put a lot of effort into learning those moves, and for you to just copy them shows you don't appreciate just how powerful they are. For some reason when Naruto said that, Sasuke winced. He would not admit it, but that kind of accusation actually stung. Whatever, he tried to play it off. Naruto scowled a bit but decided not to comment on it further, as two more names appeared on the board. Yamanaka Ino vs Higurashi Tenten. Good luck, Tenchan. Naruto called out as Tenten walked down the stairs. Tenten was glad that she was not facing Naruto, or he would have seen the blush on her face. Several of the girls did notice, however, and scowled. Yash. Tenten, show them your flames of youth. Guy cried out. Let your youth burn brightly. Lee shouted in enthusiasm. Tenten blushed even deeper, not sure what was worse, having Naruto cheer for her or having her green spandex-clad teammate and sensei cheer her on. Well, I suppose Naruto-kun's cheering is not so bad. But do Lee and Geizensei really have to be so loud? Are both fighters ready? Asked Hate as soon as the two got onto the stadium floor. When they both signaled readiness, Hate nodded. Hajime. Ino threw some shuriken as soon as the battle started before running at Tenten. Said weapons expert sighed as the weapons came out her. She began to dodge the weapons with ease and to the shock of Ino, grabbed onto several of the shuriken before tossing them back. Ino's eyes widened as two shuriken managed to graze her arms, and bit back a yelp of pain. If you're going to use such a basic tactic against me, then you might as well quit, Tenten stated in a bored tone. It's obvious from the lack of muscles on your body and the fact that you look like a twig that would snap if a breeze hit it, that you were nothing more than a fangirl at the academy. Ino scowled. Shut up. I'll show you. She ran at Tenten, who merely sighed in disappointment. The moment Ino got within 2 feet of Tenten, said girl leapt into the air and spun around. Konoha Senpu. Tenten smashed a kick right in Ino's face, sending the girl flying back several feet, where she landed on her back and gasped as the air was knocked out of her. With such weak skills, you should just give up now. I'm not done yet, Ino said as she struggled to get up. You know your teammate is gonna get her ass kicked, right? Naruto said as he made his way over to Team 10. Badly, I might add. Ten-chan utterly despises fangirls like her. Now I think that's being a little unfair, Asuma said as he took a drag of his cigarette. Ino has a few tricks up her sleeve. You mean the Shintenshin no Jutsu? Asked Naruto before shaking his head. That jutsu requires the person she is aiming for to stand still, and if it doesn't hit, her soul will be stuck outside of her body until it hits something and bounces back. Besides, Ten-chan could have ended this a long time ago if she had used her weapons, since that's what she specializes in. Also, you're forgetting that she was trained by Geizensei. Asuma shivered a bit. You do make a valid point there. How do you know so much about that girl? Asked Shikamaru. He actually agreed with Naruto. There was no way Ino would win this, and for all the reasons the blonde gave. Naruto grinned. I've been training with Ten-chan and her team since I became a genin. Every other day after missions and team training with my own, I go over to Training Ground 9 and train with her and Lee. Shikamaru nodded, and a part of him wondered if this was why the whiskered bond seemed so much better than he had been in the academy, though he was positive there was more to this than just that. Shintenshin no Jutsu. The pair snapped their attention back to the battle as Ino called out the one clan jutsu she knew. However, it didn't matter since Tenten had already moved from the spot Ino had been aiming for. When the girl slumped down, Tenten merely placed a kunai at her neck and waited for the blonde girl to come to. When she did, it was to see the bun-haired girl in position to slit her throat. Yield, Tenten ordered. Fine, Ino huffed in disappointment. Hate coughed as the match ended. Shausa Higurashi Tenten. Tenten grinned as she made her way back up the stairs. She was stopped as Naruto stepped in front of her and gave her a grin. Nice job, you really kicked her ass. Tenten blushed a bit but smiled back. Thanks, Naruto-kun. Yash. Tenten, that was a most youthful match, Guy said, giving the bun-haired girl the nice guy pose. You truly showed your flames of youth, Tenten. Lee matched his mentor's pose. Thanks, you too. Tenten's sweat dropped as she decided to keep Naruto between herself and her team. Sabaku no Kankuro vs Tsurugi Misumi. Oh, look, it's Makeup Boy coming up to fight, Naruto said loudly. Kankuro stopped and glared at him. Damn it, I told you it's war paint. Naruto snickered. Yeah, war paint that you probably stole from your sister's makeup drawer. Kankuro saw red. You stupid little brat. When I get done here, I'm coming after you. Hate coughed to get the attention of everyone so they could start the fight. Naruto settled down, snickering occasionally as the fight started. Eventually, he really started to watch the match. Unfortunately, this one went by fairly quickly, about 2 or 3 minutes all told. It seemed that Misumi guy was able to stretch his limbs to incredible length. He had managed to wrap his body around Kankuro and threatened to crush him if he did not yield. Of course, Kankuro just laughed at him and Misumi crushed his neck, only to find out that Kankuro was in fact a puppet, surprising Naruto and others who had not known what the large mummified object on his back was. After that, Kankuro had come out of the bandages, showing that he had hidden himself inside of them and had been using chakra strings to control Karasa's movement. After that, several spikes had stuck out of Karasa's body and impaled Misumi, who was dead before he even hit the ground. Inuzuka Kiba vs Yugito. Alright, Akamaru, it looks like we're up, Kiba shouted as he forewent the stairs and just jumped off the railing. Yugito merely walked at a more sedate pace, not really bothering to hurry things up. When she got down, she saw Kiba leering at her and resisted the urge to hiss. Wow, check this out, Akamaru, we're facing a babe. Kiba grinned lecherously. Hey baby, how about after this you and I go out somewhere? Yugito grit her teeth. The only sign she was pissed by what the dog-using genin said as she replied in a cool tone, no thanks. I don't date men who have a habit of not bathing. What was that? Kiba growled, "Listen here, you bitch, you should be glad someone like me asked you out. I doubt anyone would be pleased to have such a lecherous pig who smells like wet dog ask them out," Yugito said in disdain. "Wow, Kurenazan, I thought you would have beaten the pervert out of Kiba by now," Naruto said with a chuckle. Kurenai scowled as she listened to her genin speak. "I have tried, but it's more difficult than it looks." "Well, can't be helped I suppose," Naruto shrugged. Kiba had always been something of a lecher, hitting on nearly every girl in class, much to their displeasure. "It's just who he is, I guess." Naruto turned his attention back to the battle when he felt a massive killing intent being released from the blonde woman. Naruto chuckled a bit. "Oh, she's pissed. Kiba never seems to learn. Even I understand to never do that to a woman." "Are you sure about that? You could have fooled me when we met." Kyubi's melodic voice entered his mind. Naruto frowned for a moment as he heard Kyubi's voice and the teasing tone in it. He was not really sure what to make of her yet, but he also knew they were pretty much stuck together, and that he should at least try to be cordial even if he was not yet sure they could be friends. With that thought in mind, he decided to play along. "Now that's not fair, Kyukin. I was so surprised to find out that the demon who was sealed inside of me was a woman, a hot woman I might add, that I forgot my manners. I learned all about speaking to women from Anko." Kyubi was thankful that Naruto could not see her, otherwise he would have actually seen a rather prominent blush stain her cheeks. The only time she had ever received compliments from anyone were the men who had been enthralled by her beauty, and they were not much more than mindless slaves. However, being a several millennia-old bijou, she was able to recover admirably. Anko is hardly the appropriate person to learn how to treat a woman. She's almost like female version of you. Naruto had to resist the urge to face fault. "What? That's not true." "Is it?" Kyubi smirked as she chalked up a point for her. "Don't feel bad, Naruto-kun. It's nothing serious, you just lack tact. But don't worry, I'll teach you all about how to treat a female after the second stage." "Great." Naruto sighed. "Just what I need, etiquette lessons from someone who's known for destroying things with a single swipe of her tail." "I heard that." "So?" Naruto asked. "It's not like you can do anything about it." "Oh, now that is where you're wrong," Kyubi said, and Naruto suddenly got an ominous feeling. "I may not be capable of controlling your actions. However, I am more than capable of using my Yuki to make you very uncomfortable. For instance, say, cut off the anatomy that makes you a male." Naruto paled. "I'm sorry, please don't be angry with me." Kyubi gave a dramatic sigh but was secretly chalking up another point to her. "Seriously, what am I going to do with you?" Help me with my etiquette?" asked Naruto in a sheepish voice. Naruto could picture the smirk on the vixen's face. You'll be getting that anyways." "No, I was thinking of punishment. Perhaps I really will cut off the circulation to certain parts of your anatomy." Everyone that was standing near Naruto wondered why he had suddenly turned white as a sheet. Come on, Kyubi, that's not fair." "Whoever said I play fair?" Naruto almost felt like crying, but if Kyubi really could do what she suggested, then it would behoove him to not do anything to actually anger her right now. "Fine. Anyways, Naruto, take a look at that girl, can you feel it?" Naruto looked over at the girl who was releasing enough killing intent that Kiba had soiled himself. "Feel what?" "Her killing intent? It is pretty intense, not as much as Zabuza's, but no, not that. She's using yokai in her attacks, well, a little bit." "That girl is a Jinchuriki." "Really?" Naruto asked in shock. "There's another Jinchuriki here." "Which one does she hold?" It's hard to tell for sure, but I think she holds the Nibi." "The two-tailed Hellcat." Kyubi paused for a moment. "Yeah, I'm sure that's the one she holds, and I've only ever seen that one once. It tried to attack me several hundred years ago, and I was actually forced to turn it into ash with an Imari menacing ball because it was so damned persistent. It must have gotten caught some time after it reformed and then sealed." Naruto gave the equivalent of a mental nod. No wonder she felt so familiar. "I never expected to meet someone like me here," Naruto frowned. "That's probably why she kept staring at me." The match was over almost before it started. As soon as Hate gave the signal to begin, Yugito rushed Kiba faster than he could follow, and had already finished a set of hand seals. The 5 fingers on her left hand were crackling with electricity. "Itchy." She hit Kiba on the left shoulder, and the spark on her index finger disappeared. "Knee." Kiba received another hit, this time on the left leg. "San." He received a hit on his right arm. "Yan." Then a hit on his right leg. "Go." And finally a hit on his solar plexus. Right Tenrybaku for lightning blast. Kiba didn't even get the chance to scream in pain as his left shoulder exploded in a shower of electricity, launching him to the right. Then his left leg exploded, sending his body spinning through the air in a corkscrew. After that his right shoulder exploded, sending him sailing backwards and to the right. His right leg went after that, blasting him away again. And finally, his chest exploded, sending him crashing into the statue, creating a large crater. The spectators all watched in shock and the men in a bit of fear as Kiba fell onto the floor, bleeding profusely, already unconscious. Consider yourself lucky I didn't kill you for being such a pervert. Yugito hissed, even though Kiba was too out of it to even be aware of his surroundings, much less hear the blonde woman speak. The Kumo Kunoichi did not wait for Hate to announce the winner as she strolled up to her teammates. That was pretty harsh, Yugito-san, the dark-skinned female of their team said. Yugito shrugged, you know how I feel about perverts, Ayako. Don't tell me you wouldn't do the same. Ayako shrugged, I guess I would, at least since it was that dog-using kid. She glanced over at the blonde-haired boy who she had barely managed to recognize as the obnoxious blonde from the first exam, though I might not if it was him. Yugito looked over to her fellow blonde to see him talking with that bun-haired girl. You know she's right, he is quite the catch. I so don't need your perverted comments right now, Nibby, Yugito said, with a frown and small blush. She really wasn't sure why Nibby would make comments on men. The giant cat had no gender and did not seem interested in humans, yet for some reason it loved to tease her whenever an attractive male was around, though she assumed it was some form of revenge for being sealed inside of her. The two-tailed cat snickered, so you say, but we both know what you think. Besides, he's a lot like you. Yugito frowned at that. What do you? You mean he's a Jinchuriki? Her eyes widened a bit as she looked back over to the blonde. As if sensing her eyes on him, Naruto turned his head to see her staring at him. The two eyed each other for a moment before he gave her a grin and waved. Yugito blushed a bit and looked away, causing Naruto to chuckle and get back to his conversation. Of course, though I sensed something odd about his chakra. It's different. What do you mean different? That's just what I mean, it feels different than human chakra. To be honest, it almost feels like a demon's yokai, only it's not as potent. Yugito took a small glance over at the blonde again, wondering what was so different about the blonde Konoha genin. Nara Shikamaru vs Tsuchikin. Man, how troublesome. Why do I have to fight a woman? Shikamaru groaned. Several tick marks appeared on Ino's head. What was that, Shikamaru? Do you have a problem with women? Shut up, troublesome blonde. Shikamaru walked down the stairs, ignoring Ino's threats to castrate him for his sexist comments. He reached the bottom of the stairs and made his way over to the arena. Hey ref, do you think I could just forfeit? This fight's too troublesome. Plus I really don't want to be fighting a girl. Hate's sweat dropped at the lazy Nara boy's attitude. Kin got a tick mark on her head, so you got a problem with fighting girls, huh? Then I suppose I'll just have to beat you quickly. Whatever. I saw the other two sound ninjas' abilities. Shikamaru frowned as he looked at the black-haired Kunoichi. However, I don't know anything about hers. On top of that, she's already seen my jutsu, Hajime. Shikamaru went into several hand seals for the only jutsu he knew. Kagame no jutsu. His shadow began to elongate and stretch as it made its way towards Kin. That jutsu again, Kin snorted. You're nothing but a one-trick pony. She began moving, dodging the shadow as she threw several senbon with bells attached to them. Shikamaru ducked, dodging the senbon. He turned his head when he heard a chime and saw the bells attached to the senbon. Bells? Shikamaru smirked. That's an old trick. Next you'll throw one needle with a bell and one without it, right? Then when I react to the sound of the bell and dodge the first one, the second one will get me, right? You sure like to run off your mouth. Kin said as she threw several senbon needles. If you think I run off my mouth, then you should be glad you're not facing Naruto, Shikamaru said. I heard that, you lazy bastard. Naruto shouted. Troublesome blonde. Shikamaru said, and he was about to dodge when he heard a bell ring, only to realize at the last second that she was using the string to ring the bells behind her. Now I've got you. Kin shouted as she threw her senbon at Shikamaru. Unable to dodge the attack, the lazy Nara genius raised his arms to block it, getting several senbon stuck in his arms. Shikamaru was about to make his move after that, when he found himself losing balance. What the? He looked over at Kin and saw that there were now 3 of her. You like? Kin asked with a smirk. This is my genjutsu. I utilize sound waves and direct them inside your body to knock your equilibrium off. You're likely seeing several of me by now. Damn it. Shikamaru muttered as he watched the 3 Kins walk closer to his position, each one taking out several senbon. Ha! Not so tough now, are you? She stopped when she felt herself freeze. Nuug. MMY body. Hea Kagame no jutsu success. Shikamaru smirked as he shook of the effects of her sound-based genjutsu. Interesting. So that's how he did it? Naruto said as he spotted what really happened. What do you mean, Naruto? Asked Sakura, looking up from the battle towards her blonde teammate. How did he do what? How he caught her, Naruto said as he gestured over to the battle. I almost didn't see it. In fact, if my eyesight wasn't as good as it was, I doubt I would have seen it. So how did he get her? Asked Tenten as she leaned over the railing. I guess you two haven't noticed yet, but the shadows for the strings attached to that chick's senbon are far thicker than they should be. Naruto grinned as he watched Shikamaru take out a shuriken and launch it at the girl, who had been forced to do the same thing. At last, the minute Shikamaru dodged the attack by bending backwards and forming a bridge. Kin had no such luck, Shikamaru had maneuvered her so that when she bent over she ended up smacking the back of her head on the wall, knocking her unconscious. Yeah. Go Shikamaru. Ino cheered, pleased to see one of her teammates had made it. TCH, this is so troublesome, Shikamaru muttered as Hate announced him as the winner. Aburame Shino vs Abium Zaku. This sucks, I wanted to get some payback on that Uchiha for what he did to my arms, Zaku said, getting a snort from the raven-haired genin who decided the fight was not even worth watching. When the battle started, Shino decided to speak, shocking those who had thought him mute. You do not have use of your arms, I would suggest you forfeit. Forfeit this. Zaku took out his left arm from its sling and thrust it towards Shino, Zankuha. A blast of air shot towards Shino, who did nothing to dodge. As soon as it did, Shino was sliced through before he dissolved into bugs. What? Shino appeared right next to Zaku and punched him in the face. The Odo genin stumbled back a bit before righting himself and growling, Zankuha. He sent another sonic airwave at Shino, but the Konoha genin dissolved into bugs again. Damn it. Quit hiding behind your insects. I am not hiding behind anything. Zaku turned to see Shino standing behind him. Huh? I got you now. I do not think so, Shino said as he pointed behind Zaku. Said genin turned around to see a swarm of bugs behind him. You see, while you were so focused on me and my Kikai Bunshin bug clones, I had been letting my bugs amass themselves. And since you have only one arm to fight with, you can only hit one us. It is always good to have an ace in the hole. Rather than forfeit, Zaku looked smug. An ace in the hole, huh? Then how about this? Zaku brought his other cast out of its sling and aimed it at the bugs, while the other went to Shino. Zankuha. Everyone had expected that to be the end for Shino. However, they became surprised when rather than shoot out those powerful airwaves, Zaku's arms expanded as if something was stuck inside of them. Zaku watched in horror as his arms began to get larger and larger. A scream tore through his throat as the pressure on his arms became so great that they were both ripped off at the elbow. It wasn't long before Zaku passed out from the pain of losing his arms, making Shino the winner. An ace in the hole is all well and good, but 2 aces are better, Shino said and walked back up the stairs as Hate announced him the winner. Sakura shuddered at the gruesome sight of seeing someone's arms getting ripped clean off. I don't understand, how did Shino do that? He hid his bugs inside of that Zaku guy's air plugs, Naruto answered as he reviewed the fight in his mind. While Zaku was looking between Shino and the army of bugs, he had more bugs slip inside of those windpipes on his hand to seal them up. The pressure from the air that was inside of his arms became so great that they were simply ripped off from the force. You are correct, Uzumaki-san, Shino said as he came up the stairs. Naruto grinned. Good match, Shino. Shino nodded and walked back to his team. Man, those bugs were just creepy. Ayako said with a shiver. I wonder where he got them. Yugito frowned as she answered. He's a member of the Aburame clan. They apparently allow those insects they use to live inside them and feast on their chakra. In return, they are granted the ability to use them to communicate and fight for them. Akeo gagged. So they're like parasites? Gross. Seems Konoha's filled with a bunch of freaks, Daisuke grunted. Yugito just shook her head at the bratty genin's stupidity. Yukiso Daisuke vs Rock Lee. Yes. Yes. I finally get my turn. Lee shouted as he began to jump up and down. I used reverse psychology by thinking that I didn't want to go, and now it's my turn. Yes. Hoo-hoo, Lee. Guy said, trying to get the genin's attention as he began to dance. Lee. He shouted only for it to have no effect. Listen to me, Lee. Guy punched Lee in the face, sending him into a wall. Less than a second later, Lee got up and saluted. Yes, Gei-sensei. I'm sorry I had to do that, Lee. Guy said as tears formed in his eyes. You're just young and burning in the fires of your youth, Gei-sensei. Lee shouted with a waterfall of tears streaming down his eyes. Lee, Gei-sensei, Lee, Gei-sensei. As Guy and his Minami began hugging a powerful genjutsu, complete with a sunset, and crashing waves appeared. Everyone in the room started screaming as they tried to claw their eyes out. Many of the foreigners were especially disturbed by what was happening. Kai. Kurenai tired dispelling the creepy sunset genjutsu, only to be shocked when she found out it didn't work. Kai. Why won't it work? The only people who did not seem to be affected by the extremely disturbing scene were the Sandaime, who had unfortunately seen it, and even more disturbing things in his lifetime. Tenten and Neji, who had seen it nearly every day since they were put on this team. Kakashi, who was too busy reading his book to be bothered with it, and Naruto, who had seen it enough times that it no longer bothered him. Thankfully for everyone's sanity, the pair eventually stopped, though at least half of the people in the room were now blind as well as mentally and emotionally scarred. Guy gave Lee his nice guy pose. Now, Lee. Go fight. Let your flames of youth explode. Explode. Lee shouted as he jumped off the railing where Daisuke was already waiting for him. About damn time, you freak. Daisuke sneered. Just for making me wait, and that disgusting genjutsu you made, I'm gonna beat you into the ground. Lee frowned as he slid into his stance. That is a most unyouthful thing to say, Hajime. The moment the fight started, Lee shot off like a rocket, speeding towards Daisuke, who was forced to abandon his hand seals and roll out of the way of Lee's attack. Getting back to his feet, Daisuke was just in time to duck a kick from Lee. Jumping back, he threw several shuriken at the Baocut genin. Lee, however, dodged them with ease as he closed the distance. Jumping into the air, Lee spun around and managed to land a kick on Daisuke's head, Konoha Senpu. He called as he landed back on the ground, while Daisuke went flying into the wall. Daisuke grunted as cracks spread out from the center of impact. Falling to ground, the Kumo genin struggled to get on his feet. You little shit. I'm gonna kill you now. He growled at Lee as he went through several hand seals. That's it. Take this. Right and John lightning release false darkness. A large lightning bolt shot out of Daisuke's mouth, blasting its way towards Lee, or at least, where Lee had been. The lightning struck the ground and caused sparks and dirt to fly everywhere. Daisuke began looking around for Lee, only to be caught off guard when said genin appeared right in front of him. Daisuke tried to attack but received several blows to the torso for his troubles. He staggered back, holding his now cracked ribs as Lee disappeared again. Daisuke received a kick to the back of his head, sending him tumbling down. He managed to turn his tumble into a roll and landed back on his feet. However, Lee was already there, launching a kick into the Kumo genin's gut. Daisuke stumbled back and looked up. Once again, Lee was not there, and he received a kick to his head to the left side of his head for his troubles. Watching the Kumo genin wobble a bit, Lee felt that he needed only one more hit to win this. However, as he came in, Daisuke had finished a set of one-handed seals he had learned and placed his hand on the ground. Raiten Tenrai Dejiki Celestial Shock. Electricity burst along the ground and Lee was moving towards it too fast to stop and dodge. The electricity hit Lee, making him cry out in pain as he dropped to his knees. Ha! How do you like that? Daisuke asked, his breathing heavy as blood poured down his face from the bust nose and lip. It is most impressive, Lee said as he stood up, smoke pouring from him as he shook the attack off. A most youthful technique, however. I am not without some techniques of my own. He looked up at his sensei, who gave him a thumbs up. Smilingly unwound the bandages on his arms. What the hell are you doing? Asked Daisuke, allowing Lee to do this so he could regain his energy. You will see, Lee replied as he finished unwrapping his bandages. The moment he did, he disappeared, and Daisuke felt a foot smash under his chin and launch him into the air. Using the Konoha Kagebyo, Lee appeared behind the genin and wrapped his bandages around Daisuke. The pair then began to spin as they descended, and Daisuke ended up crashing head first into the arena floor. Lee panted a bit as everyone looked down into the crater to see Daisuke with his eyes rolled up into the back of his head. The only way people could even tell that he was alive were the twitches and spasms his body seemed to go through periodically. While the medics carried Daisuke out, Hate announced the winner, Shausa Rock Lee. Yes. I did it, Geizensei. I won. Lee shouted as he fell on his butt, no longer able to move due to the jutsu he used. Naruto and Tenten went down and helped Lee back up the stairs, where Guy was grinning broadly. Way to go, Lee. That's the way to show your flames of youth. Thank you, Geizensei, Lee said with tears in his eyes. Naruto noticed the looks the two were giving and decided to stop them before this resulted in a hug fest with him, and Tenten caught in it. If you two start hugging, I swear to Kami I'm going to throw you over the railing, Lee. Tenten giggled a bit while Lee looked embarrassed. I apologize, Naruto-san. I will try to keep my youthful flames down. Naruto rolled his eyes before grinning at Tenten, who smiled back. Ayako vs. Hyuga Neji. Neji smirked as he saw who his opponent was. It must be fate. Oh no, this could be a problem. Tenten muttered as Neji walked down to the arena floor. Naruto blinked as he looked at Tenten, then to her sensei, who had a rare serious expression on his face. He was not sure what was going on, but Naruto had the feeling something bad was going to happen. Neji seems pleased with something, but Tenten and Guy seemed too worried. The whiskered blonde looked at the two before turning his attention back to Neji. Maybe I should be prepared to intervene, since I get the odd feeling things will get very out of hand soon. Neji had to fight to maintain his Hyuga composure, and not grin as he stared at his opponent. Normally I would give you a chance to forfeit, however it seems fate has given me a chance to seek retribution for your village's crimes. I would be a fool to pass this up. Ayako frowned as her crimson eyes stared at him and thought, I have no clue what you're talking about, but I'm not going to back down. That's good, I don't want you to. Neji got into his Juken stance. Seeing as both fighters seemed ready, Hate began the match. Hajime. As Neji rushed forward, intent on making the Kumo Kunoichi suffer, Ayako went through several hand seals. Raiten Kusari no Reiki chains of lightning. Ayako smashed her hands into the ground, and lightning that took the shape of a chain shot out of the ground. Neji was forced to jump left and backpedal as the chain began to follow him, stopping after several seconds. Ayako began more hand seals, hoping to not give Neji the chance to close the distance between them. If he gets in close, I'm done for. Right on Rayari lightning released lightning spear. Ayako held out her hand and a spear of lightning formed in it, which she then proceeded to toss at Neji. Neji growled as he realized his concentration had slipped enough that there was no time to dodge. Tenten rotation. He called out as he spun around and created a blue dome around himself. The lightning spear crashed into the dome and dissipated against the chakra shield. Standing next to her sensei, Hinata gasped, he knows the Kaiten. But that's a main house technique. Kurenai looked over at her student in worry to see the girl looking shaken. Ayako gasped as she saw her lightning attack dissipate against the shield. What the hell? How could he block that? Neji smirked as he looked at Ayako and noticed the fear she had. That is called the Kaiten. By expelling chakra throughout all my tenketsu points and spinning rapidly, it forms an impenetrable shield that no jutsu can get through. Ayako grit her teeth as she launched several shuriken and went through more hand signs. Right on Hinoko sparks. Thrusting out her hand, several sparks shot out and connected with the shuriken, making them crackling with lightning. Neji merely scoffed as he channeled chakra into his hands and began swatting the shuriken away like they were nothing, though a few people could see he was just making a show of not being hurt as several burn marks appeared on his hands. Ayako barely even had time to gasp before Neji was upon her. What happened next was not a battle but a beating. In his rage and desire for vengeance, Neji began lashing out at Ayako, striking extremely painful points in her body with his juken strikes. Everyone winced as Ayako began to scream in pain. Blood began pouring from her mouth, and she felt as if someone had taken her chakra coils and burnt them with a katon jutsu. She did not even have the chance to fall down as Neji continued striking her so fast that it looked too many, as if her body was just jerking back and forth from an unknown force. Finally it seemed to end and Ayako began to sway where she stood. Hate, realizing what was happening, announced the winner, but Neji wasn't listening. Neji powered up another juken strike and aimed for Ayako's heart. Ayako! Yugito shouted as she saw what was happening, but realized she was too far away to do anything. Everyone else saw it as well, and even though they realized they were too far away, was about to jump over the railing to try and stop Neji from killing the Kumo Kunoichi. It was all for naught as Neji's hand hit Ayako's chest, right where her heart would be, only for Ayako to disappear in a puff of smoke and be replaced with a log. Eyes widened as they recognized the signs of a kawarimi but were confused about how it happened, since Ayako had been pretty much depleted of chakra and her tenketsu were undoubtedly closed off even if she did have some left in her reserves. It was then that people noticed Ayako on the other side of the arena, directly behind Neji, and in the arms of one Uzumaki Naruto. What the hell was that team? Naruto shouted as he gently laid a barely conscious Ayako on the ground. Neji looked surprised as he spun around, but glared when he realized who it was. Uzumaki, you shouldn't interfere in another's battle. The battle was over, shit-stain. Naruto growled out the words. While he knew this was a battle and people got hurt in them, what Neji did was uncalled for and vicious in the blonde's mind. Were you not listening to the proctor announcing you as the winner? Naruto stood up and backed away from Ayako as Yugito and several medics ran out to Ayako and get her on a stretcher. He looked at the girl who had lost conscience some time ago and growled. While he did not know her, he hated it when people were unnecessarily cruel to others, especially women, since his two greatest friends, and one of the people he looked up to most, were women. He turned back to Neji and his eyes flashed red for a second. You'd better hope I don't fight your sorry ass in the finals. Because if I do, I'm going to knock it back to the age of the Rakuta Sennin. Guy appeared beside Neji and placed a hand on his shoulder. Neji, I'm disappointed in you. I know why you hate Kumo, but blaming it on someone that was not responsible for what happened is just as wrong as what they did. Neji sneered as he shrugged Guy's hand off and went up to the stairs. Sighing, Naruto walked back up as well to see his teammates, and several other people staring at him in surprise. What? Is there something on my face? Dobe, how did you move so fast? Asked Sasuke. Naruto gave a nonchalant shrug. I've been working on my speed. Sasuke frowned as Naruto walked past him. The blonde leaned against the railing as everyone turned their attention back to the board. Naruto winced as he stared at his wrist and the dent that was in his guard from Neji's attack. It looks like my speed jutsu is still incomplete. I should have been able to move fast enough to not get hit. He made a mental note of any other injuries and grimaced as he sensed a minor pain in his legs. It was a good thing he had been expecting something to happen, or he would have not been able to use the technique at all due to the time it took to prepare, and even then it still hurt. What technique are you? Kyubi said as she went through his memories to see what he was talking about. It looks close to finished though. It's definitely faster than that Shunshin you ninja used, that's for sure. That's because I made it combat oriented. I noticed back in Nami that Shunshin had several powerful weaknesses aside from the standard swirl of leaves or smoke. That kind of covering only works on lower-level opponents, and it's easier to track, so I need something better. Well, when we get out of here I will help you where I can. Kyubi reflected on how odd it felt for her to actually offer some help to someone, but justified herself by saying it was to help with her continued survival. As an afterthought she added, though, I'm only really good with and the techniques I myself created. Naruto gave the equivalent of raising a mental eyebrow as Kyubi offered help. For a moment he thought about rejecting it, but soon realized that having someone with as much knowledge as Kyubi may prove beneficial. Thanks Kyubi, he said before turning his attention to the board to see who would fight next. Haruno's Sakura vs Sabaka no Temari. Temari smirked as she jumped down the railing onto the arena floor. Looks like I get another fangirl. How boring, you won't be talking like that when I beat you. Sakura sneered as she walked down, angry that this Suna bitch was actually calling her out on her fangirlish tendencies. CJ. We'll kick her ass. Inner Sakura shouted. Seeing that the two girls seemed to be ready, Hade called the match. Hajime. Sakura ran at Temari and create 3 bunshin, making the blonde pig-tailed girl sneer. What a pathetic academy-level tactic. If this was all the girl was capable of, then she might as well just end it. Temari whipped out her fan and swung it. Kamataichi no Jutsu Wind Scythe Jutsu. Sakura was hit by a large blast of cutting winds that slammed her into the opposite wall where she lost consciousness. Everyone in the arena sweat dropped at how pathetic the battle was. Kakashi, did you teach her anything? Asked Kurenai, disgusted at the performance of the pink-haired girl. Kakashi sighed. I did give her a few scrolls with several genjutsu, and some training exercises to increase her reserves, but it seems she never practiced outside of team training. Kakashi, I think you just won the Understatement of the Year award, Naruto snorted. That girl spends almost all of her time stalking Sasuke, or plotting the many ways in which she can rape him. Sasuke shuddered at the thought, and then tossed a glare at Naruto. I really hate you, Dobe. Naruto just grinned. Kinyuda Dosu vs Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto looked at his sensei to see the man give a subtle shake of his head. I see, well I suppose I can at least make this a good fight. As the battle begun, Kabuto threw several shuriken at Dosu, all of which were deflected. When Dosu closed the distance he threw out his melody arm, hitting Kabuto, only for said genin to burst into smoke and a log to take his place. Kabuto appeared behind the genin and managed to hit Dosu in the back of the head, making him stumble forward. Spinning around, Dosu tried to attack Kabuto, only to be met with the same conclusion of the first one. You know that will only work on me for so long, Dosu said, as he spun around and used his melody arm to block a kunai. Then it just means I'll have to come up with something else, Kabuto replied as he pushed up his glasses. You're welcome to try. Dosu charged back in and aimed his melody arm at Kabuto. At the last second he changed to his left arm. Spinning around he shot his melody arm at Kabuto, who had appeared behind him when he used Kawarimi. Kabuto managed to jump back, but still received the brunt of Dosu's sound attack, making him drop to the floor and throw up. Dosu smirked when he saw Kabuto try to stand up, only to fall back down. It won't matter how many times you try, you won't be standing up for a while. Kabuto grunted, I guess you're right. Of course I have to play along. It would not do for a spy like me to be seen as too strong. Proctor-san, I surrender. Hate nodded. Shousa Kinyuda Dosu. Hyuga Hinata vs Akimichi Chuji. Let's make this a good battle. Any, Hinata? Asked Chuji, giving the lavender-eyed girl a smile. Hi, Hinata said, feeling both glad and slightly sad that she had to fight someone as nice as Chuji. Hajime. Once the match started, both Hinata and Chuji began running through several hand seals. Byakugan. Veins appeared in Hinata's eyes and around her temple. Baika no Jutsu. Choji's body expanded to nearly twice his original size, turning him into a big round ball. His head and all of his limbs retracted into his clothes and chakra began to pour out of the holes. Choji was still not finished as he flew into the air, where he began to rotate at high speeds. Nikuden Sasha human boulder. Chuji's voice was still heard perfectly despite the boy's head being hidden in his clothes. Hinata jumped to the left, dodging the large rolling ball. However, she could see with her Byakugan that Choji was coming back. She was forced to run, heading towards the wall. At the last second she swerved to the right, making Chuji crash into the wall while still spinning. Who do you think will win? Tenten asked Naruto as they watched the battle. It's hard to say, Naruto said as he observed the battle. Hinata seems to have more confidence than she did at the academy, though I can't remember much since she never talked to me. And I don't know the techniques she uses aside from the basic information I have on the Byakugan and Juken. He shrugged. Frankly, I think this can go either way. Kurenai listened to the conversation before turning her attention back to the fight. Even if she doesn't win, I'm sure she'll surprise you and everyone else. Hinata has been working hard to become stronger, and is well on her way towards doing so. Hinata ran up to him while he couldn't move and attempted to use a juken strike, but due to how large Choji was while using his jutsu, it could not hit the tenketsu points, and the attacks merely stung. She was forced to jump back when Choji redirected his spin and launched himself at her. Hinata continued to dodge the attacks by the large genin, but was starting to get tired. Knowing she had to end the battle soon, she turned around and began to spin. Kaiten! Hinata cried out as Choji slammed into the dome of chakra. The two jutsu seemed to push against each other as Choji tried to break through the barrier, and Hinata tried to keep from collapsing. However, something had to give eventually, and that was Hinata's jutsu. There was a large explosion of chakra as the Kaiten was released in a violent manner. Both Hinata and Choji were sent sailing back. Choji to hit the wall on the opposite end, and Hinata rolled along the ground before settling down. Both were unconscious. Due to both fighters being unconscious, I declare this match a draw. Hinata coughed as the medics rushed out of the field. Up in the stands, Neji grit his teeth as he saw Hinata use one of the main house jutsu. He had never expected someone as weak as Hinata to know that jutsu. Even if he could tell she had only recently learned it, he felt it was an insult to have such a simpering little girl use it. "Looks like your teammate's about to explode," Naruto whispered to Tenten. "He actually looks really constipated right now." "Be nice, Naruto-kun," Tenten said with a small giggle. She took a glance at Neji and giggled again, since he really did look constipated with how red his face was. Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaka no Gaara. "Oh, look, you're up." Tenten got the blonde's attention. Naruto looked up and grinned finally. I guess they were saving the best for last. He was just about to go down when a hand stopped him. Turning around, he saw Shino. "I suggest you just forfeit, Uzumaki-san," the bug user suggested. "I saw this one fight in the Forest of Death. As a fellow shinobi and comrade, I feel it's my duty to inform you that it would be most logical if you forfeited." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Yeah, well, thanks for that, Shino. I feel so warm and fuzzy inside to know you care." Naruto pulled Shino's hand off of him. "Now, if you excuse me, I have some ass to kick." "Well, he's dead," Kankuro commented from where he stood next to Temari. "No way will that brat survive against Gaara." Temari could not help but nod in agreement. "It's too bad too, he's pretty hot." He walked down the stadium floor where Gaara was already waiting. "Sorry for the delay, but the Naruto Express is now here and ready to kick your ass back to Suna. So please be sure to keep your hands at your sides and buckle your seatbelt for safety." Gaara merely stared at him with that blank expression that held a barely contained bloodlust. "Tough crowd," Naruto mumbled. "Are both fighters ready?" Hade asked. Gaara nodded while Naruto smirked. "Hajime." Hade barely had time to jump away as sand burst from Gaara's gourd. Despite being surprised, Naruto was able to get out of the way as the sand closed in on him, disappearing in a burst of speed as he ran to the left at speeds far greater than any of the Genin minus Team 9 had seen, though the members of Team 9 were still surprised by how fast the blonde Genin was. Less than a second later, he on the opposite side of the arena. So he uses sand as a form of attack. Naruto narrowed his eyes and thought. He would need to gather more information about this Genin's abilities before he could come up with any kind of sound strategy against him. He's nearly as fast as Lee now. Tenten thought in shock. She had watched many of Naruto and Lee's spars, and so she was surprised when the blonde showed a speed he had not previously possessed. Is it due to his change of appearance? Gaara also seemed surprised as Naruto dodged his sand. He looked over to see the blonde on the opposite side and sent his sand over there. However, once again Naruto dodged the attack, trying to ascertain just how fast that sand moved. It seems like it takes several seconds to change direction. That means when he attacks, I have about 10 seconds before it gets back to him from this distance. Naruto watched as the sand closed in on his position. He swerved to the right, dodging the sand before he made his way towards Gaara. Naruto appeared in front of Gaara and aimed a kick for him, only for more sand to burst out of the gourd and protect the Suna Genin from getting hit. Naruto was forced to kick himself away as the rest of the sand came back and tried to grab him. What the hell? How much sand does he keep in that thing? Naruto wondered. Naruto, that sand of his seems to be an automatic defense, Kyubi supplied as she watched the battle and did her best to analyze the blonde's opponent. I don't know if you've noticed yet, but it's not even in his control unless he sends it at you. Naruto was forced into a series of backflips as Gaara sent several tendrils of sand crashing towards him. So you're saying it's being controlled by someone or something else? Naruto held back a curse as he dodged another tendril, leaping onto a wall as the sand chased him. I'm calling foul play. It's more than that, I'm afraid, Kyubi said in an ominous tone. That boy holds the Ichibi no Shikaku. Growling, Naruto linked his fists together as he spun around, Futon Kamikaze Saiken. He thrust his fists out, and a giant blast of wind smashed into the sand, dispersing it. So you're telling me he's a Jinchuriki as well? Well, that's just fucking peachy. Shit. Naruto cursed as he jumped away from another tendril of sand that attempted to impale him. This sand is really starting to piss me off. Yes, he holds the Ichibi, the one-tailed Tanuki. He is the weakest of the Bijou from I know, but is still not one to be underestimated. As you can already tell, it gives this child complete control of sand, which makes him quite a handful. So I noticed, Naruto replied dryly as he channeled wind chakra into his fists. Futon, Kamikaze Saiken. The wind blasted away Gaara's sand and Naruto decided it was time to turn up the heat. Pumping yokai through his muscles, Naruto shot off like a rocket, going as fast as Lee could with his weight off. To everyone except for the Hokage, the Jonin Sensius and a select few of the genin, Naruto had disappeared. He reappeared right in front of a shocked Gaara, threw a fist at his face. Eat this. The sand that had not been after Naruto tried to protect the redhead, but the whiskered blonde's fist plowed right through it, sending the redhead sailing back to hit the wall behind him. Naruto grinned. Let's see how you like that. I don't believe it. Temari shouted, completely shocked at what just happened. He just hit Gaara. Kankuro and Baki just stared at the arena wide-eyed, unable to comprehend what happened. No one had ever managed to do what this genin just did. He's as fast as Lee is without his weights, Tenten said in surprise. She had seen Naruto fight plenty of times, as well as sparred with him. So she knew he had been fairly fast, but he had never shown this kind of speed. It has to have something to do with his transformation. There's no other explanation for his newfound speed. Yash. Naruto-kun's youth is blazing. Lee shouted. Lee. It seems you've inspired this young man to fan his youthful flames. Guy shouted, seemingly in agreement. It looks like we're going to have to fan your own flames of youth to match Naruto-kun's. I understand, Geizensei. I will endeavor to increase my youthful flames. I will increase my weights by 200 pounds by the end of the month. And if I cannot do that, I'll run around Konoha on my pinkies. And if you cannot do that, I'll climb the Hokage monument with a 10-ton boulder on my back. Tenten, Neji and everyone else did their best to ignore the two, making challenges that sounded more and more outrageous as time went on. Gaara stood up, and to Naruto's surprise, the redhead was grinning. It was then that Naruto noticed cracks appear on Gaara's skin. What the fuck? Is that sand? That's it, Uzumaki. Make me feel alive. Gaara shouted, and with those words the sand started shooting at him again. Naruto growled as he began dodging sand left and right. It seemed to be even faster than before. He spared a second's glance at Gaara and saw him making hand gestures. He must be using his hands to increase the speed of his attacks. Naruto growled as he blasted towards Gaara, bulldozing right past through the sand as he body slammed into Gaara. The blonde continued on until he smashed Gaara into the wall, grinning when he heard Gaara gasp in pain as several cracks formed along the point of impact. Naruto jumped back as Gaara slumped to the floor. Nothing beats a sand shield out of the way like good old-fashioned blunt force trauma. You hurt me. Gaara screamed as a bit of blood dribbled out of his mouth. I'll kill you. Sand seemed to come at Naruto from all directions, making him curse as he tried to dodge. However, even with his speed he could not dodge them all, nor could he pick up enough momentum to plow through the sand, and eventually one of the tendrils grabbed onto him. Gaara began grinning maniacally as he directed his sand to slam Naruto into everything he could: walls, the floor, the ceiling, the railings. No one could keep out the wince as Naruto was smashed into seemingly everything. Naruto groaned as Gaara's sand threw him into the wall, where he left a large crater. Fuck. That hurts. The blonde spit out some blood that had begun to congeal in his mouth. He had never felt so sore in his life. I think I would take playing death tag with Anko over this. Falling to the ground, Naruto coughed up several wads of blood. He looked terrible. His cloak had been ripped to shreds sometime during the thrashing he had received. His body had several large black bruises on his skin, almost enough that it looked like his entire body had turned into one large bruise. Many of the genin watched in shock as Naruto stood back up, unable to comprehend how he could even move after the beatdown he had received. Naruto looked up to see a wave of sand coming towards him. Fuck. He began to speed through a set of hand seals, hoping he could complete them in time. Futon Kamikaze no Tatsumaki. Naruto thrust his palms out, and two large tornadoes blasted from them, destroying the wave of sand Gaara had created. Kyubi, do you have any ideas on how to beat this guy? Because I'm all out. Naruto rolled to the left as sand shot at him, crashing into the floor before it continued to follow him. Kyubi did her best to contain her irritation as she spoke. I'm trying to think of something, Naruto. Just give me a minute. I don't think we have a minute. Naruto dodged another tendril of sand, only for one to catch his left arm from behind. Gaara grinned as Naruto struggled to get rid the sand off his arm. He made his hand into a fist, Sabaku so. There was a loud crunch as blood burst out from the sand. Ayaha! Naruto's scream tore through the arena, and several of the genin, mainly those from the Rookie 9, blanched in shock and horror. Gaara began to laugh maniacally as he pulled the sand away for a moment to reveal the stump Naruto now had for an arm. Yes. That's it! Scream for me. Let me feel alive, oh dear. Kama-sama. Tenten whispered as Naruto clutched at his now gone arm. Yugito, who had gotten back from making sure her friend was alright, grimaced as she noticed the blonde missing his arm. Many of the other genin could not say anything. Sakura threw up, Shino looked on solemnly. Hinata, who had just woken up, looked like she was about to cry. Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru all looked like they were also on the verge of vomiting. All of the Jonin sensius looked at the blonde boy in shock, except for one who licked his lips at seeing how resilient the boy was. It's too bad he holds the Kyuubi. He would make a nice vessel. However, none of them were as bad as Anko, who looked ready to murder Gaara. Oh no. Sarutobi paled as he saw his surrogate grandson's condition. I need to stop this before it gets out of hand. Hate looked over at the Hokage before nodding. Due to the fact that Naruto is unable to battle, I hereby. No. Naruto roared, drawing everyone's attention to him as he stood up. Don't even think about stopping this match. I'm not done yet. This battle isn't over until I say it's over. Everyone looked at Naruto like he was crazy. However, the look of utter determination in his eyes left little room for argument. That's good, Uzumaki. Keep struggling. That way I can feel more alive when I kill you. Gaara crowed, his voice holding nothing more than madness in it. Naruto glared at Gaara, despite the pain he was in. You're not gonna be laughing like that after I beat your ass. Q, any ideas? Well, I can regenerate your arm if you want, the vixen offered, but it's going to hurt. I think I can take it. Now let's do this so I can kick some tanuki ass. Kyuubi sighed a bit as she prepared for what she was going to do. Brace yourself. Naruto felt Kyuubi's yokai coming out of the seal and grit his as he felt it travel along his body and to his arm. Everyone watched in shock as the red energy from the Kyuubi was released. Naruto's eyes flashed red as his whisker marks began to thicken. All of the Konoha ninja who were old enough to have been there during the Kyuubi attack recognized that chakra. I don't believe it. He is using its chakra. Sarutobi watched as the boy grit his teeth in pain. I didn't realize he could. Or does the Kyuubi have something to do with this? What an intense feeling. Nibi said, so this is the Kyuubi's power. This is the Kyuubi? It's so potent, and that bloodlust. Yugito felt a trickle of sweat pour down her face. Temari, Kankuro and Baki were also shocked and, to be honest, fearful at the feeling of power emanating from the blonde. What kind of power is this? Asked Temari. I can't believe he is actually consciously using its chakra. Kakashi looked at his genin in shock. A trickle of sweat formed on his brow. When did he learn to draw upon it? Many of the genin were doing far worse than the others. Shino was beginning to sweat under the intense pressure and killing intent emitting from Naruto. Hinata looked like she was about to pass out. Sakura and Ino were trembling as the yokai washed over them. Shikamaru was sweating under the intensity of the powerful and vile-feeling chakra. However, he was also staring at the blonde like he was some kind of puzzle. It was Sasuke, however, that was doing the worst. Despite the fact that the killing intent was far greater than any he had ever felt, he was glaring at the blonde. How can he have that much power? It's not possible. He felt that he should have that power. The curse seal on his neck flared a little bit, only for the seal on his neck to force it back down. Naruto growled in agony as he felt Kyuubi's chakra suddenly burst. The ground under him splintered and cracked. Then bones shot out of Naruto's stump, forming the shape of an arm and hand as blood splattered everywhere. Kyuubi's yokai began to cover the bony appendages, the red energy flowing over it. Everyone watched in a mixture of shock and awe as muscles began to form along the bone, crawling and writhing like a phantom. When the muscles had finished forming, new skin began to crawl along his arm, starting at the shoulder. When the pain stopped, Naruto sighed in relief before moving his hand in front of his face and clenching it to test the nerves. You were right, Q, that hurt like a bitch. Still, thanks for the help. You're welcome, Naruto, Kyuubi replied, caught slightly off guard by him thanking her. By the way, I think I have a way to beat Shikaku's vessel. Well, lay it on me then, 'cause I'm running on empty. If you can heat that sand armor on his skin to the point it turns to glass, and infuse it with my yokai, it will trap him inside. Only problem is I don't have a fire jutsu, and I don't know if there are any fire jutsu that would be powerful enough to do that. Don't worry, that's where I come in. I'll give you some of my yokai, then just direct it to your arms and I'll take care of the rest. Right, I have no clue what you're planning, but I always liked flying by the seat of my pants anyway. Makes things exciting. He heard a giggle in his mind and turned his attention back to the outside world. He smirked at Gaara's surprised expression. Now then, I hope you're ready to receive your beating. Rather than get angry or scared, Gaara began to smile. Then he began to laugh. Yes. Yes, Uzumaki. I knew there was something different about you. Mother. Mother wants your blood. Sand began flying towards the blonde, who disappeared in a burst of speed. Yeah, well, you can tell your mother to suck my cock. 'Cause that's the closest thing she's getting to my blood. Hit me, Kyuubi. Right. Naruto felt Kyuubi's yokai coming and did his best to direct it to his hands, causing them to become covered in a red layer of yokai. Then his hands burst into flames, white flames that felt like they were hotter than the fires of Amaterasu. Sand tendrils shot towards Naruto, but he merely swatted at them, turning the sand into glass and shattering it. Grinning Naruto appeared right next to a shocked Gaara and thrust his hands out. The area was bathed in a large explosion that covered the two ninja, Naruto-kun. Tenten and a few of the Konoha genin shouted at seeing the large white flames. Gaara! Temari yelled in shock and worry. Sure, her brother may have been a psychopathic killer, but he was still her brother. When the flames cleared and revealed another shock, Naruto was standing there, looking no worse for wear, except a few new burns that covered his body. However, the real shock was Gaara, who was completely encased in glass that had red energy forming over his form that was coming from the hand Naruto had placed on it. He's not dead yet, Naruto rasped out, feeling like he had just run a marathon on top of getting his crushed by the Hokage monument. However, if you don't proclaim me the victor soon, he will run out of oxygen, because you can bet your ass I'm not letting him out until then. Sarutobi coughed, getting hate to snap out of his shock. Alright, Shousa Uzumaki Naruto. For several seconds there was absolute silence as people tried to comprehend what happened. I don't believe it. Kankuro broke the silence. He beat Gaara. Temari choked, unable to believe her eyes. Finally the others realized what had happened and some of the other genin began to cheer. Hell yeah, Naruto. You showed him. Sakura yelled out, unable to actually contain her excitement at seeing such an amazing reversal. Excellent job, Naruto. Kakashi shouted, surprising many of the other jonin since he had never been known to show that much emotion, but he didn't care at the moment, and was too excited to see his student beat such a powerful opponent. That's showing him, Naruto-kun. Tenten shouted as she cupped her hands to project her voice. Attaboy, Gaki. Anko yelled, feeling ridiculously proud of the blonde who had come so far and managed to take on someone like Gaara. Man, that battle was totally troublesome, Shikamaru murmured, though he still clapped with the others. I know, man, Choji agreed. I wonder what that powerful chakra was. So do I. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Troublesome. Now I might actually have to investigate something. Man, that was a scary battle, Asuma commented, wiping some sweat from his brow before he lit his cigarette. I know, Kurenai agreed even as she clapped. I can't believe he was able to use that chakra, and to such a degree. I've never heard of regrowing lost limbs. Asuma chuckled. Well, Pops always told me that boy would surprise us. And I thought I was surprised when he started asking questions about elemental manipulation. Kurenai looked over at Asuma in surprise, but did not comment, mainly because she did not know what to say. Sarutobi clapped enthusiastically, proud of how far his surrogate grandson had come. To think he beat a known Jinchuriki after only 6 months of real training. And the amount of control he had over the Kyuubi's chakra. I've never even heard of it being able to regrow lost limbs. I'm not even sure Maida-sama had been able to do that. Granted, she never used much of its chakra, but still, unbelievable. Yugito thought as she also found herself clapping. That was an incredible match. I think even Kurabi would have been impressed with that. I didn't realize he was so strong. I have to agree, kitten, not many humans his age can be that strong. The large two-tailed cat paused for a moment, and Yugito could almost feel it smirk. You know, with the way you're acting right now, one would almost think you're attracted to him. Nibby. Now is not the time to be thinking about such things. Besides, he's what, 5 years younger than me? I can't date someone younger than me. Bah. 5 years isn't that much of an age difference, kitten. Besides, you're a ninja, aren't you? Old enough to kill, old enough to have hot, passionate sex. Or something like that. Damn it, Nibby. Shut up. He may be strong. Hell, he might even be just a little below my own level of strength, and I won't deny he's handsome. But he's still just a 13-year-old kid. All Yugito got from her tenant was a perverse giggle, which sounded so completely wrong its demonic tone. Seriously, why, out of all the bijou, did she have to get the perverted one? It's like the damn thing got a kick out of taunting her with its stupid remarks. I know it just acts like that to torture me. Why couldn't she have just gotten one like Kurabi's? Mellow and uncaring, she was sure that she and Hachibi would have gotten along so much better, at least if what Kurabi told her about his bijou was to be believed. Of course I would have had to actually fight it in order to subdue it, so maybe I would be better off with the snarky one. You can deny your attraction all you want, kitten. But remember, I live inside of you, so I feel what's going on. You can't deny that seeing that young man's strength didn't turn you on at least a little. Yugito blushed heavily at that comment. She turned her head so her Jonin sensei wouldn't take notice of it. Naruto grinned as he released his hand on the glass Gaara, who was standing there with a look of perpetual shock on his features. Falling on his back, the blonde began to laugh, despite the fact that each laugh he took sent pain shooting through his nerves. Gaara. Naruto moved his head to see Temari trying to find some way to free Gaara from the glass. Temarizen, Naruto got her attention. Gaara's fine, he has enough oxygen in there to last about an hour. I suggest taking him somewhere and start shipping him out. Unless he can get out on his own. Temari looked at him for a moment before nodding in thanks. She ordered both her sensei and younger brother down before yelling for medics to help her get her youngest brother out of the glass prison. Feeling exhaustion settle and Naruto passed out. The last thing he saw were several shadows crowding around him. Kaiden rotation. This jutsu utilizes the chakra control gained through gentle fist training to release a huge amount of chakra from all the chakra points on the user's body. The released chakra blocks any possible attack on the user. The user then spins rapidly to parry the attack, both creating a rotating shield of chakra around themselves and tossing away any nearby attackers. The user can also actively control the size and power of the sphere to suit the situation. This jutsu is only effective when rotating, since the chakra itself is not enough to stop a physical attack. Thus, if they cannot rotate, the user becomes vulnerable. Tenten said that the 8 trigrams palm's heavenly spin is more powerful than any defense, including Gaara's sand. This technique also compensates for the blind spot and the Byakugan's vision. Right-on lightning release false darkness. Kakuzu's lightning element mask emits lightning in the shape of a spear from its mouth, which then pierces the enemy. Its destructive power is great enough to even pierce through rock, meaning it has a high killing potential. The user can increase the number of spears to attack multiple enemies. This makes it nearly impossible to evade. Right-on Raibaku for lightning blast, a jutsu where the user places several sparks of lightning on an opponent's limbs, which then explode causing mass amounts of damage. Right-on Tenrai Dejiki celestial shock, sends a decently powerful burst of electricity along the ground, shocking any opponent foolish enough to remain in its path. Right-on Kusari no Reiki chains of lightning, creates several chains of lightning that shoot from the ground to ensnare and shock an opponent. Right-on Rayari lightning release lightning spear, creates a spear of lightning that the user can throw. Right-on Hinoko sparks, creates powerful sparks, used in conjunction with throwing weapons, often paralyses opponents if hit. Kamataichi no Jutsu Wind Scythe Jutsu, this bold move is Temari's specialty. By freely manipulating the gale brought forth by her giant folding fan, the many air currents collide and create vacuum pockets. The person enveloped by this gale is assaulted by countless invisible blades, carving up their body. Also, the strong wind power will blow away all incoming projectile weapons and will even make the opponent unable to stay on their feet. Temari has also shown the ability to manipulate the form of the gale, creating a tornado to envelop and lift her opponent, while also cutting him several times. She is also skilled enough to cut away the armor of a samurai without injuring the wearer. Chapter 20 The Oddest Things. Opening his eyes, Naruto had to blink several times as he saw the by now familiar red eyes of Kyubi staring at him. He opened his mouth, but it took a moment for him to actually speak. Morning, Kyubi. He trailed off as he realized he had just greeted the woman whom mere days ago he had hated with a passion, and in some ways still felt resentment for what she had done to him. Kyubi saw the flickering emotion and lingering resentment in his eyes and felt the odd urge to flinch away from them. For a moment she was unsure what to do, as this necessity of being nice was completely foreign waters to her, and regardless of the fact that it would benefit her to be nice, it went against her nature. However, she was able to pull herself back together, and tried her best at making light of the situation. Actually, I think it's night right now. Though since you've been out of it for a while I can't be too sure. So how badly was I injured then? Asked Naruto, closing his eyes for a moment as he relaxed into the bed that Kyubi had in the mindscape. Bad enough that you were unconscious when you first entered the mindscape, Kyubi replied. You have extensive damage to your body. Aside from internal bleeding, you have several fractured ribs, several pieces of those fractured ribs stuck in your muscle, and severe head trauma. Kyubi gave him a cheeky grin and attempted another joke, altogether not very good. Yeah, well, considering I was fighting another Jinchuriki, a psychotic one at that, I'll take a victory of attrition over death any day. Naruto looked up at her and favored her with a rare smile. I have you to thank for that victory, Kyubi. Kyubi looked away from him as he thanked her, a light hint of pink on her cheeks. She had never had these kinds of interactions before, and so it was leaving her rather flustered. Not that she would let Naruto in on that. Actually, that battle was almost all you. I just helped at the end. As well as regrow your entire arm. Naruto grimaced as phantom pain hit his arm. I don't ever want to experience that again. Then you'll need to get stronger, because there are tons of people stronger than Gaara out there. She gave Naruto a pointed look. To be honest, you can consider yourself extremely lucky to have even beaten him at all. Had he used his Biju's chakra, I doubt you would have won. I know, Naruto sighed. He could not deny that his win was a combination of luck and sheer stubborn determination. He looked at Kyubi. You still up for helping me? I'd better be, Kyubi replied with something akin to a half-smirk, half-smile. My continued survival depends on you, So if I don't make you as strong as possible, then that leaves me in a dangerous situation. She looked away from Naruto with a small frown. Despite the fact that I am stuck in here, I have no desire to die. Naruto rolled his eyes. Well, thanks, I guess. Even though you're doing this for selfish reasons, it will at least still make me strong. He watched her eyes shift and noticed a small flicker of emotion. For a second she had looked oddly vulnerable. It was gone a moment later, but he had managed to catch it, and remembered that he had been going to at least try and make an attempt at being cordial. I do appreciate your help. Kyubi looked back at him, and he gave her a tired smile. With your help I'll be kicking ass and taking names in no time. Kyubi watched Naruto as his eyes closed. His breathing evened out, and he eventually went back to sleep. She stared at him for several minutes before tentatively scooting closer to where the blonde lay. It was several more minutes after that before she reached out with a hand and began to gently run it through the blonde's hair. It's surprisingly soft, Kyubi thought with an odd sense of wonder. When she had said she never touched a human before, while it may have been an exaggeration, she had been partly truthful. Prior to the first several years of her life, when she had first created the body she was in now, she had never allowed a human to touch her. However, his hair felt oddly different from that of other humans she had touched to sate her curiosity of the creatures when she had first awoken. It feels a lot like my fur. She stopped for a moment, and withdrew her hand, fearing she had woken him when Naruto sucked in a breath. However, after several seconds he released it, and his breathing evened out. Sighing in relief, she went back to her ministration of gently combing her hand through his hair. The Yondaime Kazekage stood at the designated meeting place where he listened to a report given by one of Orochimaru's henchmen. As much as it disgusted him to side with that snake, he knew that he could not beat Konoha on his own, and so he allied himself with Orochimaru, and suffered through the reports he received, as well as the snake Sannin himself constantly berating and insulting him with that silver tongue of his. However, as he listened the last part of the report, he became startled. You mean to tell me Gaara lost? To a genin. The one who was speaking to him, a young teen with white hair, brown eyes and 2 red dots on his forehead, nodded. It seems this boy, one Uzumaki Naruto, managed to surprise your son and use a powerful katan jutsu of some kind of turn his sand armor into glass. It trapped him inside and allowed the boy to win in the preliminaries. The Kazekage scowled as he thought of what this would. If Gaara lost, then I doubt there is any hope for us to defeat Konoha, especially if he was defeated by a mere genin. The plan would also be ruined now, the Kazekage realized. The whole plan had hindered on Gaara being in the finals and turning into his Shikaku form to give a surprise attack in the middle of the exams, smashing Konoha's main force before his and Orochimaru's men even got there. With Gaara no longer in the finals, Orochimaru-sama has ensured me that your son's defeat was a mere fluke. A matter of surprise and luck, nothing more. And yet, without Gaara in the finals, all of our plans are ruined, the Kazekage frowned. There is no way for us to defeat Konoha without having Gaara in their walls to strike them by surprise. The young teen bowed his head. Orochimaru-sama has come up with another plan to defeat Konoha. One he believes is better than the previous one we had, and one that will no doubt lead to more of my shinobi's deaths. While the Kazekage saw everyone and everything as either a tool or worthless, he did understand the value of good soldiers and the need to keep them alive. And he knew that any plan that snake of a man created would put his shinobi on the front to take more damage than the man's Odo forces. No, with our original plan null and void, I will not support a campaign against Konoha, unless I feel the time is right. I see. The teen said slowly, that's too bad. It happened too fast for the Kazekage to see. A flash of light, and that was it before he, along with the 4 Anbu he had brought to guard him, died. Kukuku. Orochimaru chuckled as he appeared behind the fallen Kazekage, his hand holding onto the Kusanagi blade as it dripped with the blood of the Kazekage. It's too bad he didn't agree to my new proposition. If he had, he may have lived. Still, I feel it's better this way. He looked over at his most fanatically loyal servant. How are you holding up, Kimimaro-kun? I am feeling fine, Orochimaru-sama, Kimimaro replied. Kabuto-san has assured me that I will be able to take part in the coming battle. Good. I am pleased to see your disease is being kept in check for now. I have great need of you. Orochimaru licked his lips. Naruto awoke to see the white-tiled ceiling of a hospital. He blinked a few times as he registered where he was before scowling. Great, I wake up only to find myself stuck in a nightmare of bland ceilings, white walls and that kami-damned smell of antiseptics. Well, I do apologize, Naruto-kun, however it was necessary for you to come here so you could be healed. Hearing the familiar voice, Naruto turned around to see Sarutobi sitting on a chair next to his bed. I'm pleased to see you're awake. You gave us quite the scare with your performance, you know. Ajisen. Naruto yawned as he pushed himself into a sitting position. Be careful not to move too much. The doctor said you were extremely badly damaged, Sarutobi said. Naruto looked up and grinned. Ah. You worry too much, Ajisen. The blonde ignored the protests of Sarutobi as he stood up and began to stretch. I'm definitely sore. It feels a lot like someone decided to smash me with the Hokage monument. He looked over at the Hokage. How long have I been out? About 2 days. Sarutobi answered, watching as Naruto took off the bandages he had on. Do you really have to take those off? You might still be injured. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't want to look like a mummy while I walk around Konoha. And I'm perfectly fine, a tad tender is all. Sarutobi sighed and shook his head in exasperation, but knew that trying to stop the blonde was pointless, and there were other things they needed to talk about. Naruto-kun, I believe there are some things you and I need to discuss. Okay. What kind of things did you want to talk about, Ajisen? Naruto decided to play innocent, though he had a fairly good idea on what this was about. Sarutobi gave him a deadpan look. I believe you know what I want to talk about, Naruto-kun. I know you are more intelligent than you sometimes let on. Naruto sighed as he sat back down on the bed. You want to talk about me using Kyuubi's Yuki, right? Sarutobi nodded. Yes, I would. I would like to know when you learned to use that chakra. Well, I wouldn't say I learned to use it. Naruto tapped his chin, wondering how best to broach this subject. In the end, he just decided to be honest. The old Hokage had always been understanding, and he was sure he would be with this too. My beatdown of Gaara was in fact the first time I had used it since Nami. Or wait, that's not quite true, since I had also used it against Orochimaru in the forest. Though this was the first time I used it willingly, and stayed myself while using it. I see. Sarutobi wished he could smoke his pipe right now, but not even he could get away with smoking in a hospital. And how were you able to channel its chakra? Kyuubi gave it to me, Naruto shrugged. Upon seeing the Hokage's incredulous expression, Naruto blinked. What? She did. Kyuubi and I are all cool now. He paused when he listened to that statement in his head. Well, we're not exactly cool, but we're no longer at each other's throats. Ah. I see. Kyuubi and you are. Sarutobi frowned as he registered the two things Naruto said. The first, Naruto said he and Kyuubi were friends now. The second. Did you say she? As in the Kyuubi no Kitsune is a girl. Naruto winced and held his head for a moment as he heard Kyuubi start to yell out threats to Sarutobi. Yes, she's a girl. And she wants me to tell you that if she hears one more sexist comment about her gender, she's going to make sure you suffer untold amounts of torment before the Shinigami comes to take you. Sarutobi shivered a bit at the implied threat, despite the fact that there was no way for Kyuubi to do anything of the sort. 2C. Now you said you and Kyuubi are on good terms? Of course I did. We're on cordial terms. Naruto thought of his statement for a second before nodding. I think that's the best way of putting it. And how do you know Kyuubi is a she? Asked Sarutobi as he eyed the genin wearily. Naruto chuckled. If you had been in the seal, you would not have had to ask me that. Trust me when I say that there is no way she can be anything but female. She has this human form, half-human form that she introduced herself with when talking to me. I doubt I could find many if any woman who is more attractive than her. As he registered his words, his mind blanked for a second. Despite what he had said being completely true, he was surprised he had said them. Perhaps the damage from his battle with Gaara had caused a severe case of head trauma. Or maybe Anko had rubbed off on him even more than he had initially thought, since that sounded like something she would say. Kyuubi, having heard what Naruto said from the seal, smirked. Why, Naruto, you truly know what to say to make a lady feel special. Naruto had to resist the rather large urge to snort. Try not to get used to it. I doubt I'm in my right mind right now. And while I won't deny that you are very physically attractive, it will take a long time before I would consider speaking of you in such an intimate manner were my currently screwed on right. It will take more than a pretty face for me to be friendly with you. Within the seal, Kyuubi frowned for a moment. She supposed she should have expected him to give out that kind of response. It was a natural reaction people had to someone hurting them as much as she had hurt Naruto. But you know I am trying to be nice to you. I know, Naruto sighed, I do realize that. But you are also the cause of a lot of problems that I have no clue how to deal with right now. He felt an odd fluctuation in his seal. It felt almost like a brief flicker of irritation and slight depression, only it was not his. However, he put any thoughts on the odd sensation out of his mind for the moment. The Hokage had to take a moment to register that new information. He decided to file it under the too troublesome to open section of his brain. How can you be sure that it's not just a trick? The Kyuubi is a malevolent and cunning being. One who nearly destroyed Konoha, I might add. Naruto shook his head. I'm sure she's genuine. He looked over at his surrogate grandfather. At the very least, I do know that she cannot influence me due to the seal, she admitted herself. Not in so many words, and she was rather angry at the time because of it, so I doubt she had a reason to lie. She also told me that her helping me is a matter of self-preservation. If I die, she dies, and she does not want to die right now. Or ever for that matter. I see. Sarutobi trailed off as he began to think on what he had just heard. Naruto. Kyubi's voice came in tentatively. Naruto blinked at the odd tone she used. Yes, Kyubi? Look, tell your Hokage that my attack. Kyubi paused and Naruto had a feeling she was trying to admit to something that she was either ashamed of or did not want getting out. His thoughts were confirmed a moment later when she spoke again. Tell him that my attack was not of my own making. Not of your own making? Asked Naruto in a tone laced with curiosity. What do you mean not of your own making? Look, that attack was not my handiwork. Remember what I told you, I may not like humans, but I don't care for bringing myself to kill them. It's simply beneath me to even bother with such a thing. So you're saying someone else attacked Konoha? Naruto asked incredulously. And what, you just happened to be there and knocked over a few buildings, killed a few hundred people? Kyubi growled at the blonde. Look. It wasn't my fault. I was under a. Naruto heard a sigh from the mindscape before the redhead started in a softer voice. I was not in control of my actions at the time, okay? There was someone who was capable of casting a high-level genjutsu that controlled my actions. Naruto put a thoughtful frown on his face as he listened to Kyubi's defense about her actions. It took him a minute to formulate a response, and when he did, his answer surprised him. I believe you. You do? Asked Kyubi, who was also surprised, even more so than the blonde who said it. Yes, Naruto thought about his reasoning before giving out more information. Honestly, your attack never really made sense. I mean, I sort of just assumed that Bijou were simply mindless beasts. But you're obvious not. He paused, and this time he could clearly feel Kyubi's shock through the seal. He wondered on that for a moment before shaking his head and getting back on track. So given what you've told me, it only makes sense. For a long moment Naruto did not hear anything from the vixen in his head. He was about to talk to Sarutobi and inform him of what he knew when. Thank you, you're welcome, Naruto responded. Ajisen, Naruto said, getting the aging Hokage to shake his thoughts away and focus on the young blonde before him. Yes, Naruto-kun? I believe this may help you come to better terms with what I told you already. Kyubi was not responsible for the night of the attack. I guess you could say she was not herself. Wasn't herself? Sarutobi questioned. What do you mean wasn't herself? He watched as Naruto's eyes glazed over for a moment. He must be speaking with the Kyubi, the old Hokage reasoned. She said it's okay to tell you. During her attack on Konoha, someone had cast a high-level genjutsu that even she couldn't break out of and controlled her. Naruto shrugged. I don't know who, since she won't tell me, but apparently that attack wasn't really her fault. Kyubi is of the belief that slaughtering a village of humans is a task that is beneath her, something that she would not do simply because she is a being of higher power and not one who would give in to their baser instincts. What he says would make sense. Sarutobi's hand twitched as he wished for his pipe. I have always wondered what had happened that night. With Minato there should have been no issue with the Kyubi breaking free, which means someone had to have released the Kyubi, and I doubt they would have done that unless they were sure they could control it. Still, this new information of Kyubi being a female and not evil, or at least as evil as we were all led to believe, is a contradiction to what I had been told. Maida-sama always said the Kyubi was a hateful creature. Then again, I can't really imagine a being like Kyubi attacking for no reason, especially if what Naruto says about her general countenance towards humans is true. He looked over at Naruto. In any event, Naruto does not seem to be under any influence from the Kyubi, and Jiraiya said the seal was working perfectly when he checked it yesterday. In the end, I will need to trust Naruto's judgment in this matter, since there is really nothing else I can do. Ajisen, are you alright? Naruto asked, waving a hand in front of the Hokage's face. You're still there, right? Huh? Oh yes, Naruto-kun. I apologize, I was thinking for a moment, Sarutobi said. Right. Naruto drawled out as he gave the venerable old man a smirk. You do know that spacing out like that is a sign of old age? You might want to be careful. This coming from the one who continuously calls me old man. I would think that it wouldn't matter since you'll just call me out on being old anyways, Sarutobi shot back. Touché. Naruto grinned. So can I go now? I really want to get back to my shitty-ass apartment so I can lie in my own crap bed, rather than the hospital ones. I doubt I could keep you here even if I tried, Sarutobi replied in an amused tone. Go on, you're free to leave. Oh. Before I forget. Naruto stopped to changing into the clothes that had been set out for him to look at Sarutobi. You will be facing Hyuga Neji in the first round of the finals. Naruto looked at Sarutobi and grinned. Well, that's nice. I wanted to kick that fate-loving princess anyway. I'll need to get in some good training then. Do you know where Kakashi-sensei is? Sarutobi shook his head. I believe he went off to train Sasuke for the finals. However, he did tell me to give you this. The Hokage took out a scroll from his robe and tossed it to him. Naruto caught the scroll and looked at it for a second, before pocketing it. Is there anything else I should know? The Sandaime Hokage smiled at him. Yes, there is. You had several visitors come to see you. Really? Who? Naruto asked as he put on a large white shirt several sizes too large for him. Higurashi Tenten was one of them. Sarutobi rubbed his chin. Most of the rookies who fought in the preliminaries came to see you, and surprisingly you had a visitor from Kumo, a blonde kunoichi by the name of Yugito who made it to the finals. The old Hokage frowned thoughtfully at that. He could not help but wonder what Kumo's Jinchuriki would want with Naruto. Given that village's attempted kidnapping of Hyuga Hinata during the treaty signing, he was feeling weary of letting that woman near the whiskered blonde. Naruto smiled at hearing all the people in his class had come to see him. However, he was confused as to why Yugito had come. Well, she is a Jinchuriki, so maybe she just wanted to talk. He shrugged the thought off for now. Thanks for telling me, Ajisen. Since I'm still kind of sore, I'll visit them today rather than start training. I think that's a good idea, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi agreed. Also, you might want to check out the hot springs on one of your days off. I believe it would prove to be beneficial for you. Naruto blinked for a moment as he sensed some kind of hidden meaning there, but shrugged it off quickly enough. Thanks for the advice, maybe I will pay it a visit. Sarutobi watched the blonde go and shook his head. The things you get into, Naruto-kun. I swear you're giving me more gray hairs than my grandson. Walking into the Higurashi weapons store, Naruto plastered a grin on face. He looked around to see that Kaido was manning the shop today, meaning Tenten was probably out training. Ohoyo Kaito-san, he greeted. Kaido looked up from the weapon designs his daughter had been making and smiled when he saw Naruto. Ohoyo Naruto-san, I was wondering when you'd come into my shop. As the boy walked over, he got a better look at him. I guess Tenten wasn't exaggerating when she said you had quite the transformation. You look quite different. Yeah. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. As you can see, I'm in need of some new clothes. My old ones no longer fit. So I noticed, Kaido said dryly as Naruto made a clone and had it start grabbing clothes. You know, my daughter was awfully worried about you. She said you injured yourself pretty badly when you fought in the preliminaries. Kaido watched the clone grab a bunch of clothes for Naruto to try on. She's pretty mad at you too. Naruto shivered a bit as his clone brought him some clothes. I'll try to find some peace offering to appease her then. Maybe a really expensive kunai set. Kaido laughed as Naruto made his way to the changing room. Sighing, the blonde looked at the clothes he had set down and began to try on different kinds. Eventually he decided to go with a pair of black pants with white wrap-around bandages, a black long-sleeve shirt, a new pair of black shinobi sandals and a black cloak like the one he had before, except this one had dark red flames lining the bottom. As he walked back out, Naruto spotted something else he felt might be interesting to add to his attire, and grabbed it as well. He grabbed several more pairs of clothing before bringing them to the register. Hey Kaito-san, I was wondering if you had any fingerless gloves in the color orange. Kaido raised an eyebrow at the odd request before nodding. We do have a few. He went into the back of the store before coming out with a box. I had another customer who seemed to have the same fetish for orange as you, so I used to have these custom made for her. Naruto looked at the orange fingerless gloves. They had a metal plate on the back as a guard. However, where most of the plates had a Konoha symbol, these ones didn't. Instead, they had the swirl that was shown on the Chunin and Jonin flak jackets. He picked one up before putting it on, clenching and unclenching his fist to get a feel for the gloves. They're perfect. Naruto grinned as he squeezed and flexed his hand. I thought you might like them. Kaido smiled at the blonde, staring at the gloves in fascination and joy. Your mother loved them after all. He shook the errant thought away as he rang Naruto up. Your total comes to 5,000 yen. Naruto unsealed Gamakan and took out the necessary money. Thanks for the clothes. If you see Tenten, tell her I'm out of the hospital. Got it. Kaido gave Naruto a wave as he left the store. After getting a clone to send his clothes back home, Naruto went to pick up some Ichiraku's where he had an interesting encounter with Ayam, who he had caught drooling when she was looking at him. When he finished, the blonde left and wandered around town trying to figure out what to do today, all the while dutifully ignoring the stares sent his way. I can't train today since I'm still kind of sore. I suppose I could visit Tenten, but I kind of want to hold off on her trying to turn me into a human pincushion for as long as I can. Naruto sighed. What to do? Naruto, why don't you go visit that Yugito girl? Kyubi suggested her vessel. You mean the Kumo Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. I suppose I could, though I have no clue where she is, he sighed. That meant he would have to ask around. He walked into an alley and created a few clones which immediately hinged into random villagers. Already knowing what Naruto wanted, they immediately set off and began searching the area. Hopping onto the roof, the blonde took off towards his apartment where he could rest until his clones told him where Yugito was. While Naruto was out searching for Kumo's Jinchuriki, things were nowhere near as pleasant with one Rock Lee who was being used as target practice by a very angry weapons user, Tenten. Must you be so angry and unyouthful? Lee squeaked out as he dodged more kunai that the bun-haired girls sent at him. It had been like this since the end to the preliminaries. After Naruto's battle with Gaara, Tenten had been doing one of two things, visiting Naruto at the hospital or using Lee and Neji for target practice. Grr. That jerk. Does he even know how worried I was? Tenten showered the area Lee was in with kunai and shuriken, forcing the bull-cut boy to dodge and run even more. He keeps taking so many risks. Does he know how much it freaked me out when he lost that arm? Stupid men, and their pig-headedness. Tenten and I know you dodges several dozen shuriken are upset with our backflips several times to avoid a dozen kunai most youthful comrade Naruto. But ducks a kitchen sink that Tenten picked up from somewhere. If you keep up this unyouthful act then your flames of youth will diminish. Lee was forced to hide behind a rock as Tenten pulled out two of her scrolls and used her Sushuryu twin rising dragons to launch Kamion. Lee knew how many weapons at Lee. Over on the sidelines Neji watched Lee being used for target practice with a frown. His mind was on the battle Naruto had with Gaara and that strange chakra he had used. That was definitely not normal chakra the blonde had used. He had seen it originate from the blonde's stomach. Definitely not where normal chakra comes from. But then, I wonder what it was? Tenten, you must cease this action before your flames of youth die out. Neji sighed as he stood up. He was fighting Naruto in the finals first. Even if he did not want to admit it, he needed to start training. Naruto walked down the hall of the hotel that he had heard Yugito was staying in, stopping at room 209 where he knocked on the door. He heard some feet shuffling as well as a bang and a muffled curse, causing him to snicker a bit. The door opened and Yugito stepped out wearing nothing but a set of robes, with her hair still wet from having obviously just come out of the shower a few minutes ago. The two stared at each other for a second, and Naruto let his eyes wander up and down her form for a moment. Following the perfect curves and contours of Yugito's body that was lithe with a thin waist and toned stomach, yet managed to retain the full form of a woman, which was easily noticeable by her nice-sized and firm hips as well as her C-to-D cup chest. Naruto was beginning to get the feeling that this body type was something all high-level kunoichi possessed. It was then that he realized what he was doing, making him blush and look away. Is this a bad time? Yugito blinked before she recognized who was in the doorway. She noticed his eyes wandering her body and looked down to see that her robe did little to hide her figure, yet to Naruto's surprise she just smiled and gestured for him to come in. Not at all, Naruto-kun, why don't you come on in? I was just about to make some tea. Naruto-kun? The spiky-haired blonde asked himself in confusion. Didn't I just meet her in the exams? Hell, I don't even think I've spoken with her except that one time during the first test. Shaking the thought off, the spiky-haired blonde walked into the hotel room and took a look around. It was a standard two-bedroom living space, with a kitchen-living room combo and a single door leading to the bedroom. It was fairly bland, but Naruto did not expect it to really have any kinds of home furnishings, since she did not really live there. Why don't you go sit on the couch while I finish getting dressed and make us some tea? Yugito suggested, not at all bothered by the fact that she was in nothing more than a robe that does so little to hide her figure. Naruto gulped as he responded with, yeah, okay. He walked further into the apartment and sat down on the leather sofa while Yugito left to get dressed. He closed his eyes for a while and attempted to work on some breathing exercises while he waited, in the hopes that it would help keep away his hormone-induced thoughts. Here you go. Naruto opened his eyes several minutes later to see Yugito wearing a pair of loose-fitting pants and a shirt, holding a cup of hot tea out to him with a small smile. He gave her a smile in return as he accepted the drink. Thank you. He took a sip of the tea, knowing that even if it was poisoned it wouldn't work on him. So how are you feeling? Yugito asked as she sat down on the sofa next to him, surprising Naruto when she sat close enough that their arms were lightly touching. You were pretty injured from your battle with Gaara. Naruto grinned as he set the cup down. It will take far more than something like that to bring me down. He paused for a moment and grimaced, though I really hope I don't lose an arm like that again. He paused when he heard Yugito giggle. I heard you visited me in the hospital. Yugito blushed a tad but nodded. Hi, I did. After seeing your battle I wanted to make sure you were alright, especially after you helped my friend Ayako after her battle. Had you not, that Hyuga Genin would have probably killed her. There's no need to thank me for something like that. Naruto gave an off-handed shrug. I could never really stand Neji, or his attitude, or those 10-foot metal poles he has shoved up his ass. He grinned when Yugito let out a soft giggle, and seeing him willing to go so far to injure another person in what should be a friendly competition really set me off. I could never stand people who were willing to hold some kind of prejudice against others just because they come from another village, even if it's one that we had been enemies with at one point. Yugito smiled at him. Well, I thank you all the same. You strike me as a very kind person, I guess. Naruto shrugged. He had never really thought himself as kind. He just did what he thought was right. He looked at her for a moment. So was that the only reason you visited me? Because I helped your friend? Yugito shook her head as her smile widened. Not at all. Actually, I wanted to get to know you better, especially after seeing your fight with Gaara. Naruto blinked for a few seconds as he processed what she was saying. You want to get to know me? At her nod he said, I don't think you'll find anything very interesting about me. And I've never been that good with people. That wasn't the first impression I got of you. Yugito gave him an amused grin. Not many people I know are willing to make an enemy out of everyone by threatening to beat them up in the first stage of such an important exam. Nor would they so blatantly insult one of said exam's proctors. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he grinned. I suppose that's true. But, Yugito shook her head, despite that overconfident attitude of yours, you're actually very modest. I can tell just from your battle with Gaara that you're fairly strong, especially for your age. Not only that, but you're a very kind person. Not many people would protect a complete stranger from another village like you did just because it's the right thing to do. Plus the fact that you're a Jinchuriki makes you even more interesting. I think it's only natural that I want to get to know you better. Naruto chuckled. I should have figured you'd know I was a Jinchuriki, seeing as you hold the Nibi. He noticed Yugito grin. So, what did you want to know? I really just want to know more about you, Yugito replied with a soft smile. It's never easy growing up as a Jinchuriki. Even in Kumo, where we're now held in reverence, as guardians, it has been, and in some ways still is hard. Naruto's smile faded a bit as he tilted his head at the blonde woman. That's true. I suppose I can tell you a bit about myself. A mischievous smile came to his face. However, you have to tell me about yourself as well. Yugito returned his grin with a smile. I was planning on it. Naruto had spent nearly the rest of the day with Yugito, just sitting and conversing with her about their lives. Turned out his original assumption was correct. Yugito was 4 years older than he was. Naruto was pleasantly surprised to find out that Yugito could relate to him on some levels. Like him, she had not been trusted very much in Kumo until Kurabi, the other Jinchuriki who also happened to be the current Reikichi's younger brother, had managed to earn the village's trust. It was after that Kurabi, and by proxy her, started to become looked upon as Kumo's protectors. The village had even gone so far as to give Kurabi the title of Guardian of Kumo. It also helped that Yugito held on to the firm belief that loyalty towards your friends and village were the most important things for a ninja to have. She was also supremely confident in her own abilities, not in an arrogant way that most of the genin in exams had been, but in the kind gained from hard work and experience. He also could not help but smile when Yugito told him not to give up on the village, believing that he could change the people's minds and hearts about him the same way Kurabi did. It was rather heartfelt, and kind of reminded him of when Haku had told him she believed he could do it. He felt it odd that, even though being with Yugito actually reminded him a bit about his time with Haku, that he did not feel the small flash of pain that normally accompanied the times he would speak with women. Sometimes when he was with Tenten and even Anko, he had felt kind of like he was betraying Haku. He did not act on those feelings, of course, he was trying to move on, but he still could not help but feel that way. That he did not feel like this with Yugito, whom he had just met and only spoke with on one occasion not counting today, was odd, though he chalked it up to the similarities the blonde woman had to him. So you were a prankster when you were younger? Yugito asked, amused but not too surprised to hear that bit of information. Jinchuriki lived fairly lonely existences. It was natural they would find a coping mechanism, lest they become like that Gaara character and go insane. Kurabi had found his in his rapping, and she had found hers in her work and a few other hobbies. So hearing another found them in pranks and goofing off was not a surprise. Naruto chuckled. I wasn't just a prankster, Yugito. I was an absolute horror and complete menace to society. I remember causing so many problems around the village. Most of the time I would prank the people who would deny me at their stores, or overcharge me for food, which, to be honest, is like 99% of the stores, shops, and restaurants in the village. I would do things like put scents that attracted cockroaches into the restaurants, or dye a clothing store's entire stock hot pink or bright orange. And then when the A and B came running to find out what the cause was, I would reveal myself and take them on a merry little chase all around the village, running down areas that I had loaded with traps beforehand. I guess it was my way of trying to gain the villagers' attention, because even bad attention is better than none at all. Yugito smiled and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. You'll get their acknowledgement soon, Naruto-kun. You just have to believe you can do it. She looked at Naruto for a few seconds before speaking again. Kurabi had it pretty rough too. I wasn't even around when it was really bad for him, but I remember him telling me about some of it. How he could not buy in stores without being overpriced. How people would often insult and spit at him as he passed. I even remember hearing about an incident where his best friend tried to kill him. He got through all of that, and is now Kumo's most loved individual. The blonde woman gave Naruto a grin, and trust me, if he can do it then I'm positive you can. Thanks. Naruto said. He was not 100% sure if he believed that, but he knew it was something he would never stop striving for, if for no other reason than to spite those who did not believe he could. It's kinda odd to hear someone I just met encouraging me, but it really does make me feel better, especially since you can relate. You're most welcome, Yugito replied, her smile never leaving her face. And you don't need to thank me, I'm always willing to help someone as cute as you. Naruto sputtered a bit as he blushed. I'm not cute. Newborn puppies are cute. Kittens are cute. I'm a guy, guys are not cute. Yugito just gave him a feral grin. Oh, don't be like that. It was a compliment. Naruto crossed his arms and gave her a petulant pout. It would be a compliment if I wasn't a dude. Can't you say I'm sexy or devilishly handsome? Or perhaps make a comment on my charm and roguish good looks? Anything along those lines would be fine, just not cute. Well, I could. Yugito shrugged as she continued to smile at him, but then I'd be lying. Naruto sniffed as he wiped a fake tear out of his eyes. That's harsh, Yujikin, very harsh. Yugito's smile just increased, pleased to hear the new nickname she had received so soon after meeting Naruto, especially since she doubted he even realized he had given her the nickname. She had a feeling that he would bond with her quickly. Naruto, she had realized, was not only a nice person, but was also lonely, and so he would always want to make new friends. It also helped that they were both Jinchuriki, and she could understand him better than most people. Naruto looked over at the clock and saw that it was getting late. Looks like I'd better go. He stood up and Yugito followed suit, walking him towards the door. Looking over at the blonde woman, Naruto gave her a smile. You know, I had pretty good time tonight. Likewise, Yugito smiled softly at him. If you would like, perhaps when we have a break from our respective training we can do something a little more active. Naruto blushed as his mind immediately went down the gutter and held his nose to keep from passing out. Yugito noticed this and laughed. I didn't mean it like that. Really, Naruto-kun, you're such a pervert. I'm not a pervert. Naruto defended. I just have a healthy amount of admiration for the female figure. He sighed as he could tell she was not buying it. I blame Anko. In a small dango stand, Anko sneezed all over her dango and began to swear and curse, promising to castrate whoever made her sneeze on her precious dango. All of the men who were near the women began to back away in fear as they held onto their junk. Naruto shivered as he felt the desire to run and hide in a corner somewhere. Anko? Wasn't that the proctor of the second stage for the Chunin exams? Yugito placed a face to the name. You did seem awfully close to her. But I don't see how you can blame being a pervert on her. You don't know her like I do, Naruto shuddered. Besides, you should have figured out from her general lack of clothing that she's rather open about her sexuality. I remember she was the one who gave me the birds and the bees talk. Yugito raised an eyebrow as Naruto began shivering uncontrollably. Was it really that bad? You ever hear of the Ika series? Asked Naruto, getting a nod from Yugito. I remember when I mentioned that I didn't know about sex or reproduction, she had taken it upon herself to teach me. Really, all she did was kidnap me in the middle of the night, tie me to a chair, and then she read the first 3 books from the Ika series as well as forced me to look at the picture illustrations. I haven't been able to look at women the same since. Not entirely sure what to say to Naruto's tragic experience, Yugito felt it would be wiser to simply avoid the subject in the future. So you were saying something about spending some time together this month? Naruto queried, deciding he had unintentionally gave away too much information about his life issues with women. Yugito nodded as she switched mental gears due to the change in topic. I usually take Sundays off from any training I do so that I can rest my body. I was wondering if you would like to spend some time with me this Sunday. You could meet me here sometime during the afternoon, or perhaps I could meet you at your place. That sounds fun actually, Naruto said, thinking for a minute. I'll meet you here around 1200. Is that alright? Yes, that's perfect, Yugito smiled at him. Naruto could not help but return her smile. So what are we gonna do? Yugito just gave him a wink. That is a secret. Naruto pouted for a moment, making Yugito giggle before relenting as he knew if she was anything like the other women in his life he would never get it out of her. Alright. See ya, Yujikin, Naruto waved to her as he started walking down the hall. Yugito smiled one last time before she closed the door. See kitten, I told he was quite the catch. Yes, well, even you have to be right once in a blue moon. Yugito could almost feel Nibi pouting, though the pout on its face would probably be more terrifying than anything. Now that's not very nice. When have I ever steered you wrong before? How about that time you told me Jeshiro was a nice catch? Hey, I was just saying he was attractive. What about the time you wanted me to be all over Taro? I can't always know when someone's nothing more than a lecher. Okay then, what about the time you told me Kiza would be a nice match for me? How was I supposed to know he had crabs? Yugito rolled her eyes. Whatever, I believe I've made my point, Your Honor, I rest my case. But that's not fair, kitten. You can't blame me for everything. Kitten? Kitten. Are you listening to me? Once he had left the apartment complex, Naruto walked back home with a perplexed look on his face. Did she just ask me out on a date? I don't think I've really been doing anything differently than what I used to do. In fact, now that I think about it, I may be even more obnoxious than I was before. Naruto huffed in frustration, ignoring the looks he received. I just don't get it. It was the oddest thing to him. Before, when he was at the academy, he could never have gotten a date with anyone. Now he had just had an extremely hot older blonde ask him out this Sunday. Really, it was the most perplexing thing. Of course, he had only ever asked Sakura out, so maybe that had something to do with it. Though he was not sure any of the other girls would have gone out with him either. They had all been completely stuck on Sasuke, even though he had never shown any interest in them. Maybe it was just the girls in Konoha who he could not get. After all, he and Haku had gotten together pretty fast. He winced a moment as he thought of Haku, and then this date he was going to be going on Sunday. For a brief moment he felt like he was betraying her. However, he ruthlessly squashed the feeling before it could take hold. He knew for a fact that she would beat the crap out of him if he let her death get the best of him, so he would do his best move on but never forget. And perhaps going on a date with Yugito would actually help with that. After all, she was nice, understood where he was coming from, and she extremely attractive, easily drew a worthy in his humble opinion. You just haven't noticed how much you've changed, Naruto, Kyubi commented from within his mind as she brushed her tails. She saw the memory and the brief flash of pain from his memory, and in the interest of keeping her vessel from becoming weak, felt it best as she steered his thoughts away from where they had been going. Your personality might not have shifted too much from who you were originally, but you're a lot more mature now than you had been. You also don't go screaming about ramen and Hokage every chance you get, and can have a serious discussion when needed. Kyubi paused for a second before adding another comment almost as an afterthought. It also helps that you've become quite fetching. Naruto paused in his thoughts as he heard Kyubi, and had to resist laughing when he heard the word she had used. Did you just say fetching? Seriously? What kind of backwards word is that? Oh, shut up. Kyubi humphed, blushing a bit as she used a word she had not heard in nearly 1,000 years. A part of her could not believe she had actually used a word that had not been used in such a way in so long. So I sometimes talk old school. You mean really old school? I don't think I've ever heard someone say someone else is fetching. And considering that I've had to spend years listening to the ramblings of the Uchiha Sasuke fan club go on about how great the team is all throughout the academy, that's quite the accomplishment. Naruto chuckled a bit. It's also kind of interesting, since if didn't know any better, I would say you just told me I'm handsome. Or something like that. Kyubi took a long moment to register the blonde's words, and when she did she felt pale as she realized she had just complimented him. However, just because she may have said something like that does not mean he could get away with mentioning it. Naruto, am I going to have to cut off the circulation to your male anatomy? Naruto paled. No, Kyubi, sorry. I was just joking. He still did not know if she could do that, but considering she lived inside of him, sort of, he did not want to take the chance that it was real. Remember, think before you speak, Naruto, Kyubi admonished in a somewhat ominous tone. Naruto's sweat dropped. Right. The blonde walked up the stairs to his apartment building and over to his room number. However, when he found his door, he also found a surprise waiting for him. Tenchan? Naruto questioned as he saw Tenten standing on his doorway, hands on her hips, and what he had come to recognize as a bad look for any female to have, especially when it's directed at you. Is there a problem, Tenchan? Is there a problem? Tenten asked with a sweet smile that screamed danger. Oh no, there's no problem. Only that you got your arm cut off and nearly killed. She finished in a yell as she stalked towards him. Naruto immediately began to back up in fear. Damn it, Naruto. Do you know how incredibly reckless that fight of yours was? I nearly had a heart attack from half the shit you pulled. Getting yourself smacked around like that. Not stopping the fight after your whole arm is ripped. OFF. If you ever, and I mean ever, do something like that again, I will nail you to a wall and shove a rusty kunai so far up your ass you won't be able to sit for a week. By this point, Naruto was cowering from the bun-haired girl who seemed to have fire surrounding her, and several demonic figures standing behind her, glowering at him. T-Tension, too, couldn't just back down from a fight, so you battle until you get your arm ripped off. Tenten's eyes twitched. Do you know how stupid that sounds? You nearly died. Yeah, but I didn't, Naruto defended himself. Look, I know you were worried about me, and I am sorry for worrying you. But you can't just tell me to quit when shit hits the fan. I'm not the kind of person to do that, I know that, but… Tenten bit her lower lip. I can't help but worry about you, Naruto-kun. You were so reckless back there. The next time you might not be as lucky and just lose an arm, you could die. While you're calling losing an arm lucky, Naruto grinned as he tried to lighten the situation. It dropped a second later when he saw that she looked ready to actually follow through with her threat. I doubt losing an arm could be considered lucky. I don't think anyone else would have been able to survive after something like that, at least not with their shinobi careers still intact. That's definitely true. Tenten snorted, before looking at him curiously. Just how did you regrow your arm anyway? Naruto wagged a finger back and forth chidingly. That's a trade secret, my dear. Can't have other shinobi taking my special techniques now, can I? Not that they'd be able to even if they knew how it was done. Kyubi piped up, and it's my technique, not yours. Yeah, but she doesn't know about you. You can't expect me to just come out and say, well, you see, it's all because I have the most powerful demon sealed in my gut, you know, the one who nearly destroyed Konoha. But don't worry, she's actually not half bad. In fact, you might like her. Can you? Kyubi humphed. Well, I suppose you do have a valid point. Of course I do. Then he remembered that Kyubi was trying to get along with him and added, but don't worry, I know just how much you do for me, and you know I appreciate it. Naruto felt an odd warmth originating from his seal. You're such a charmer, Naruto-kun. The odd thing about her statement was she was actually being somewhat honest, even if she spoke in the same flirty way she had used to enthrall other males. It was odd because they were so different from any thoughts she held previously about the blonde or anyone else, and it was still taking some time for her to understand and come to terms with the changes she was feeling. Feeling the desire to get the last word in, Naruto said, I aim to please. Tenten pouted at not being told how he could grow an arm back like it was nothing. She was sure that not even Tsunade knew how to do that. Though it did not seem like a medical jutsu. She shook her head. Whatever, just promise me you'll be more careful. Naruto grinned. I'll do my best. She narrowed her eyes at him, and he immediately sought to placate her. Look, I can't make that promise. Sometimes risks have to be taken to accomplish goals or complete missions. However, I promise to do my best not to take too many risks. I suppose that's all I can hope for. Tenten sighed. Sorry, Naruto apologized, not liking seeing one of his precious people hurt, but knowing it was better than making a promise he could not keep. I know it's not what you wanted, he gave her a smile. Though I am grateful to know that you care about me so much. Tenten blushed. Of course I care about you, Baka. If I didn't, who would? Of course, Naruto chuckled. He stopped and looked at her. Is there anything else you wanted to talk to me about? You know, besides chewing my ass out for being a danger to myself and in general ass for not taking the feelings of you and others into consideration. Tenten glared at him for chewing out comment before shaking her head. No, that's all I wanted to talk to you about. Naruto frowned for a moment before smiling. Okay then, it's getting pretty late, so I'll see you later, Tenten-chan. Okay. Tenten watched as Naruto unlocked the door to his apartment and bit her lip. Wait. Naruto turned around to see Tenten staring at him, her face extremely red. Yes? Are you okay, Tenten-chan? Your face is really red? Tenten yeeped as Naruto leaned in to look at her face, coming so close their noses were almost touching. To him, fine. She backed away a bit. If you say so, Naruto shrugged after looking at her for a few moments. So you had something else you wanted to say? Well, I was just wondering if. Naruto frowned as Tenten began to stutter. He had never seen her look so unsure of herself before. Are you sure you're okay? You seem really out of it, Naruto said as he looked at her with concern. Tenten couldn't but squirm a bit under Naruto's gaze. Yes, I'm fine. Just wanted to ask you something? Oh, well, ask away. Naruto gave the bun-haired girl a smile. You know you can always talk to me about stuff. So what did you want to ask me? I wanted to ask. Tenten sighed as she worked up her courage. She had never done what she was about to do before, so it was rather difficult. It also didn't help that she had first thought she would be asking Neji to do this with her, not someone she had met 6 months ago. Taking a deep breath, she plunged on. I wanted to ask if you wanted to go out to dinner with me? Dinner? As in a date? Asked Naruto, blinking a few times as he tried to understand what she was saying. Of course not. Too mean. It doesn't have to be. Tenten hurried to say, I mean it can just be a dinner between two friends. I mean dating is Tenten, Naruto interrupted the girl. Seriously, how did this happen? This is like 2 dates in one night. Am I really that much more desirable now than I was in the academy? He frowned for a moment as he thought about what he should do. It's not that he didn't want to go on a date with her, but there were a few things that prevented him from outright accepting. The first excuse was Haku, of course, but he could keep thoughts of her from interfering with his daily life and knew if it was just that he would not have a problem. No, the main problem was that he was unsure if any of the restaurants would let him eat at their establishment. However, as he looked at her worried face, he knew that he would not be able to turn her down. I would be more than happy to take you out to dinner, he gave her a soft smile. Really? Tenten's relief became obvious when she suddenly gave him a brilliant smile and all the tension seemed to melt away. Okay then, does this Friday sound good to you? Naruto thought for a moment. It wouldn't really cut into his training since by that point he would really just meditate while his clones dispersed. He gave her a smile. Friday would work perfectly. What time would you like me to pick you up? And do you have a specific place you would like to go? 700 is a good time for me. that way I can get washed up after my training. I know this small-time restaurant that just opened up a little over a month ago that I wanted to check out. Well, alright then. It's a date. Naruto gave her a grin so large his eyes squinted, making him look like a fox. Okay. A date, Tenten smiled, before her eyes widened. Oh no. I left the shop unmanned. Oh. Tauzen's gonna kill me. I'll see you later, Naruto-kun. Naruto watched as the bun-haired girl ran off. He shook his head a few times before he smiled. Things are definitely getting interesting around here. 2 dates in 1 day. What the fuck? Entering his house, Naruto got ready for bed, brushing his teeth, getting out of the hospital clothes before finally passing out on his bed, knowing he would need all the rest he could get for the coming month. Oh, make the birds and the bees with Anko. Anko snickered as she picked the lock for Naruto's apartment, grinning in satisfaction when she heard it click open. Using the stealth skills only a kunoichi at her level had, she snuck into the blonde's bedroom. Anko made her way over to the bed, where Naruto was sleeping, mumbling about swimming in a pool of ramen. The snake mistress shook her head. This kid had the oddest dreams. She leaned down to pick him up, however Naruto must have heard her, because his eyes suddenly opened. What the hell? He couldn't finish his sentence since Anko hit him in the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. Grinning like a mad woman, she hefted him over her shoulder and left the apartment. Naruto awoke with a slight groan. Smacking his lips, he lifted his arms over his head to stretch the odd soreness out of his neck. Or at least he tried to. When he felt his arms being strained against something, he snapped his eyes open. Naruto looked down and saw that he was tied to a chair. No wonder I've got this friggin' creak in my neck. He looked around and noticed the unfamiliar room. How the hell did I get here? His wonderings were cut off when the door to his left opened. Good morning, Gaki. Anko greeted with a cheerful smile as she walked in, munching on some dango with one hand while holding a small orange book in the other. And Kanichan? Naruto questioned. What the hell? You're the one who tied me up. Oh, don't be like that, Gaki. Anko pouted a bit. I'm only doing this to help you. How does tying me up help me? Naruto shouted as he struggled and tried to escape. Anko grinned as she pulled up a chair and sat next to him. Well, I figured I would give you a special lesson today, and I don't want you running away from me. Naruto stopped and looked at her wearily. Anything that she called special was usually something to be avoided at all costs. It was simply safer that way. Less painful too. A special lesson? That's right. The Tokubetsu Jonin chirped. Today you're going to learn about the birds and the bees, Anka style. Birds? Bees? Naruto tilted his head to the side with a frown. Why the hell would I want to learn about a couple of animals? Anko groaned. You really are clueless, Gaki. I mean sex. Sex. Naruto squeaked, his face taking on the hue of a tomato. Yup. Sex. I even brought a special book to help me. Well, several. But we'll be going through this one first. Anko opened the book, which Naruto now recognized as the perverted literature that Kakashi and Sarutobi read. He immediately began to struggle, trying to free himself from his bonds. Anko noticed this and grinned as she stuffed his mouth with a sock so he could not speak, and then turned to her favorite scene. Oh, Namako, we can't do this. It's forbidden. Cried Kunisha. I know it's forbidden, Kunisha-chan, but that just makes me want you even more. Namako said as he pressed her against the wall. Kunisha tried to wiggle out of his grasp, but stopped when one of her breasts was snuggled firmly between Namako's hands as he began to knead her flesh. Soon her restraints crashed down, and she began to moan as, for the next 10 hours, Naruto was subject to all of Anko's favorite sex scenes in the Ika novels, irrevocably changing and corrupting Naruto's perspective on women. It would be a month before he could look Anko in the eyes after that. Chapter 21 Problems in Paradise. The next morning found Naruto up bright and early as he decided now was the time to start his training. Rather than going to his usual training ground 43, he had decided to head into the Forest of Death so that the chances of people actually seeing his jutsu were nil. Using one of the many clearings he knew of that had a low probability of the forest creatures trying to kill him, Naruto set up a basic genjutsu fuinjutsu around the area, as well as a security seal to alert him on the off chance that someone did actually enter his sanctuary. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. There was a puff of smoke, and when it cleared, Naruto found himself with not his standard 300 clones, but instead 500 clones. He scratched the back of his head in confusion. What the hell? I didn't use enough chakra to make 500 clones. So why? Did you forget, Naruto? Kyubi spoke up from within the seal. Naruto scrunched up his face in confusion as the vixen's voice entered his mind. What do you mean, Kyubi? Am I forgetting something? Kyubi resisted the urge to sigh. You're a Hanyu now. That means you are not using chakra but Yuki, or at least a variant of Yuki. Due to its potency, you do not need as much to get the same effect from one of your jutsu. That's right. You said something about that. Hee, I guess I forgot. Within the seal, Kyubi rolled her eyes, obviously. Naruto frowned as he looked at the extra Kage Bunshin. So what do I do now? I mean, I don't need the extra 200 clones. Didn't Hatake give you a scroll? Kyubi asked. It may have something your clones can do in it. Naruto blinked. Oh right. He reached into his pouch where he had put the scroll yesterday. He looked at it for a moment before unrolling it and reading its contents. Naruto, I made this for Hokage-sama to give to you when you woke up. First off, I would like to tell you how proud I am of you for beating an opponent as fearsome as Gaara. Though I would recommend you be less reckless next time, it would save some of us a heart attack. That being said, good job. It was here that both Naruto and Kyubi's sweat dropped as they saw a chibi drawing of Kakashi giving them a nice smile and holding up one of his hands in the peace sign. Shaking his head, Naruto continued to read. Now I have started training Sasuke for this month because in all honesty I feel he needs it more than you do. However, I don't want you to be left out or think that I have forgotten about you, why I have written down several jutsu on this scroll for you to learn, jutsu that you won't be able to get anywhere in Konoha due to the fact that I copied many of them during the war. I know that your elemental affinity is for wind, however that does not mean you can't learn jutsu from other elements. It will just take more chakra. There are 4 jutsu for each element, as well as a few non-elemental jutsu that I feel will prove useful to you. Good luck with your training and I hope to see how you do in the finals. Kakashi. On the bottom of the scroll, Naruto found a list of 24 different jutsu ranging from a rank to rank, 4 from each element, each giving an E, D, C and rank jutsu, and then 4 non-elemental jutsu of the same ranking. Well, at least he didn't leave me high and dry at Kyubi? Naruto chuckled a bit. He knew the real reason Kakashi had to train Sasuke. Having finished his reading on shinobi politics several months ago, he knew that the council would be on his sensei's back to train the Uchiha heir, and as Konoha's demon brat they would raise hell if Kakashi took time to train him. It's better than nothing, Kyubi replied. She did not much care for jutsu, but as they were what humans used they could be useful to Naruto. Well, at least now I know what to have my extra clones do. Naruto looked up at his clones and began to give orders. Alright guys, I want 300 of you to separate and do our original routine. The rest of you are going to grab this scroll and work on some jutsu. I want you to choose one, and then work on it with 15 clones at a time until they dispel. Rotate like that every time a group dispels or learns the jutsu. Start from rank and work your way up. Asa. The clones shouted as they went off to do their thing. With the clones off to do their training, Naruto decided to speak with Kyubi about his own training. Okay, so what are you going to be teaching me, Kyubi? Teach you? Kyubi asked, and though Naruto could not see it, he could imagine the sly smirk on her face. Whoever said I would teach you, Kyubi? Naruto warned as he really did not want to deal with her when she was like this. Alright, fine. Kyubi sighed. A part of her was angry that he wasn't letting her play. Before the chain of events that led her to being sealed inside of a human vessel, she had always played with words when using her charms and looks to woo men, as it were, though she had figured that Naruto may not appreciate her natural tendencies for the moment, so she decided to let it go. The first thing I am going to teach you is the first technique I ever made. It's called a Yuki whip. Essentially, it's a whip made of Yuki that you use to slash or tie up objects. Depending on how good you get, the power behind the attack can be low-powered enough to leave only light bruises, or be so strong that it can cut through even the toughest metals. And this is your first technique? Naruto asked incredulously. Remind me to never get on your bad side. Kyubi smirked. I don't think it would work. You seem to get on my bad side no matter what I say. Ouch, Naruto winced. That was harsh, though the same can be said for you. Touché. Alright, so this technique, how does it work? Asked Naruto, wanting to get started. Right, well, the key to using this technique is rather simple. All you need to do is channel Yuki to one of your fingers and then will your energy to extend outward. The length of the whip can vary depending on how long you want it and how much Yuki you put in it. The only difficulty that you may have is maintaining the shape. The shape of the whip needs to be perfectly smooth and of the same thickness everywhere, which will also be the same radius as your finger, yet it must also be completely flexible so that it's pliant enough to use like one would a normal whip. Now I want you to begin. Use the trees to practice on. Got it, Kyubi? Naruto channeled some of his Yuki into his left pointer finger, watching in fascination as the energy surrounded his finger. He had not noticed it before, but due to his energy now being a perfect blend of chakra and Yuki, the color of it had gone from a deep blue to a royal purple. He shook his head and refocused his thoughts on the forming a whip. Several tendrils appeared and coalesced together around his finger before extending out to form a whip, which began to pool at Naruto's feet. The spiky-haired blonde lashed out at one of the trees, but was disappointed when it fizzled out before it hit. Frowning, he tried again. Several tries later, and he was no closer to getting the technique to work. What the hell? Why didn't it work? Within the seal, Kyubi gave a thoughtful frown as she resisted the urge to laugh at Naruto and instead watched him work on the technique. It seems you don't have enough control over your Yuki to form the whip like this. Try using your index and pointer finger. Naruto nodded and followed Kyuubi's advice. The purple energy formed again, and the tendrils reformed before taking the shape of a whip. It was noticeably thicker this time, and when Naruto lashed out at the tree it left a small gash across the surface. Not bad for a first-timer, especially since you've only just recently switched from using chakra to Yuki, Kyuubi complimented as she observed the damage done through Naruto's eyes. She paused for a moment as she thought of what to say next. Should she tell him what he did wrong? Or she should just have him move on to another exercise since he could at least form the whip? Damn it. This is harder than I thought, Kyuubi complained as she tried to think of how she should talk to the blonde. Truth was she was still weary of his power. It was not as strong as hers, of course, but it had still been very strong, and with this new mutation on the seal that held her, she was limited in what she could actually do. Were it to come down to a fight now, Kyuubi was not sure if she would win. Kyuubi? Naruto called as he waited for the redhead to elaborate. Huh! Kyuubi snapped out of her thoughts before realizing that Naruto was calling her. Oh, sorry, I was distracted by something. Naruto frowned but decided not to question Kyuubi for the moment. It's alright. So do you have any advice for me? Not at the moment, no. It will just take practice to master. Kyuubi paused as she attempted to gather her thoughts. I think that's fine for the moment, Naruto. I just wanted you to get an idea of the technique for now. I want you to continue your physical training instead, and come back to this later. Naruto nodded and looked down at his weights. Since he no longer had to constantly have them on to keep in shape, he had turned them off. Deciding on a weight, Naruto began channeling Yuki through them. He gave a surprised yelp as his entire body crashed into the ground, creating a crater where he impacted. What the hell? For several seconds he tried to get back up only to find it impossible. Fuck. I forgot I don't need as much Yuki as I do chakra. He heard a giggle in his mind and growled a bit while blushing from embarrassment. He looked at his left arm and groaned. 600 pounds, damn it. No wonder these are so heavy. Naruto struggled to move one of his hands so he could drop the weights and restart. It took several minutes, but he was eventually able to get the weights to a good setting of 180 pounds. For his arms, 200 pounds. For his legs, nodding his satisfaction, he looked at his resistance training seals. Those had not been removed since he wanted to keep his true speed hidden unless needed. Right now they were still at level 4. Since his body had already adapted thanks to his transformation, he decided to change the seal to level 5. When he was less experienced, he probably would have changed it several settings higher so that he could faster. But having learned that everything was like a stepping stone when training, Naruto made sure to master each level with and without the seal on. That way he could function without tunnel vision when he was no longer using it. Satisfied with the amount of difficulty he had, Naruto began his workout. For the rest of the week, this was how Naruto's routine went. Having his clone work on their usual routines of chakra control, wind manipulation, which had become more of keeping himself in form since he had no more exercises he could do right now, taijutsu and fuinjutsu, which had now become his clones brainstorming and attempting to make their own seals to use. He had several projects which were starting to bear fruit, and it was his hope he would be able to put them to use in combat. His other 200 clones continued working on the jutsu list he had. It was his hope that he would be able to get down at least a fourth of the jutsu in it before the month ended. Of course, it was much harder to learn most of them because he did not have an affinity for some of them. But with the Kage-Bunshin no Jutsu, he was able to make steady progress. Other than that, he continued his physical exercises and worked on the chakra whip himself. He could have made clones, of course, but for some reason he felt that Kyuubi's techniques should be learned by him, and not a clone. Maybe it was something to do with his pride. He still managed to make good progress and had begun working on changing the density and power behind the whip. He continued doing all of this until Friday, when he had his date with Tenten. Naruto entered the Higurashi weapons store to pick up Tenten for their date. He had decided to wear civilian clothes for the occasion, which consisted of khaki-colored pants, a white button-up shirt with the Konoha insignia on the back, and a pair of black shoes. Even his headband was at home, letting his spiky hair hang freely to fall into his eyes. Naruto-san, Kaido said as he spotted the blonde shinobi. I assume you're here to pick up Tenten for her date? Naruto gulped when he sensed the warning tone in Kaido's voice. Yes, sir. Kaido nodded. Tenten? Get down, your date's here, Dad. The embarrassed shout came from upstairs. Chuckling a bit, Kaido looked back at Naruto before his expression turned serious. Before you go on this date with my daughter, I have a word of advice for you. Treat her right, or I'll give a first-hand personal demonstration on how well my weapons work. Naruto paled a bit at the implied threat. He had of course been threatened before, but something about the tone in Kaido's voice said he would really go through with it, and probably enjoy it too. You don't need to worry, Kaito-san. I would never do anything bad to Ten-chan, or let anything bad happen to her. Naruto replied, mustering up his courage. which seemed to have fled during Kaido's threat. That's good to hear. Kaido laughed, causing Naruto to blink as the tension disappeared. I rather like you, much more than that Neji boy she seemed so obsessed with before. So it would have been a shame to kill you. Not sure whether Kaido was being honest with that last comment or not, Naruto decided it would be best to just nod and put it in the scares the shit out of me category of his brain. A few minutes later Tenten came down the stairs. Sorry for taking so long, Naruto-kun, she said as she came the rest of the way down the stairs and looked at Naruto. She blushed a bit. You look really nice. I feel kind of underdressed with what you're wearing. Thanks, Naruto grinned as he looked down at his clothes, then back up at Tenten's. She wasn't wearing much different, the only difference being her shirt, which was still a Chinese-style shirt, but green with a gold dragon coiled around the left side and a little longer, going down to her mid-thigh. Doesn't matter, you look beautiful the way you are. Tenten's blush deepened a bit, but a smile came onto her face as she looked away bashfully, not used to someone actually complimenting her on her looks. Naruto chuckled. This was one of the few times he was somewhat grateful for the Ika books and Anko's continuous teasing and her reading of said books to him. He held out his arm and smiled. Shall we go? Tenten smiled as she encircled his arm with both of her own. I'll see you later, Dad. Tenten called as she and Naruto left. Make sure you're back by 1000. Kaido yelled after them. He watched the door close before sighing in worry. Great, first she wants to be a ninja and now she wants to date. At this rate I'll probably die of a heart attack sometime in the next few years. As the pair walked down the village, Naruto made sure to engage Tenten in as much conversation as possible. Reason being? He did not want the bun-haired girl to notice all of the hostile looks he was currently getting. When he had first gotten back from the preliminaries he had gotten looks of curiosity, and even a few that reminded him of the kinds he got from the girls back in Nami no Kuni. However, that had only lasted for a few days until people realized who he was, then it was right back to glaring, and because he did not want to ruin Tenten's date with any negative connotations, and that she had not been with him in public, he made sure to keep her attention away from the civilian populace. They entered the small restaurant and Tenten led Naruto over to one of the booths that lined the walls. Picking up a menu, Naruto waited nervously for someone to take their order, not because this could technically be considered a first date. No, he had been pretty much desensitized to that thanks to a mixture of Anko and his time spent with Haku and Nami. He was sure that if it were just that, he would not be nervous at all. What made him worry was the fact that he was not entirely sure the people here would sell him anything. He had only ever been able to eat at Ichiraku's, hence the reason it, and by proxy, ramen, had become his all-time favorite food aside from the fact that he loved the delectable noodles. Naruto turned his head when he noticed a waitress come over to their table. He also noticed when she stiffened and turned a glare upon seeing him. Can I take you order, miss? The waitress asked in a stiff voice. Tenten frowned as she heard the odd inflection in the woman's tone, but could not ascertain as to what it could be for. Yes, I would like udon with chicken and a side of vegetables, please. The woman nodded. Your order will be right up. She very swiftly turned around and began to walk away. However, Tenten immediately noticed a problem. Excuse me, but you didn't get my friend's order. The woman stopped for all but a moment before continuing on. Hey! Tenten shouted as she stood up, and Naruto noticed she was quickly gathering attention to them. Are you listening to me? No, I heard you. The woman said, turning around. However, we don't serve his kind here. She hissed as she pointed at Naruto, spitting out the word his like it was some kind of vile toxin. Naruto winced as he noticed the attention that had now been turned on to him, which all became glares as soon as they realized who he was. Tenten had not yet noticed this, however, as she glared at the woman. What do you mean his kind? Do you have some kind of problem with him? Tenten, Naruto said in a low voice, hoping to get her to stop drawing attention to them. However, Tenten was not listening at the moment, being far too incensed that some bitch was being an ass to her friend, because if you do have a problem then I'll. Tenten, Naruto said a little firmer as he grabbed her hand. Said girl looked down at him to see him shake his head. There's no need to cause a scene. Just let them give you your food and we can go somewhere else. Tenten frowned as she looked at him, but Naruto. Tenten please, Naruto said, his eyes no longer showing the confident borderline cocky person he had become. Right now they were pleading, please don't get worked up about this over me. I'm used to this. That last statement, said in such desperation, made Tenten grit her teeth. No, if they're not going to treat you, then I don't want to waste my money with this establishment. She reversed their grip so she was no grabbing his hand and pulled the blonde up. Come on, we're leaving. She did not leave any room for argument as she handily dragged Naruto away, slamming the door open on her way out. The nerve of those people. Tenten huffed as she pulled the blonde along. I can't believe they would so blatantly refuse a customer. What kind of idiots are they? Naruto did not speak up until Tenten had finished her rant. I'm sorry, Tenchan. Tenten looked at him with an odd expression in her eyes. Why would you be sorry? None of this is your fault. Oh, it is, you just don't know it. Naruto did not voice this out loud and instead asked, maybe we should just head home. You want to cancel our date? Tenten asked in surprise. Nothing's been ruined, we just have to go to another establishment. Naruto winced. No, it wouldn't matter if we went to another establishment. They would do the same thing, some might not even let me in. What do you mean? Asked Tenten, confused. I mean it's like this everywhere I go, Naruto spoke, keeping his head down so that his hair covered his eyes. Haven't you ever wondered why the only place I ever took you was at Ichiraku's? Or why I always meet you there instead of pick you up? Or why whenever we hung out after our spars I would just find a spot in the training field to sit at? Tenten frowned. Truthfully, she had never thought of that. In fact, she had not even noticed. But now that he had brought it up, it was easy to see he did do all those things. As she began to replay all the time she had spent together with the blonde, she began to notice another thing. The people around Naruto were giving them a wide berth. She cast a discreet glance towards one of the people who were passing and frowned at seeing them glaring at Naruto. Because her dad had never hated the blonde, she had never been subject to the prejudice that had been raised against him. Oh, she had noticed that he was not well liked in the academy, no matter what grade you were, and everyone had heard of the prankster king from hell, Uzumaki Naruto. But she had always thought that the whispered mutterings when academy instructors would talk about him, or when the civilians would occasionally talk about him, were for a prank he would pull. Naruto had not done any pranks since he graduated. And yet the people here were glaring at him, not just glaring at him, but glaring at him with enough hate that it made her shiver, and it wasn't even being directed at her. She looked over at Naruto, who had not moved since he had spoken. He looked extremely vulnerable right now. She wanted to ask him why he was hated but decided a more private place would be better suited for a talk like this. Grabbing his hand again, she pulled him along until they were well enough from the more crowded streets. Sighing, she stopped and turned around to face Naruto again. Naruto. What was all that about? She asked, trying to get a look at his eyes. Those people, why were they so? She wasn't even sure what to call it. Hateful? Vengeful? The emotion was too intense to really come up with an appropriate word. I'm sorry. Naruto whispered. I can't tell you. Why not? Tenten asked with a frown. I'm your friend, aren't I? Don't I deserve to know these things about you? Naruto could not hold in the wince. Please don't make me tell you. So you're not going to tell me? Do you not trust me? No. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at her. Of course I trust you. Then why won't you tell me? Tenten shouted, frustrated with how the blonde was acting. Because Naruto shook his head and began again. There are things about me that you simply don't know. Things that will change your opinion about me if you do know. He saw her open her mouth but forestalled her with a hand. Even if you accept what I say, it would still change your opinion. It may be a positive influence, but it may also be a negative influence. But no matter what happens, it will change what you think and feel about me. I haven't told you this, but you were the very first friend my age that I made, and I don't want to lose that friendship. Tenten's eyes widened at the new knowledge. She had not realized that. Naruto seemed like such a likable person. Sure, he was kind of loud and tended to say more than he should, but he had toned it down since she had first met him when he wore that hideous orange jumpsuit into the store. To hear that he had no friends until her was both surprising and sad. I still think you should let me know, she said at last. Naruto sighed. I can't. Not yet. She was about to protest but stilled her mouth when he said yet. I promise I'll tell you after the Chunin exams. I know it won't make that much difference, but this isn't something I can just come out and tell someone. Why? Because it's something I only just found out about 6 months ago, Naruto replied. I'm still kind of trying to deal with this knowledge myself. It also happens to be in class village secret that will get anyone but me executed if they even talk about it. Tenten had not thought she could be any more surprised than she had been before, but this new one threw her for a loop. So before I tell you, I want you to think about whether you feel it's really worth knowing. This will also give me the chance to gather up my courage, so to speak. Naruto looked down at his feet. I know it might not seem like it makes a difference, but I doubt a month will change my desire to know, Tenten said, interrupting the blonde with a shake of her head. When Naruto looked back up at her, she smiled. But if it will make you feel better, I'll wait. Naruto smiled. Thank you, and I'm sorry for ruining our date. Who said our date is ruined? Tenten asked with a grin, grabbing his arm again and walking towards a specific part of town. We may not be able to go to some restaurant, but I know this great ramen stand we can go to. Naruto chuckled a bit as he felt relief that Tenten was willing to wait for him, and still wanted to go on this date despite the terrible start they had with it. That decided, they had gone out to Ichiraku's before Naruto had escorted Tenten back home. He was supremely grateful that Tenten's dad was somewhere in the back of the store when he and Tenten arrived, because he was sure the man would castrate him if he saw Tenten giving him a kiss, even if it was on the cheek. If for no other reason than that, Naruto had decided that the date was a success. And so many people got to watch in shock and a small amount of fear as Naruto danced back to his house, laughing like a madman. For the Saturday, Naruto had continued his training until Sunday, the day he normally let his body rest and the day he had a date with Yugito. Learning what he could and working on his physical fitness and jutsu. There was only one issue that had come up, and that was when the blonde had noticed Kyubi acting distant, well, more distant than usual. Flashback. Saturday. Naruto grinned in satisfaction as he watched the tree fall to the forest floor as it was sliced all the way through. It was one of the small trees that seemed to line the bottom of the forest, but it was still a decent size. Yes. I think I got this technique down, Kyubi. It's too bad I can't test it on steel, but I really don't know where I would get some for such a random purpose. So what's next? He waited a few seconds but frowned when Kyubi didn't answer him. Kyubi? Naruto called her name several more times, and when none of it got her to answer, decided to travel into the seal. Naruto found himself standing outside of Kyubi's small hut when he entered his mind. He walked up to the door and knocked on it a few times. When he still got no answer, he knocked again, and frowned when he still got no answer. Despite his slight fear of getting on the redhead's bad side, he opened the door and walked in. He spotted Kyubi as soon as he entered. She was lying on her large velvety bed, facing away from him. He knew she already knew he was here and so didn't bother masking his presence as he walked up to the bed. He crawled onto the bed and sat next to the vixen's slowly breathing form. Kyubi, I know you're awake, Naruto said, watching her for any movement. What's eating you? Normally you would have at the very least insulted me by now. Nothing, Kyubi said. However, Naruto noted that her voice was distant. You can't lie to me. In fact, you're the worst liar I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and noticed it stiffen. Now why don't you tell me what's wrong? However, Kyubi was unable to answer as her mind was focused on the hand Naruto had placed on her shoulder. There was an unusual warmth radiating from the hand that had spread from her shoulder and through the rest of Kyubi's body. That, combined with her shock at someone actually touching her, having the gall to touch her, left her speechless. Kyubi? Naruto continued to shake her, wondering what the hell was up with the woman. She had never acted like this before. Come on. Tell me what's wrong. You know I can't really work on the stuff you want me to if you're not even around to critique me. It took a few seconds, but after a moment Kyubi seemed to relax and turned around to look at the blonde. Look, nothing's wrong, I'm just not feeling up to doing anything today. Are you upset because of what happened yesterday? Asked Naruto, taking a shot in the dark. However, when he saw Kyubi look away, he knew he had hit the nail on the head. That's it, isn't it? The way that waitress treated me bothers you, doesn't it? Kyubi scowled. Of course not. Why would I care about how some foolish humans treat you? The only thing that I care about is that you allowed such trash to treat you like that. Rather than get angry, Naruto just smirked. If that was what you were concerned about, you wouldn't act so distant. His smirk widened as Kyubi looked away. I'm right, aren't I? It bothered you to see how she treated me. The blonde shook his head. You know, I'm surprised. You never seemed to care about me being hated before. Kyubi frowned for a moment, and for an instant her eyes showed a small flash of emotion that was too quick for Naruto to catch. A second later she scowled at the blonde and sat on the bed facing away from the blonde. I don't care about you, or how you're treated beyond how it reflects on me. Now leave. Fine. Naruto stood up and was about to leave before deciding to pass a parting comment. You know, I don't blame you for what happened anymore. Sure, I may still hold some resentment towards you, but you seem to be just as much a victim as me. And I guess everyone, even you, deserve a second chance. Consider this yours. Kyubi's eyes widened and she turned around only to see Naruto had already left. Flashback end. After that little incident, Naruto had left Kyubi alone, and eventually she came back as if nothing had happened. Even though they had tried to get back on track, both had noticed a small shift in their relationship, though neither could tell what it meant. After that Sunday had rolled around, which was the date, Naruto had a date with Yugito. This is really nice, Yugito commented as she and Naruto sat by one of the lakes that could be found in Konoha's many parks. There's almost no vegetation in Kumo, so I don't often get to enjoy nature like this. It's really beautiful here. Naruto smiled. I suppose it is. I've lived here my whole life, so I guess I've taken it for granted. The blonde slurped up some of the noodle goodness that Yugito had brought for him. Ramen. Wanting to do something she had never gotten to do in Kumo, Yugito had decided that she wanted to go on a picnic. When Naruto had met up with her, she had already gotten all of the food prepared, some of which included Naruto's favorite noodle dish. I don't know how you managed to guess my favorite food, and I don't care, Naruto moaned in appreciation. If you're trying to get on my good side, I'd say you succeeded the moment I smelled this delectable dish. Yugito choked on her food a bit as she began laughing. Actually, it was no guess. It was rather easy to find out what you liked and buy it. After all, gathering accurate information is necessary for a shinobi, right? She said in her best Naruto voice. Hardy har har, Naruto grunted in sarcasm, before slurping up more ramen. You're just lucky I have this ramen so I can't stay mad at you. Ah. Are you saying you would be mad at me? Yugito gave him the puppy dog eyes. Kitten eyes, which on her exotic feline eyes looked incredible sexy. I was only teasing. Naruto blushed a bit but still favored her with a grin. Well, I guess I wouldn't be too mad if I didn't have ramen. Yugito matched his grin with her own before taking a bite out of her tekudon. We both know that you wouldn't be able to stay mad at all. I've only known for a little while, but I know you're too sweet to stay mad at me. Don't look too into it. I just can't stand the thought of making such a pretty girl cry. Naruto huffed as he looked away, grinning when Yugito began to giggle. Hey Yujikin, I was wondering something, Yugito hummed around a mouthful of food. While I only saw a little bit of your ability, you strike me as someone who is way too skilled to be just a genin. Yugito smirked. What makes you say that? Well, for one, your walk. It's the same kind of walk I've seen in many of the Jonin Senseis, and a few other veteran ninja I know. You act more confident than the average genin as well, and unlike the average genin you don't hold any of their arrogance. There was also the speed you used in that battle with Kiba. The only person I know who is that fast besides myself is Lee, and I get the feeling you were holding back. That technique you used as well also looked like a very high-level jutsu and complicated. Naruto listed off. So I was just wondering, how are you still a genin? Yugito debated on not telling him before shrugging. It didn't really matter in the end whether he knew or not, and the Reikage had not specifically told her not to tell anyone. Truthfully, I'm not. I was just never technically given Jonin status, or even Chunin status. Most of my younger life was spent training, and after that the Sandaime Reikage wanted me to gain more experience, and had sent me out on solo missions. There was a small pause and Naruto frowned as he saw a fleeting moment where pain had been evident in her eyes. I guess she wasn't always respected in Kumo, Naruto thought to himself. Not sure what to do, he gave Yugito's hand a small squeeze, causing her to smile before turning back to what they were talking about. I'm sure you know how important these exams are, and not just for the genin but for their village. Naruto nodded. I understand a bit of the politics and economics involved. He looked at her as he thought about what she was saying. So you're here to basically showcase Kumo's power, and in turn, get more jobs for your village. Being held in Konoha is just a bonus since we were once enemies. This shows that your village's ninja can survive even under hostile conditions. Something like that. Yugito smiled. You know, you don't like to act it often, but you're pretty smart. Meh, I studied hard. I actually don't pick this stuff up easily. I had to really work my ass off to learn anything, especially this kind of political crap. Naruto grimaced as he remembered all of the studying he had to do. It took a while, but I'm pleased to say that for the dead last of his graduating class, I've done pretty damn well. You were a dead last? Yugito asked, not believing it. Naruto nodded. Unlike in Kumo where you actually received ninja training, my training was stunted by bigots who didn't want the demon to become too powerful. He shrugged. That was another part of the reason I did so many pranks, you know. I figured if I'm not gonna get the chance to learn anything in class because of the teachers constantly sending me out on trumped-up charges, I might as well do something that would actually get me in trouble to make it worth my while. Yugito shook her head. Sometimes human stupidity tended to amaze her. Then that just shows how strong you really are, as well as how much potential you have. How long have you been a genin? 6 months, Naruto answered. 6 months. Yugito whispered. Now that was shocking to her. She had him pegged at maybe a little under her in strength without her using the Nibi, and she was pretty damn good, on par with ninja of the level around Hatake Kakashi if not better. For him to grow this strong in 6 months was unbelievable. She smiled at him. I guess you really do have potential. Naruto beamed in pride, feeling pleased that someone else acknowledged him. Even if she was from another village, of course. After all, I am going to be Hokage one day. For the next hour or so of their time at the lake, the two blondes talked about anything and everything they could think of. Yugito even surprised Naruto by unsealing a shamisen and playing for him. He had to admit she was very good. After her performance, he had asked her if she would be willing to teach him. After all, he figured it would be nice to have a hobby. When she agreed, Naruto had once again been surprised, shocked, and embarrassed when she had decided to teach him with a more hands-on approach. Yugito had made him sit with his back against her chest while she used his hands to show him the keys. Of course, he could not even think about what keys were what or what notes they made. The only thing that had been on his mind were the feel of her amazingly firm and rather sizable bust pressing into his back, and the feel of her deceptively soft hands over his. By the end of their picnic, Naruto knew nothing about playing a shamisen. However, he did know that it would be next to impossible for him to deny that he was not a pervert, or at least very close to one. After their picnic, Naruto had offered to walk his fellow blonde to her apartment, which she accepted with a grateful smile. I had a lot of fun today, Naruto-kun, Yugito said as she turned around to face him. Perhaps if we have some more free time before the finals we can do this again? Yeah, Naruto replied, the blush that had been on his face since his music lessons had still not faded. I would love to spend some more time with you. Yugito smiled as she leaned over and gave him a kiss on the cheek, right on top of his whisker marks, making it feel like he was on fire. When Yugito moved away, Naruto saw the smirk on her face and knew she was aware of what that did to him. How she knew that particular bit of information he did not know, but he secretly vowed to get her back somehow on their next date. As he left the apartment, he was unaware of Kyubi watching his date like a movie. Some of those moves she put over him were pretty good. She did not want to admit it, but that cat woman was pretty decent at seduction techniques, even if she was being gentler with Naruto so as not to push him away. Maybe I could do something like that to get him to listen to me more. She thought about that for a second before deciding it wouldn't work. If I did that, he would realize what I was doing, and I still don't know how this seal works, so I have no clue if he can restrict my powers or not. Best not risk it. What she did not admit, even to herself, was that the thought of doing something that may make Naruto lose what little trust he had in her left her feeling sick to her stomach. The next day, 299, 300 pant. Naruto dropped onto the ground as he finished his physical training. With his demonic ability to regenerate any damage done, he had taken to increasing his weights every time he trained, pushing his body far harder than he had before. Naruto grunted as he lifted himself into a sitting position and dropped the weight. He leaned back on his hands as he took a quick breather. Time to get back to work, Naruto, Kyubi commented, smirking as she watched the blonde work up a sweat. Naruto grunted in acknowledgement as he stood up on somewhat wobbly legs. Am I going to be working on the Yuki whip? No, you've actually got a fairly good grasp on it. It's not perfect, but you can continue working on it later. It's time to work on the next technique I want you to have. It's called Katsunobi Foxfire. It's a powerful flame. I created that. At its strongest it can match those of Amaterasu. And before you ask, yes, it is the one I made around your hands when you fought Gaara. To start, I want you to build a fire since it's easier to manipulate than it is to create. Naruto did as asked, making a small fire pit and creating a fire with a basic katan jutsu. Okay, so what now? Now I want you to send Yuki to your chest and mouth as you inhale. And then when you exhale, send all of your Yuki towards your mouth and into the flame. Naruto did as instructed, channeling his Yuki into his chest and mouth. When he felt he had a decent amount, he exhaled, sending the Yuki into the flame. Naruto watched with an odd fascination as the flames went from red and orange to ghostly blue and dark blue. Yada! Naruto shouted as he jumped into the air. I got it. No, you didn't. Kyubi decided to burst his bubble. You managed to increase the flame's strength, however, that's all you did. First you need to maintain the flame, and then you need to increase its power. Remember I said at its hottest my flames could compete with the black flames of Amaterasu. When you manage to master the Katsunobi, the color of your flames will be white, the antithesis of the black flames. Now, try again, and this time, maintain the fire. Naruto blinked before his shoulders slumped. Fine. You don't sound very enthusiastic, Naruto. Should I take that as a sign you don't want to learn? Naruto's eyes widened. No. I do. The techniques he was learning were far too good for him to pass up, no matter who he learned them from. Kyubi snickered a bit. Cammy, it was so fun to rile the blonde up sometimes. Alright then, get to work. For the next week this was his focus. He would do his morning workout, then he would work on the Katsunobi. Afterwards he would work on the Yuki whip some more, then cool down with his afternoon workout. His training had eventually started to become so intense that Naruto was forced to keep a Kage Bunshin on hand so it could drag him back to the apartment, since on most cases, Naruto was simply too tired to move, or had already lost consciousness. 6 days later. Sunday. It had been a full 2 weeks since the 1-month training period had started, and Naruto had finally decided to follow Sarutobi's advice and head over to the hot springs. He was thankful when the person working the front desk was a female who looked to be around his age, meaning she did not know about his tenant, and would not refuse him entrance. He entered the hot spring area clad only in a towel. He gave a loud sigh of relief as he entered the hot water and leaned against a rock. Having never been to a hot spring before, it was definitely a novel experience. I'm so going to have to come here again, he thought as he stretched himself out, feeling his muscles loosen under the hot waters. Closing his eyes, Naruto drifted off for a bit, letting the soothing warmth send him to sleep, only to be awakened several minutes later by the sound of giggling. He opened his eyes and glanced in the direction the sound was coming from, where he saw a white-haired man dressed in kabuki clothing with a large scroll strapped to his lower back. hiding in a small bush as he peeked through a crack into the women's side of the hot springs and scribbled furiously into a notepad. Now, having spent as much time as he had with Anko, Naruto did not particularly care about perverts. His belief was that if a female can be as perverted as Anko was, then it was perfectly acceptable for a male. After all, fair is fair. However, because of his hyperactive senses, the blonde shinobi found that all he could hear was that blasted perverted giggle, and the man's pen furiously scribbling on his notepad. And it was beginning to fray on the last of Naruto's nerves. "Hey Kyubi, wanna see a prank?" asked Naruto as an idea to deal with the pervert popped into his head. "A prank?" Kyubi perked up. While she was not really much of a prankster herself, a part of her had enjoyed watching Naruto do them. It had been one of the few things she had found amusing when the blonde was younger. "Sure. What do you have in mind?" Naruto snickered. "You'll see." Naruto went through a few hand signs before disappearing in a puff of smoke, before turning into Naruto. Standing up, Naruto walked over to where the old white-haired man was scribbling away, using all the stealth skills she had picked up from outrunning the ANBU in her youth. She grinned as she felt Jiraiya stiffen in surprise when she slid her arms around his neck, and then shock when he felt the feminine assets smash up against his back. "How would you like to see a woman up close, instead of peeking from a distance?" Naruto said in a seductive voice. The white-haired man grinned, blood dribbling down his nose. "Oh yeah. Come to Papa. I knew one of you ladies would be unable to keep your hands off me." The old white-haired man spun around. However, as soon as the man was facing her, Naruto smashed a fist under his chin. The old pervert let out a yell as he was launched into the air and fell back down, on the other side of the hot springs. Eek. Pervert. Smash. Take that, you pervert. Crack. Bash. How dare you. Bam. Pow. Wham. Ladies. Please. I'm sorry. Ae. Returning to his original form, Naruto sat back down in the hot springs and smiled as the kabuki man flew back over the fence, hitting the ground hard where he began to occasionally twitch. "Not bad, Naruto," Kyubi said as she assessed the tactic. "I think it was overall good, but you could have done the whole Kitsune seductress act better, maybe have made him fly into the female's side through a nosebleed." "I give it an 810. What? Come on, Kyubi," Naruto whined. "I've only done this a few times. Besides, you saw what he was doing. I doubt seeing a naked chick would faze him, even one as hot as me." "Then that just means it needs more work," Kyubi said with some finality. Naruto sighed. "I just can't get a break." "What was that, Naruto?" "Nothing." "Ugh." Naruto looked over to see the white-haired man groaning as he sat up. "What hit me? I believe it's called righteous female fists of fury," Naruto commented with a snicker. "Though from the looks of your wounds and that you're still conscious, it looks like you're used to getting this sort of punishment. And since it seems you're so used to this, I'd have to assume that you're some kind of masochist, and this is how you get your jollies." The white-haired man glared at Naruto. "Hey, show some respect, Gaki. Do you know who I am?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Do I care?" The man huffed, however he quickly grinned. "Get ready, Gaki." From the east to the west, Naruto watched the man start hopping from foot to foot in a weird dance while he made some weird introduction. Sighing, the whiskered blonde did what he felt was the best thing to do at the time. He ignored him. When the man was finished, Naruto looked back at him with a bored expression. "I'm sorry, did you say something?" Kakashi suddenly looked away from Sasuke's training and pumped his fist into the air. "I knew I would get one of them one day." Sasuke just looked at his sensei like he was a complete idiot. The white-haired man immediately face-faulted. "Were you even listening to me?" Naruto picked at his ear. "Not really, no. You damn Gaki. You need to learn to respect your elders. Especially one as great as me." The man puffed up his chest. "Respect is earned, not given." Naruto tilted his head to the side. "Besides, you don't seem to be much more than a pervert." The man seemed to gain new life as he grinned at Naruto. "Ah? That's where you're wrong. I am not just a pervert. I am a super pervert. Did you girls hear that? It's that pervert again. Let's get him." "Yeah, oh." The man paled as he realized shouting that out in the hot springs may not have been the best. He looked back towards the blonde, only to find him gone. That was when he heard the fence to the other side of the hot springs get smashed open, and he turned to see the women, fully dressed in their clothes and holding bats. And they were all wearing ANBU clothing. The white-haired man whimpered, "Mercy?" Naruto walked down the streets of Konoha, making his way towards Ichiraku's after his trip to the hot springs was ruined by the arrival of the annoying white-haired pervert. As he made his way to his favorite ramen stand, he was stopped when a voice yelled out to him, Gaki." Naruto turned around to see the white-haired man coming up to him. "What do you want?" "You ruined my research." The man scowled at him. "You mean peeking?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. "What's your point?" "I expect you to apologize." Naruto blinked owlishly at the man before he started laughing. "Ha ha ha, you can't. Ha ha. You can't be serious. You expect me to apologize to you?" The man's right eye twitched. That's exactly what I expect, you damn gaki. It's the least you could do for ruining my research. Laughing some more, the blonde shook his head. There's no way I'll be doing that anytime soon. It's your fault for peeking into the women's side of the hot springs. I didn't tell you to do that. The only way I would even consider apologizing was if you made me. The white-haired man smirked. Well, that's fine, gaki. We can do it this way if you want. Naruto shook his head. You think you can beat me? I'd like to see you try. You what the hell? He shouted as he felt something latch around his waist. Naruto only had time to see something pink before he was being hauled into the air with the white-haired man jumping after him. It was some time later that whatever had grabbed Naruto deposited him in the middle of the forest, with the white-haired man. Naruto stood up and growled at the man. You stupid pervert. What the hell do you? He stopped and blinked when he noticed a large toad standing right next to him. He looked over at the man before turning his attention back to the toad, and then to the man again. Finally it clicked. You're Jiraiya of the Sannin, aren't you? Naruto shouted in surprise. Ho ho, so you have heard of me, Agaki? Jiraiya smirked. Yes, it is I, the great, the gallant Gama Sannin of Mount Myobokuzen. Jiraiya-sama. Naruto's sweat dropped. I swear to Kami, you Sannin are a bunch of freaks. First I run into that stupid pedophile Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, and now I find out that you're a super pervert. What's next? The last Sannin is chronic gambler with an alcohol problem. Somewhere in High no Kuni a blonde woman sneezed while playing a game of cards, and losing badly. So you ran into my old teammate, eh? Jiraiya knew this already, of course, but appearance had to be kept. That's pretty impressive that you survived, I guess. Naruto frowned. Not like he couldn't have killed me at any time. He wanted our team to survive so he could give Sasuke and I some kind of gross hickey. Stupid pedo bit me. He brought a hand up to where his curse seal had been. I got lucky. Since I HM special, the curse seal didn't get a chance to take effect. Kid, I already know about the QB, Jiraiya stated, thinking that was why the curse seal had not taken effect. But that's not important. What is important is that you now know who I am, and so realizing and basking in the might of my greatness, you must apologize for your atrocities against me and acknowledge me as Jiraiya-sama. Right, Naruto's sweat dropped before an idea came to him. How about you help train me, so that I can kick ass during the finals and maybe I'll acknowledge you? How's that sound, Erosenin? What did you just call me? Jiraiya yelled out. I am a Sannin and demand respect. I won't train some gaki who doesn't understand that. The Gamma Sannin smirked. Besides, what makes you think I'd want to train a little prepubescent brat like you? Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man before a grin etched on his face. Well, I just thought you would like to be able to say you trained a Hokage. Jiraiya crossed his arms. Been there, done that. What do you? Oh yeah, I forgot you trained the Yondaime, Naruto mumbled. Well, wouldn't you want to be able to brag that you trained 2 Hokages? He noticed Jiraiya still didn't look convinced and sighed. Well, if that won't convince you, how about this? Oiroke no Jutsu. There was a puff of smoke, and when it cleared it revealed Naruto, completely naked except the wisps of smoke covering her unmentionables. She winked at the now nose-bleeding Jiraiya. Will you train me now, Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya nodded as he began to drool. Yeah, I'll train you in anything you like, you pretty little thing. Naruto gave him a pout as she stuck a finger slightly in her mouth. You promise? Jiraiya nodded dumbly as he grinned. Of course. And you know that the great Jiraiya-sama's promise is worth its weight in gold. There was a puff of smoke and Naruto was back to normal, grinning like a loon. Good. I'll see you tomorrow, Erosenin. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving Jiraiya to blink for a few minutes before smirking. Kids definitely interesting at least. Chapter 22 Perverts and Training. Naruto grinned as he stood in front of a disgruntled Jiraiya, who was looking like he wanted to be anywhere but there. They were a little ways away from the hot springs the two had met at yesterday, and it was obvious that the man would rather be peeking than helping him. So what am I gonna learn today, Erosenin? Asked Naruto. Damn it, brat. What did I say about respect? Jiraiya shouted. What was it with the youth of today being disrespectful to their elders? Naruto rolled his eyes. Fine, oh great Urasama. Now what are you going to teach me? Jiraiya's eyes twitched a bit before he sighed. I swear if he wasn't Minato's kid. Biting his thumbs he went through a few hand seals and slammed it into the ground. What I'm going to teach you is this. Kuchio's no Jutsu summoning jutsu. There was a puff of smoke, and when it cleared a large toad about 3 sizes larger than Naruto appeared. It opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, setting the scroll it held on the ground. You're going to let me sign the toad contract? Asked Naruto, blinking in surprise. He had not actually thought the perverted old man was going to teach him something like summoning. Not only was it considered a Jonin-level technique due to the chakra requirements, but summoning contracts were considered sacred by many ninja. Most summons were held within a specific family or clan, such as the Sara monkey summoning contract that was held by the Saratobi clan, and the blonde knew for a fact that Kakashi's dog summons was a Hataki contract that the man's father had used before him. And while the Toad contract was not a clan-owned contract, it was easily one of the most prized. Along with the Slug contract, which was held by Senju Tsunade, one of Jiraiya's old teammates. It was this contract along with that one and the Snake contract that had helped Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru earn their title of Sannin during the Second Great Shinobi War. Needless to say, Naruto knew of the honor he was being presented with. Jiraiya nodded. Of course, I accepted you as my apprentice, didn't I? That means you get the special privilege of being one of the few summoners for the Toad contract. Now just sign your name in blood and give your fingerprints. Naruto grinned as he opened up the contract. He bit his thumb and signed the scroll. As he did, he looked at the scroll and saw the name that was next to his, Namikaze. Minato? Jiraiya looked over at the blonde when he said that. Yep, that's the Yondaime Hokage's signature. That just goes to show you how awesome this contract is, and how privileged a snot-nosed brat like you are to sign it. Psht, whatever, the only privilege I see is that it's signed by the Yondaime. However, if an old lecher like you is its holder, perhaps I would be better off finding another contract. Naruto grinned when Jiraiya's eye twitched. So what do I do now? Now you have to sacrifice some blood each time you use this jutsu, and then make these hand seals. Jiraiya showed Naruto a set of hand seals to summon. Now let's see what you can do. Naruto nodded as he bit his thumb and went through several hand seals. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. There was a puff of smoke as the spiky-haired blonde slammed his hands on the ground, and a small summoning seal array appeared under it. When it cleared, there was a small orange toad with black spots wearing a blue vest. Said toad lifted up a webbed hand in a wave. Yo? I'm Gamakichi. Who are you? Naruto looked at the toad for a moment before he grinned. Yo. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you. Gamakichi grinned. Nice to meet you too. You got any candy? Sure. Hold on a moment. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a box of Pocky. Hey, he may be a ninja, but he was still a teenage kid. Here you go. It's not quite candy, but it's pretty damn good. Somewhere within Hai no Kuni, Uchiha Itachi stopped walking as he felt a strong urge to pump his fist in the air. Hey Itachi, is something wrong? Asked his Akatsuki partner. Itachi looked over at his large counterpart for collecting the bijou. No, let us continue moving. I want to be at the next village before nightfall. Hey, cool. Gamakichi took the box and grabbed one of the chocolate-covered breadsticks. He munched on them as he jumped on top of Naruto's head. These are pretty good. You know something, you're alright? Mind if I stick around? Sure. Naruto shrugged, before looking over at Jiraiya. How was that arrow sennin? Not bad, Jiraiya said, not letting that he was impressed. He had only been able to summon tadpoles his first time. How much chakra did you use? Naruto blinked as he looked up. About as much as I would for 8 Kage Bunshins. Jiraiya nodded. That's not bad, that means your control must be pretty decent. Normally summoning a toad of Gamakichi's size and status would be about 4 Kage Bunshin worth if you had perfect chakra control. The large white-haired man eyed Naruto speculatively. Alright, why don't you use more chakra this time? Going through the hand seals again, Naruto summoned more chakra for the jutsu. A lot more chakra. So much in fact that Jiraiya actually began to sweat when he felt the amount being used. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. This time there was an enormous puff of smoke that covered nearly the whole clearing. Jiraiya, you lousy perverted lecher. Why did you summon me? Jiraiya paled. Out of all the toads he could summon, why did he have to summon him? The white-haired Sannin immediately went to hide somewhere. No doubt the toad Naruto just summoned was still upset about his last escapade where he had used him as a means to get away from a horde of angry women. Still, for Naruto to summon him of all toads. That kid really is going to be something when he grows older. The smoke had finally cleared, and when it did, it revealed a huge toad about the size of the Hokage Tower. In his mouth was a large pipe. He was wearing a blue coat, and had a large blade strapped to his waist. Naruto easily recognized the boss toad Gamabunta from all the depictions of him from the books he had on the Yondaime. Jiraiya. Where the hell are you? Answer me. Naruto hopped down from the large toad's head, making the creature's eyes immediately focus on him. Who the hell are you, Gaki? Normally Naruto would have scowled at being called that, but the fact that he just summoned the boss for a summoning contract made him feel he could withstand any insult. And so instead he gave Gamabunta a cheeky grin. I'm the one who summoned you, of course. Gamabunta's large eyes blinked for a moment, right before the large toad started laughing. Wahahaha. You expect me to believe some snot-nosed little Gaki like you summoned me? Get real. Now where's that pervert Jiraiya? This time Naruto did scowl. This toad was getting on his nerves. Ero-sennin didn't summon you. I did. The large toad boss was about to send a retort when Gamakichi made himself known. It's true, Pops. I watched this kid summon you. Gamakichi, Gamabunta asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "The kid summoned me. I thought he was cool, so I decided to stick around." Gamakichi put another stick of Pocky in his mouth. "Anyway, this kid did summon you. I was right here watching him." "I see." Gamabunta looked at the blonde, who stared back defiantly, much like another spiky golden-haired blonde Gaki had a dozen years before. "Well, I know my son's not a liar, so I'll believe you. However, don't think that just because you summon me means you get to be one of my underlings. We still have to drink together to commemorate you becoming my summoner." "Well, that might take a while. I don't have any alcohol on me." Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Besides, aren't I a little young? You're a ninja, aren't you? Old enough to kill, old enough to drink, wasn't it?" Gamabunta paused. Tell you what, we'll hold off on the drink for later. Tell that perverted lecher I approve." "Got it," Naruto shouted as Gamabunta disappeared in a puff of smoke. The blonde flipped over and landed on his feet. "Nice job, Gaki," Jiraiya said as he came over to Naruto. "I really didn't expect you to be able to summon Gamabunta out of all of the summons available." Naruto smirked. "Still think teaching me will be a waste of your time?" Jiraiya shook his head as he plastered a smirk on his face. "Don't get cocky, Gaki. You're still no one near strong enough to even lay a finger on me, even when I have one arm tied behind my back." "You wanna bet?" Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes at the man. He had come a long way since the academy, and was infinitely more patient and calm than he used to be. Well, calm so long as he was in battle situations and moments that may actually require him to use his brain. But if there was one way to anger Naruto, it was to underestimate him. Jiraiya smirked as he looked at the blonde. "If you think you can take me on, then come and try, Gaki." Like Naruto, many of the other genin who had made it to the finals were busy training themselves. 489, 490, 491, 492. Lee grunted as he continued doing handstand push-ups. On his thumbs. Standing next to him was Mato Guy, who was shouting out youthful encouragement. "That's it, Lee. Sweat. Sweat and let your flames of youth explode." Rather than work on anything new, the pair had decided to simply up Lee's training regime, increasing his weights near daily, making him run around Konoha with boulders on his back, making him destroy said boulders with his fists and feet afterwards, essentially trying to increase his strength and speed to epic proportions with an insane training method that only they could come up with. 499, 500. Lee pushed himself into a flip and landed on his feet. "Yosh. I finished." "Atty boy, Lee." Guy gave his student the nice guy pose. "Now that you have finished your youthful warm-up, it is time to engage in a spar to fan your flames of youth. Come on, Lee, YOSH." Lee shouted as he charged at his sensei, disappearing in a burst of speed. Guy grinned as he too disappeared. A few seconds later, the sounds of fist hitting fist echoed throughout the training field as many trees were destroyed and the landscape became more crater and hill-like than before. Neji was sweating as he looked at the training dummy he was practicing on. Getting the technique he wanted to master was turning out to be quite difficult, more difficult than he had initially thought it would. The Jukin relied on being able to see a person's tenketsu points in order to close or destroy a person's chakra system. By using a dummy, he had to make an estimation on where the chakra system would be on a person, and go from there. That meant that in this case at least, the Byakugan was useless since he the dummy did not have any chakra coils. It was even more difficult because no two people had their tenketsu in the exact same spot. While all chakra systems were very similar to each other, the minute differences in where the tenketsu points were located meant all the world when dealing damage to them. If the hit was not 100% accurate, then the attack, while painful, would be useless in closing a person's chakra coils. Still, he was determined to get this technique down. He knew that he was going to need a trump card in the finals. That Uzumaki boy had proven to be stronger than he had anticipated when the blonde beat Gaara. Though he doubted he would need this for him, the blonde was still the dead last of his class. But even so, it was still wise to have just in case. Besides that, there was also the Uchiha to contend with, another genius from a powerful clan, and the last of his clan too. He had not gone into town much, but many people were riding on the Uchiha to win it all. Neji scoffed at the thought. The boy was good, no doubts there. But Neji was still certain he would win. After all, it was his fate to win. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Thunk 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 thunk. Tenten brought her arm back, and after throwing the kunai, like always, she hit all of her intended targets. Her aim was perfect. However, even as she looked at her kunai, the bun-haired weapon user frowned as she thought of her opponent. She was up against that Suna Kunoichi, Temari, in the first round. From what she had seen of the girl in the final, she was a wind user. For a weapons user like her, that meant nothing but trouble. Any weapon she threw, Temari would just be able to blow away with that fan of hers. That meant she would have to get in close. However, there was still a problem with that course of action. Tenten would have to find some way to close the distance between them in order to use close-range weapons. And while Tenten trained with weights, as well as with the speed demon that was known as Li, she was not anywhere near as fast as him. However, that in no way implied that she was going to give up, not without least giving it her all in the fight. She would just have to train hard and do her best. Looking at the training dummy, she took aim, this time with shuriken. At an unknown location far from Konoha, Sasuke panted heavily. His entire body was laden with sweat, and he felt as if someone had put him through a meat grinder. He was feeling pain in places he didn't even know existed. Sasuke had always prided himself on being a good shinobi. In the academy, he trained well above and beyond what was required, spending most of his nights training to the point of exhaustion. He would push himself till his muscles burned and his body ached, going far beyond his body's physical limitations. Apparently, he had not even begun to scratch the surface of understanding what hard training really felt like. Almost as soon as Kakashi had finished paying a visit to a still unconscious Naruto, he had taken Sasuke and left the village. It was here that he began to pick apart Sasuke's abilities and skills piece by piece, and he had started with the Sharingan. "Activate your Sharingan," Kakashi demanded. Sasuke obeyed immediately, and his eyes transformed to the familiar red with single tomo in one eye and two in the other. "I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but for the sake of review I will anyways. These eyes will allow you to track and memorize any movement, not only slowing down the perception of time but allowing you to copy your opponent's movement. With a lot of training and practice you will eventually get to the point where you will actually be able to mimic your opponents so quickly, it will look like you're moving before your opponent does." Sasuke nodded, he already knew all of this. "Now I'm going to punch several centimeters below your solar plexus. I want you to stop me." It was here that things had become hard for the Uchiha. He had thought he had been prepared, he had his Sharingan, he could track Kakashi's movement, and so stopping them should be easy. At least that was what he had thought. It turned out the Sharingan had a large weakness. It did not matter how well he could track an opponent's moves, if said opponent was far faster than him. Kakashi had hit him hard. Despite the fact that he had seen it coming, Sasuke had not been able to react in time. While his eyes may be able to keep up with Kakashi, his body had simply not been up to the task. And so it was with that Kakashi had forced Sasuke to work on his speed. To do that, Kakashi had Sasuke copy Lee's movements, and then push his physical body to mimic those movements. While in combat with Kakashi, needless to say, Sasuke felt like he was one large bruise at the end of each day. "Alright Sasuke, break's over. Time to get back to work," Kakashi ordered, making Sasuke, who was lying on the ground panting, groan. Naruto was left panting on the ground as Jiraiya stood over him. It had been a week since they had met, and since Naruto had shown he was more than capable of summoning, the Sannin had decided to help him with his taijutsu, which basically consisted of him beating the living shit out of Naruto every time they sparred. When the man had said he would beat Naruto one-handed, he had not been kidding. The half-demon shinobi had known that the difference between himself and a Sannin was large. His defeat at the hands of Orochimaru in the Forest of Death had proven that. However, his spars with Jiraiya had really shown just how large the gap between their abilities truly were. The difference between a genin, even one as skilled as him, and a cage-level shinobi was like the difference between a human fighting a bijou. It was less of a fight and more of a wholesale slaughter, as the Toad Sannin continued to shove his foot off Naruto's ass. The only difference the blonde had been able to discern between fighting one of the legendary Sannin and a bijou was that he could not seal Jiraiya into another person or object in order to win. It was a frustrating turn of events for the blonde, who was not really used to getting beaten so handily. Every day after Naruto had made his clones to work on whatever he had set them to do, he would meet Jiraiya in that clearing and they would spar. And Naruto would lose, badly. The worst part for Naruto was that Jiraiya still had yet to use more than one hand to defeat him. "Not bad, Gaki. You managed to make me move from this circle." Jiraiya smirked as he indicated that he was out of the circle he had set up and stayed in, while he pounded the crap out of his apprentice. "However, it looks like you're still 100 years too soon to beat me," said Blonde. Tried to glare at the man as he lay on the ground, but considering how exhausted he truly was, it was completely ineffective. "Shut up, Erosenin. Just you wait. I'm gonna kick your ass. Eventually. If some snot-nosed little brat like you actually manages to beat me, then that just means I've lost my game and deserve to get my ass kicked," Jiraiya replied as glibly as possible. He would not admit it, for fear of Naruto's head getting too large, but he had been impressed with the blonde. He had heard of his fight with Gaara, who, if Jiraiya's reports were to be believed, was an unstable Jinchuriki. But hearing reports on how strong the boy was and actually seeing it were two different things. Naruto's speed was easily Jonin level, or what could be considered the standard for a lower-level Jonin. Most if not all Chunin would have trouble just seeing Naruto at his full speed, though even a rookie jonin like Kurenai would be able to keep pace with the blonde. His strength was likewise impressive. Whenever Naruto had unleashed a full-powered punch, he could easily leave decent-sized craters, about 2 times the size of the blonde's fist. What's more impressive was that it was not chakra-enhanced like his teammates' punches, it was all muscle power. The kid also had a very powerful, though admittedly unusual fighting style, which seemed to be a mix of styles that he would just switch on the fly to suit the needs of combat at any given time. He still had a ways to go before he could take on someone of Kakashi's level, and even longer before standing toe-to-toe with Jiraiya, but the boy was easily making leaps and bounds each time they sparred. Naruto really had no comeback for that, since it was essentially true anyways. Shut up. Jiraiya chuckled. Alright, break time's over. Get up so I can kick your ass again. Naruto muttered about abusing perverted senseis as he got back up on wobbly legs and took his ass kicking like a man. Stupid arrow senin. Kami, it feels like someone chewed up, spat me out, stepped on me and then let their dog do it. Naruto winced as he moved his arm in a circular motion. Just that base function seemed to hurt. You know, you've been moaning and bitching after every spar you have with him, Kyubi commented as she decided to tease her container. You're starting to sound like that Hyuga boy. Maybe you should start talking about how it's your fate to get your ass kicked. That's because I always end up as a giant bruise every time I fight him. Naruto scowled as he thought of the many ass kickings he had received at the hands of the perverted ninja, and I do not sound anything like that asshole. Don't compare me to him. Kyubi smirked as she took secret enjoyment out of the blonde's suffering. Stop complaining. You'll be as good as new tomorrow. You know you're really lucky. Anyone else would have felt even worse tomorrow. But you'll be right as rain. Naruto sighed. I guess you're right. Of course I am Naruto-kun. Naruto rolled his eyes as he heard Kyubi add the new affectionate suffix to his name. After their little moment, when the vixen had been down in the dumps? Depressed? He was not quite sure what to call it, and she vehemently denied having any feelings of sorrow for him beyond what it meant to her reputation. Really all Kyubi was known for was nearly destroying Konoha, so he did not know how the villagers' hatred of him reflected on her, though he had long since realized that arguing with the vixen only made things worse. Whatever the case, after their talk Kyubi had taken to adding the kun suffix to his name when they spoke. He knew that she was teasing him and trying to goad him into saying something stupid she could capitulate on, and tease him mercilessly. It was something he had found out during this month. Kyubi had an instinctual urge to tease, mock and otherwise goad others, either to annoy them or to somehow further her own goals. It was so instinctual that Naruto was sure Kyubi did not even know she was doing it. Thankfully Naruto was beginning to learn how to not let her get to him, mainly by responding to her words in kind if for no other reason than to not let her win. That was exactly what he was about to do now. However, he was distracted when he heard a very loud and very familiar voice echoed from one of the stalls, and then, "That. BAS. Tard," he said. No. Naruto turned around to see himself staring at a familiar dango stand, and the only other place besides Ichiraku's he could eat, since Anko had threatened the shop owner with castration when the man refused to let him eat there. Sitting at the bar was Mitarashi Anko, currently drinking a bottle of sake, straight from the bottle. Next to her Naruto recognized the Jonin sensei for Team 8, Yuhi Kurenai. Can you believe that? That bastard. Anko was saying to Kurenai, her voice slurring from all the alcohol she had drank. I try and practically throw myself on him. And he. Kurenai sighed as she patted her friend's shoulder. It's alright, Anko-kan. There are plenty of other fish in the sea. Besides, he really doesn't deserve you, Anko-kan. Kurenai sensei. Naruto greeted as he walked up to the pair. The two turned their attention towards him. Anko's face literally lit up like a Christmas tree. Gaki. She greeted, trying to hug him, not realizing that the distance between them was too far, and almost falling on her face were it not for Kurenai catching her. Just the person I wanted to see. Naruto looked at Anko for a moment before turning his attention to Kurenai with an expression that told the raven-haired beauty that he had seen the currently wasted woman in this state often enough not to be bothered by it. How much has she drank? Kurenai looked at the boy curiously for a moment before she sighed and pointed a trash can, one which Naruto was noticed was literally filled to overflowing with empty sake bottles. I see. Was all Naruto said. He had seen Anko drink plenty of times. In fact, whenever they went to get dango she always got at least slightly buzzed. However, he had never seen her so drunk she could not even sit in a chair without swaying. What exactly happened to her? I've never seen her this drunk before. Kurenai raised an eyebrow at the boy. She knew that he had been spending a lot of time with Anko. Her purple-haired friend would talk about the boy every chance she got, telling her how fast he was learning and how fun he was to mess with. She was actually pleased to know that there was someone out there who genuinely seemed to care for Anko. It seemed she had another run-in with Kakashi, Kurenai said. Beside her, Anko mumbled as she lay her head on the table. The bastard. Apparently, Anko asked him out for a date. Again. And got rebuffed. Again. Now that was surprising to Naruto. I didn't even know she liked Kakashi-sensei. From what I know, they at least slept together once, Kurenai replied, scowling a bit since she did not feel that Kakashi deserved to sleep with her friend. I don't think she really likes him, at least I hope she doesn't. The woman scowled at the thought of Anko liking that open, smut-reading pervert. Naruto sighed as he looked at Anko, who was starting to make incoherent mumbling noises. Well, whatever the case, I think she should probably head home. Last thing we need is her passing out here. Good luck with that, Kurenai snorted in a very unladylike manner. I've been trying to get her to move for half an hour. Nothing seems to work. Maybe you're just not using the right motivation, Naruto suggested as he moved over to Anko, putting a hand on her shoulder. Hey, Anko-nichan, I think it's about time we get you home, was it? Home. Anko looked at Naruto for a moment with squinted eyes. Oh. Hey Gaki. What are you doing here? Naruto's sweat dropped. I've been here for 15 minutes, Nei-chan. He grabbed one of her arms and placed it over his shoulder as he lifted her off the stool. Now come on, it's time for you to leave. Ugh. Don't wanna, Anko protested, though she was so far gone there wasn't much she could actually do. Naruto did the smart thing and ignored her. Kurenai-sensei, can you help me get her home? I have no idea where she lives, and she's far too drunk to give me proper directions. Sure thing, Naruto, Kurenai replied and stood up as well. Just follow me. Naruto nodded as he followed Kurenai while practically dragging a wasted Anko. They moved around the village, causing many curious stares as they passed. When Kurenai finally got to the apartment, she helped Naruto drag Anko up the stairs before getting out a set of spare keys. She opened the door and gestured for Naruto to enter. While I would like to stay and help you with her, I really need to be somewhere. I had an important meeting I was on my way to when I ran into Anko, so I'm already running fairly late, Kurenai said. Oh? Are you and Asuma-sensei going on a date? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Almost immediately Kurenai turned bright crimson, causing Naruto to laugh. What makes you say that? She stuttered a bit, not used to actually being called out on something like that. Naruto grinned. I play shogi with Shikamaru and Asuma often enough to know that you have Asuma-sensei completely whipped. Naruto laughed again when he saw Kurenai's shocked and embarrassed expression. Deciding he had done enough teasing, he thanked her for helping him and promised to take care of the rest. Closing the door, Naruto looked at Anko. She was still conscious, but barely, and seemed to be mumbling about dango, snakes, gakis and perverts. Sighing, he hefted her up in a bridal carry, since it would be too difficult to maneuver around in her messy apartment. He didn't notice Anko snuggling against his chest as he made his way around the various obstacles of her apartment. When he reached the door to her room, Naruto was forced to make a clone to open it for him, as well as to pull the covers down so he could set Anko in the bed. The clone had dispelled himself just as Naruto placed Anko on the bed. He was about to get back up and leave, when Anko seemed to notice the loss of warmth and immediately snatched onto him, pulling him down onto her before she cuddled him like an overgrown plushie, smothering his head in between her breasts. Naruto immediately turned bright red as he felt Anko's barely covered chest pressing against his face. Even if he had been in slightly similar situations before, the fact that he was in a bed with her, and she was now rubbing herself against him, was more than Naruto could take, and despite the fact that he could only ever think of Anko as an older sister figure, he was also still a hot-blooded male. Thus he ended up passing out from blood loss. Within the seal, QB saw her container's predicament, and shook her head. Somehow, I'm really not surprised this has happened. Even though she was irritated that the snake woman was touching her container, she could not hold in a smirk as she thought of what the blonde's reaction would be tomorrow. I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow when he wakes up. Waking up the next morning had definitely been one of the most awkward and embarrassing moments of Naruto's life. He had passed out from another nosebleed as soon as he woke up, and it didn't help that Anko began teasing him mercilessly about sleeping with older women. Of course, when he had sufficiently recovered from his embarrassment, he had gotten her back by calling her out on her seeming desire to have fun with children, immediately after saying that he had been forced to hightail it out of her apartment when she began launching her snakes and sharp pointy objects at him. After that, most of the last week had been spent with Jiraiya beating the crap out of him. He would wake up in the morning, get ready, make 500 clones to train in various ninja aspects, then he would go spar with Jiraiya and lose every time. Oftentimes he would be in so much pain and so tired that Jiraiya had to carry him back to his home. Not that that was the only thing they had done. Jiraiya had taken to helping Naruto with several seals the blonde Hanyu had been working on, and had to admit to being impressed by the teen's genius when it came to sealing. The white-haired Sannin had been particularly impressed by the Dewaru so Fujihoin that he had come up with to try and help get rid of Anko's cursed seal. They had also taken to studying Naruto knew that if he wanted to not only win in the final exams, but excel in them, he would need to know more about his opponents. That meant he had to study. And so Naruto had picked Jiraiya's brain on what the man knew of the people he would face. Admittedly, it was not much, but the man had a lot of general knowledge that would benefit him. Information on the Hyuga clan's taijutsu and Byakugan, or guy's fighting style. The man even had some basic information on Yugito, who Naruto had a feeling would be his biggest challenge. They had spent several lunch breaks trying to formulate strategies on the best way for Naruto to defeat these opponents. That was how it stayed for the last week, and the only other thing he did that was not training was going on that second date with Yugito that he promised. Thankfully, she had realized that he was not welcome in any restaurants except one, and so they had gone to Ichiraku's. After that, Naruto had escorted her around Konoha. She had been in Konoha for a little over a month but had not really taken the time to see any of its sights. And so Naruto had shown her some of his old stomping grounds, as well as his favorite spot on the Hokage monument, right on top of the Yandame's head. Soon enough, the day had finally came for the final stage of the Chunin exams. Day of the Chunin exam finals. Sarutobi watched with an impassive expression, not letting any hint of his weariness show as the carriage bringing the wreckage of Kumogakure entered the village. While it was perfectly normal for an allied nation to attend the Chunin exams to watch their shinobi progress, it was a rather rare and unusual event for a non-allied village's leader to do so. Konohagakure and Kumogakure had not been allies since the First Shinobi War. The village hidden in the clouds had in fact been one of their worst enemies during both the Second and Third War, second only to IWA in the Third Great War. It did not help matters that Kumo had attempted to use the peace talks after the Third Shinobi War to make an attempt at stealing the Hyuga heiress in order to gain the Byakugan. By all rights, Sarutobi should have denied the man a chance at coming to Konoha. However, there were a few reasons he had not. The first was that the Yandame Reikage was fairly new, having only been in his position for a few years. After his father, the Sandame Reikage had been ousted for the debacle he had created when attempting to steal the Byakugan. The Yandame Reikage, who was simply known as A, did not seem to care for the Byakugan and had in fact sent a formal letter of apology. Though due to the body being destroyed when the Sandame had been ousted, he had not been able to send the remains of Hyuga Hizashi. The second reason was Sarutobi's hope that having an extra Kage would serve as a deterrent for Orochimaru's planned invasion. Given the information provided by Jiraiya, Orochimaru's sudden appearance and subsequent marking and attempted marking of Sasuke and Naruto respectfully, as well as his own knowledge on his student, he knew that Orochimaru would not have shown himself unless he was planning to take action against his former home. A beep on his desk alerted him to a call from a secretary. Pressing a button on the intercom, he spoke. "What is it?" "The Reikage of Kumogakure is here to see you, sir." "Very well, send him in." Sarutobi straightened in his chair and, despite his age, presented himself with a strong image. The door opened, and in walked a very tall and muscular dark-skinned man wearing the Kage robes and hat of Kumo, and no shirt underneath. As the man stepped into the office, he closed the door and removed his hat, revealing yellowish-white hair and eyebrows with a pointed goatee. "Hokage Dono," the man greeted in a gruff voice. "Reikage Dono," Sarutobi greeted, his voice polite and not betraying any emotions. "Would you like to take a seat?" "I am fine, thank you." "I understand." Sarutobi looked at the man. "Though you may want to get a little more comfortable. I had not been able to send a message for fear it would be intercepted. However, something has come to my attention that I feel you may wish to know before the Chunin exams begin." The Reikage raised an eyebrow, interested yet also weary of what the much older and experienced Kage wanted to tell him. It was a beautiful day in the village hidden in the leaves. The sun was shining down upon the village. Children were playing in the streets as they made their way to their classes, while a gentle breeze ruffled the many trees in the village. Over all of this, the sounds of cheering could be heard as people from all over gathered at the stadium for the Chunin exams to begin. People from all stations of life, from shinobi to civilians, nobles and daimyos, all had come to watch the finals. From his place in the arena, Naruto watched as people cheered, crowed and placed bets on who they thought would win. Many he knew were here to cheer on his teammate to win, something that caused him to scowl a bit. Why people would think that just because Sasuke was the last of his clan made him invincible was incomprehensible to him. He sighed to himself as he pulled the large straw hat he was wearing down further to hide his face in shadow. "I wonder where the team is. It's not like him to miss this." "Who knows?" Naruto Kyubi piped up as looked at the crowd through Naruto's eyes. She was thankful that unlike the seals her previous containers had used to hold her in, this one actually let her see what was going on. "Hatake is likely going to make the prick late. We both know how bad he is about being on time, I guess. Still, you'd think for something this important he would make sure the team was on time." Naruto looked around at the other participants from under his hat. "I guess the team feels confident that he won't be disqualified because of his heritage." Kyubi scoffed. "Just another reason to dislike humans in my book." They always did place too much stock on clans and heritage. It was this way thousands of years ago as well, when the ninja world was just starting out. That actually sounds kind of interesting. Think you could tell me about it after I kick ass here? Naruto could almost feel Kyuubi's smirk through the seal. If you do well, I might. Up in the Kage booth, Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking down at the contestants, frowning when he noticed that Uchiha Sasuke was missing. I swear if Kakashi makes Sasuke late for an event such as this. Sir, there is still no sign of Uchiha Sasuke, one of his Jonin bodyguards said. We have a few squads searching for him, but so far no luck. Sir, do you think it's possible that Orochimaru already got to him? The Sandaime scowled at the thought, but before he could comment on it he caught sight of his two guests. Ah, Kazekage Dono, Reikage Dono, good to see you both. The elderly Hokage gave them a friendly smile. Yo, the Reikage greeted, taking his seat on Sarutobi's left. Good to see you Hokage Dono, replied the Kazekage in a deceptively soft-spoken voice as he took the seat on the Hokage's right. I hope the long journey wasn't too much trouble for either of you. It was a little boring, but there was no trouble, the Reikage replied. I had no problems getting here, the Kazekage offered. Though it is a good thing these exams are being held here this year. You're starting to get up there in your years, Hokage Dono. I fear the trip may have been too much for you. Perhaps it's time for you to decide on who will take your place as Hokage. The old Hokage let out a low chuckle. Please, don't treat me like an old man. I still have plenty of years left in me. No, I feel I'll be doing this for some time yet. Standing up, Sarutobi made his towards the railing before giving his announcement. Thank you for coming. I would like to welcome you all to Konoha's Chunin selection exams. We will now begin the main tournament between the 10 participants who made it through the preliminaries. The crowd began to cheer as the Hokage finished his announcement. However, a few people were staring at the arena floor. Two of which were the Reikage and the Kazekage, both whom looked over to Sarutobi. Forgive me if I am wrong, Hokage Dono, but I only count 8 participants, the Kazekage said. I think your eyesight might be getting worse in your old age, 'cause that's all I can count as well, the Reikage put in. Sarutobi ignored the two comments as he went back to his seat, waiting for the matches to get started. Alright you guys, take a look. This is the lineup for the main matches. Shirani Genma held up a sheet of paper with the matches shown on it. As you can see, there will be 5 matches in the first round. Now, while the arena is different, the same rules from the preliminaries apply here. This basically means there are none. Matches will be fought one-on-one until someone dies, is knocked unconscious, or admits defeat. However, if at any time I deem that a fight is over, I'll step in and end the match. Is that understood? Just one question, Naruto spoke up as he kept his face hidden behind his hat. What happened to the sickly-looking guy? I thought he was our proctor. Out of all of the people there only Naruto, Neji, Shikamaru and Yugito noticed the man wince. His illness came at a bad time and I was forced to sub, Genma replied. Any more questions? Everyone there shook their heads and Genma decided to get the matches started. Will Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji please step forward? All other contestants go to the fighter's booth. Naruto watched as the other participants left, leaving him with Neji. Man, I can't believe Naruto of all people is in the finals, Ino said as she sat next to her pink-haired rival for Sasuke's affections. Especially since he had to go through that Gaara guy. That kid was a monster. I know what you mean, Sakura said as she looked at Naruto. He's changed so much since the time when we were in the academy. Sometimes I barely even recognize him anymore. He really has changed so much. Sakura looked around for a moment before frowning and looking around the stadium. I wonder where Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke are. Man, I can't believe how stupid these people are to place their bets on that Hyuga kid, Anko said in her typical loud, uncaring and slightly childish voice. Kurenai looked at her best friend and smiled. So sure he's gonna win, are you? Anko gave the red-eyed beauty a grin. Of course I am. Can you honestly picture the Gaki losing? Had you asked me that 1 month ago I would have said yes. Kurenai looked into the stadium where she saw the two contestants. She could not see Neji's face, but could very well picture the permanent sneer of arrogance the boy always wore. Naruto on the other hand was in clear view but his face was hidden by his hat, yet she remembered the confident and slightly bloodthirsty smirk he had on his face, one reminiscent of Anko, and could imagine him wearing it now. However, after seeing him take on that Gaara kid, well, let's just say I know who to place my bets on. Which is why I put all my bets on the kid. Asuma interrupted the conversation as he sat himself down next to Kurenai. No way is he gonna lose. A smirk came onto the chain-smoking Jonin's features. He's not only strong but he's damn intelligent too, even if he doesn't like to act like it. Oh? Kurenai raised a delicate eyebrow while Anko grinned. Yep, Asuma nodded. That kid down there is the only person I know besides Shikaku who can defeat Shikamaru in shogi. Watch closely, Hanabi, the Hyuga clan had said to his youngest daughter. Among the Hyuga, there is no better prodigy than Neji. Yes, Tsusuma, the little lavender-eyed girl replied. It's surprising to see the Uzumaki kid is actually fighting in the finals, Kotetsu, one of the Chunin proctors said. Who would have thought? Yeah, it is pretty surprising, especially with all the rumors I've been hearing about the kid, Izumo said. However, I fear it's all over for him now. He may have done well against other opponents, but that Hyuga kid is supposed to be in a class all on his own. Hinata looked at the blonde boy whose face was hidden under his hat. A small look of longing passed by for a second. You alright, Hinata-kun? Asked Kiba as he looked over at her. Hinata looked away from Naruto and towards Kiba. She gave him a smile before taking his hand in her own. Fine Kiba-kun, thank you. Kiba gave the Hyuga heiress a grin. So who do you think is gonna win? I hope Naruto-kun win. Hinata said. I believe he will win. From what you told me of his match with Gaara, there's no way he could lose, Kiba reassured the girl. Anyone who can beat that monster isn't someone I want to mess with. Yash. Show us your flames of youth. Lee cheered as he looked between his two rivals. Since he was not sure of who to cheer for, he decided on both of them. Lee, can't you ever just tone it down a bit? Asked Tenten. But if I were to do that, my youth would diminish. Tenten, Lee said. I cannot allow that to happen. In order to show people how to stoke their flames of youth, I must continue with my youthful encouragement. Tenten sighed at her teammate before turning back to the arena floor. She knew who she wanted to cheer for, but because it felt like betraying her teammate, she only said it in her mind. Good luck, Naruto-kun. This looks like it's going to be an interesting match, Kitten, asked Nibi. It does, though I doubt the so-called Hyuga prodigy will be able to defeat Naruto-kun, Yugito commented as she turned her attention away from the loud shouts of Lee and back to the arena. So sure of your man, are you? Yugito smirked, not really denying nor encouraging her tenant's claim. Of course he'll win. Naruto-kun is a lot stronger than he lets on. The Hyuga genius versus Uzumaki, the Kazekage said. This is bound to be an interesting match. Anyone who can take on my son Gaara and win is definitely a strong shinobi. That he is, Sarutobi chuckled. The boy has surprised me time and time again, and I suspect he will surprise me even more before the day is done. I had not realized there were any Uzumakis left, the Reikage said, as he gave an intense stare towards the hat-wearing genin. Many had forgotten the famed Uzumaki clan, a clan that had originated from Yuzushiogakyu no Saido village hidden in the whirlpool, which was located in the Yuzu no Kuni land of whirlpools. However, A had remembered from his battles with them in the beginning of the Third Great War, just how fearsome they were with their special chakra and their powerful jutsu. If the young Uzumaki male was anything like his predecessors, this would make for an interesting battle. Sarutobi sighed. From what I suspect, he is the last of his clan. The Reikage looked over at Sarutobi before giving a nod and turning his attention back to the arena. I get the feeling this will be quite the battle, the Reikage said as he got more comfortable in his chair. Indeed, the Kazekage agreed with some amusement. Show them what you can do, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi looked at the boy. Even though he could not see Naruto's face, he could feel the boy's confidence. Show the villagers how strong you've become, and how wrong they are about you. Genma looked up at Sarutobi to see the man nod. Nodding back, he got started. We will now start the first match. Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Hajime. Once the words were out, Neji activated his Byakugan and slid into the Juken-style taijutsu stance. Naruto smirked as he took off his hat and threw it towards the wall where a Kage Bunshin was already there to catch it. He then moved into his own stance. As the two stared each other down, the crowd grew silent and watched with looks of excitement and curiosity. Not many knew about the young Uzumaki, but everyone had heard of the Hyuga genius and was expecting to see how strong he really was. Naruto let a grin take over his face as he felt his blood begin pumping. He felt adrenaline racing through his veins at the thought of a fight. Looks like this party's about to begin, Akuchin? Within the seal, Kyubi smirked, summoning herself a bowl of popcorn. How she was capable of creating food within the seal was something not even Naruto knew, which she began to munch on. So it does. I doubt you need it, but good luck, Naruto-kun. Thanks. Naruto felt his blood begin to boil with excitement due to the coming battle. He was really going to enjoy pounding this prick into the ground. Time to get this party started. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.